Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto Uzumaki was harem god at Soul Society? Part 1. Them to see two figures standing in front of him. Naruto jumped to his feet. The two had holes through their chests, but appeared human, like him. Naruto blinked. The two hollows walked towards him. Who are you? Naruto asked. It was strange, he couldn't feel their presence. They had to be rather strong to repress their own aura. Are you Naruto Uzumaki? One of the two questioned. Naruto gazed warily. He didn't know if he could trust them. One walked towards him, and Naruto watched the hollow carefully. He noticed the hollow's masks were not complete, and they looked broken. Naruto saw they had weapons much like Zanpakuto's. What are you? Naruto asked them another question. The hollow stopped about a foot away from him. Naruto, seeing his questions weren't getting him anywhere, he sighed. If you must know, I am Naruto Uzumaki. The Rokudaime told the two visitors. They looked at each other for a moment. He saw the hollow before him had green eyes and pale skin like himself. We were sent here to bring you to Las Noches. The hollow told him. Naruto's brow rose. Come with us. The hollow added blandly. The hollow walked away from him. Naruto stood in his place. The hollow turned his head. You are wasting my time. The hollow said coldly. Naruto finally followed the hollow. He didn't know why, but he felt like he could trust him. The other hollow tore open the sky. Garganta was the name. Both stepped in. Naruto walked with the green-eyed hollow into the strange tier. The hollows lead him through the darkness and tore through the blackness. Once out of the darkness, he found himself in a large building. This is Las Noches, the other hollow told him. He had glasses and pink hair. He looked at the colorless building in awe, seeing how big it was. The room he was in along was bigger than any other he had seen. The roof was so high. He glanced around to see other humanoid hollows. One person tall and lanky. Another had blue hair. A female hollow with green hair. A rather large hollow with a jaw for his mask glared at him. A bored hollow gave him a glance. What appeared to be an old man gave him a small frown. Childish. Hollow grinned at him. Naruto, I am glad you are here. Naruto looked up to see the familiar person from the Soul Society. Aizen had a small smile gracing his lips. I hope coming to Hueco Mundo wasn't too difficult. Of course not, Naruto said with a hint of sarcasm. Aizen ignored this. That is to be expected. Aizen was standing on the high platform, and jumped down. I welcome you to Las Noches. Tomorrow we will make you officially a member of the Espada. Aizen told him. These are other members of the Espada. Coyote Stark, Baragan Luzenbarn, Neliel II Odelschwank, Ulquiorra Cypher, Neutra Gilga, Grimjow Jagerjaquez, Yami Yargo. I'm Zael Apro Grants. The pink-haired man stated. I'm not an Espada, but I have a rather high rank. He explained. I'm Lupi Antenor. The childish hollow smiled. I originally intended for there only to be 10 members. But for the moment I have very few. All the old Espada have been killed. Aizen said. He walked over to Naruto. You will become number 0. Naruto nodded. Aizen looked to Ulquiorra the green-eyed hollow. Ulquiorra, I want you to show 0 around. Ulquiorra nodded. Why are you all different from other hollows? Naruto asked. The Espada gave him a surprised glance. Lee don't even know what a hollow is, Naruto stated, and Lupi laughed at him. You are making him become an Espada member. He doesn't even know what a hollow is, let alone anything else. Lupi grinned, Ed bringing up his sleeve up to his mouth. Naruto glared at Lupi. I have made my decision. Aizen looked at Lupi with narrowed eyes, warning him to back off. I will have to return to the Soul Society after tomorrow, but ask me later. I need to take care of some business. Aizen said, walking out of the room. Most of the Espada looked at Naruto with an interest. Lupi walked around him. You look weak, Lupi said with unimpressed look. It's probably because you are a child. He mocked Naruto. We don't need any more kids. Grimjow glared at Lupi, and Naruto's eyes narrowed. I don't know what the hell Aizen sees in you. But whatever it is, I'm sure it nothing special. He has a poor sense of judgment. Grimmjow sneered. Naruto got the feeling that he was not welcome here. You are just mad because I'm here. Luffy looked to Grimmjow. The blue-haired hollow only glared. You know that I am stronger than you. Luffy giggled childishly. Naruto felt very out of place. You asked why we are different from other hollows. We are known as Arankar. Zale commented. Arankar are hollows who have ripped off part of their masks to gain Shinigami-like powers, turning more human in the process. Zale paused. Though it is very strange that you are not an Arankar and yet take form of a human. Zale smiled at Naruto with a hint of evil intent. I wonder why that is. If you are number 0, you must be stronger than me. Coyote said. Yeah, just like Luffy is stronger than me. Grimmjow growled. Yeah, what the fuck do you possess that would make Aizen want you to join the Espada? Neutra asked. Naruto didn't really feel like explaining all the things to everyone. He kept quiet, and then Neutra held his scythe to Naruto's neck. So you going to explain it, shithead? Or do I have get the answers out of you? If you must know, I am unable to die, Naruto said, and some Espada members looked a little shocked. Neutra had a sadistic smile on his lips. Coyote, Baragan, and Ulquiorra had no emotion on their faces. The others gave him a skeptical look. Why don't we test that theory? Neutra thrust his scythe forward. Naruto caught the weapon with his hands. Naruto had a firm grip on the blade, preventing Neutra from using the weapon. If you are unable to die, why protect yourself? Unless you are fucking liar. It hurts, like hell. Naruto glared at the tall Espada. If you want to stay alive, I suggest you not to try that again. Naruto shoved the scythe back. Neutra stumbled back a little. Neliel walked up to Naruto. It's good to meet you. I'm sorry. Neutra is just a sad excuse for a warrior, she stated, and Neutra growled at her. Neliel ignored him and smiled at the short hollow. I believe you when you say you are unable to die. Naruto nodded. Yami then took out his sword, and moved behind Naruto. The Rokudime turned around, quick enough to see the sword enter his chest. Naruto blinked. Neliel mouth opened from surprise. Yami, she yelled. Naruto stumbled a little, feeling a little sick. He hadn't been stabbed in a long time. He coughed and fell on one knee. Neutra grinned again and Yami had a bored expression. Everyone is curious. Besides, if he is so powerful he could have stopped me. Yami pulled out his sword. Naruto gasped, placing his hand over his injury. The injury soon emitted a hissing sound and smoke arose from the wound. Zale seemed intrigued by what had happened. Naruto snarled. What the hell was that for? You ass. Naruto yelled at Yami. The Espada looked at Naruto with surprise that he really couldn't die. He stood up, pointed his finger into Yami's stomach. Try to stab me and I'll make you regret it, he said in a serious tone, threatening once again. So, you weren't lying, Baragan stated. Naruto huffed, and nodded. Is that the only reason why you were chosen to be number 0? If that's it, then you should be a much lower number, the old man justified. Naruto hated being treated as if he couldn't do anything. It reminded him of his life at the Konoha, but nothing good would come out of showing them anything. Power is not the only thing that makes someone strong, Naruto stated, making the rest of the Espada silent. It takes wisdom, honor, and courage to fight, Naruto added, thinking of the many battles he faced. It brought him back to the times of war. He felt like he was some old person after saying that. Naruto was 40 when he died. He forgot that. Naruto was so used to being seen and treated like a kid. His mentality changed as well, fitting to what people saw him as. He heard Neutra laugh at him. Wisdom, honor, and courage. What the fuck are you talking about? Power is all you need. I don't know the hell you are bitching about. Neutra grinned at him. Luffy giggled behind his sleeve. Naruto saw that Neliel and Coyote were the only ones that completely knew what he was talking about. The others found what he said amusing. Except Ulquiorra, who just stood with an empty expression. Aizen wanted me to show you around, Ulquiorra said, with an emotionless face. I will do what I am told. Naruto nodded, and followed Ulquiorra out of the room. Ulquiorra didn't know how to think of Naruto. The Hollow held a great amount of power, but didn't exploit it. Ulquiorra could tell that Naruto was more than he appeared. They were walking down a long hall, both of them silent. Naruto couldn't feel like he knew Ulquiorra. His eyes lit up when he thought of why he felt like he knew Ulquiorra. Gaara. Naruto smiled. You remind me of Gaara. Naruto said. Ulquiorra turned his head with a blank face. You share the same aura, but I never thought I would see you again, or anyone else. Naruto's eyes fell upon the floor. He wished his friends hadn't all perished the way they did. Naruto then cut off his train of thought, trying to forget about his past. Ulquiorra kept silent. He didn't want to talk to such a strange person. Your eyes are a bit greener than Gaara's. Stop comparing me to someone I don't know. Ulquiorra said quietly, or I will remind you how painful death is. He threatened. Naruto looked at the fourth espada with a blank expression. Ulquiorra didn't understand Naruto, bringing up past experiences. Naruto was right next to him, but he ignored this. Naruto kept looking at Ulquiorra. Will that get you anywhere? Stabbing me, Naruto said. Ulquiorra kept walking. It will prove that you are intolerant. Maybe you get satisfaction out of killing. Like Gaara. Ulquiorra took out his Zanpakuto with great speed, and swung it around. Ulquiorra saw that Naruto was no longer at his side. So, you weren't lying. Naruto was now standing in front of him. Ulquiorra knew that Naruto was testing him. Naruto gazed into Ulquiorra's green eyes. I told you what I would do. Ulquiorra pointed his Zanpakuto at Naruto. You are stronger than you appear. He added. Naruto looked at the blade pointed at him, but you are still trash. Naruto's eyes flickered up. Naruto grabbed the sword with his bare hand. The blade didn't cut through his skin. Ulquiorra was caught off guard, and he was pulled forward. He was now a centimeter away from Naruto's face. The hollow pupils were slits, and he emitted a dark aura. Ulquiorra gave him a bland look. I am not trash, Naruto said in a wicked voice, anger seeping. Naruto released the blade, allowing Ulquiorra to compose himself. Naruto walked away from the green-eyed Arrancar. I will discover things on my own. You can go do whatever. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Ulquio. RRA stood and watched Naruto move further and further down the hall. Naruto felt a tad angry, but depressed. He didn't feel welcome here at all. The Soul Society was at least kind, even if it was fake. Naruto knew life would be difficult, but it was better than living with liars. He is nothing like Gaara. Naruto frowned. However, deep inside, Naruto knew it was Gaara. Flashback end. Naruto sighed. Those first few days had been hell. It got better as time went by. The Espada learned how to live with him, after about 5 years. Yami learned to respect him after a battle with him. Naruto won with effort. Yami then would try to use surprise attacks, claiming he would defeat Naruto one day. Naruto hoped that Yami would one day realize that he couldn't defeat Naruto. Coyote, Baragan, and Tia respected him from the start, but in their own way. Coyote usually made him fight for him, stating he could handle everything. Naruto would get annoyed and try to make him work. Coyote was the lazy uncle. Lilinette would also help Naruto. She was a little sister to him, though she sometimes hit him once or twice for being stupid. Lilinette was like a younger sister. Baragan said he was equal to him in power, and therefore treated Naruto with respect. Sometimes he would do Naruto's work, stating the enemy was too weak for Naruto to waste his energy on. Baragan would sometimes tell Naruto when he was being a nuisance. Overall, the grandfather who was very strict. When Tia replaced Neliel, it was rather difficult. Zael and Neutra threw Neliel out. Tia treated him like a son, but very distant son. She would comfort him to a degree. Other times tell him to suck it up, or say nothing at all. She kept her distance from Naruto, but when she talked to him, she would be a bit motherly. Would give him a cold shoulder if he did anything that made her feel too motherly. Even if the pink-haired man was crazy, Zael and Naruto were friends strange enough. Though he was Orochimaru, he wasn't half bad for a person. In several occasions, Zael asked him bizarre things, and wanted to do tests on him. Naruto thought the only reason he was being friendly was that Zael sought perfection. In seeking perfection, he wanted to become immortal, and Naruto was immortal. He was the crazy uncle that you never wanted to be alone with. Naruto looked to Grimmjow as an older brother, even if he was as one of the worst influences in the world. Grimmjow and Naruto got into many fights. Naruto was referred to, by Grimmjow, as the punching bag. Naruto beat Grimmjow every time they fought. Except once, but the only reason he lost was that he suffered from headaches. Luffy, when he was alive, teased Naruto endlessly, always trying to get him into some sort of trouble. He would play innocent when Aizen was around, or anyone else for that matter. Luffy sometimes was very clingy, grabbing his arm and complaining about his life. Luffy loved to annoy Naruto, calling him Ni-san in a high-pitched voice and tackling him. He was the annoying cousin that never left Naruto alone. Neliel, when she was with the Espada, was his big sister. She acted the nicest out of all the Espada. She would talk to him often, and comfort him when needed. She agreed on many things with Naruto. They got along just fine. Sometimes she scolded him for following Neutra's teachings, saying he was a dishonorable Arankar. This only made Neutra hate her more. Neutra always treated Naruto as if he was inferior to Neutra, but Neutra was like a twisted, abusive version of a father, teaching him how to strong and take care of the enemy, and if he didn't do it right he was given a beating. Neutra only got away with beating Naruto because Naruto let him. On some days, Naruto actually ended up beating Neutra, not in the mood for the shit. Ulquiorra and Naruto had a very complex relationship. Ulquiorra kept his distance for the first 7 years of knowing each other. He always looked like he was investigating him, observing Naruto at every aspect. Naruto wondered if it was because Ulquiorra hated him. The 8th year of being an Espada, he and Ulquiorra began to talk. Ulquiorra would ask him various questions about emotions. Naruto didn't know why Ulquiorra asked him so many questions, but he answered feeling it would help him understand. Ulquiorra followed Naruto almost everywhere, even if he had nothing to say. Naruto didn't mind it, but it was strange. Grimmjow told him to be careful of Ulquiorra, saying he only interested in people he wants to kill. Naruto ignored this, and saw Ulquiorra as a friend. Naruto and Ulquiorra didn't always get along. Sometimes fighting happened, but he saw slowly Ulquiorra became more emotional. Naruto hadn't seen the Espada for about 10 years. He didn't know how much they changed, or if they even changed at all. With the new recruits around, he wondered if they offered any more power to the Espada. Hey, Grimmjow got Naruto's attention. Aizen is coming, so you better not space out, or he might lecture your ear off. Grimmjow explained. Aizen was a very interesting man. He had told Naruto about the Soul Society, and how they would betray him. Aizen was a bit like a father. But he didn't tell Naruto much of what was going on. The man held many secrets. Then he heard the doors open behind them. Naruto saw Aizen with a man with a grin plastered on his face. Naruto's eyes widened, and walked up to the two, looking at the man with silver hair. The man's eyes shut, but must have sensed him. Aizen raised an eyebrow. Is there something you want? The silver-haired man asked. Naruto walked around the man. The Espada watched with confusion. Naruto smiled at the silver-haired man. Aizen didn't know what to think of this, and gave Naruto a look telling him to back off. Naruto looked at Aizen and gave him a look right back. Aizen wasn't too thrilled with his attitude. It's not very nice to stare at people. The man said. I didn't think I would ever see you again. Naruto said. I remember you from the Soul Society, but at the time I couldn't tell. Naruto announced. Naruto smiled again at the silver-haired man. It's nice to see you again, Sai. Aizen sighed, feeling a bit humiliated by Naruto's act. Grimmjow and Neutra rolled their eyes. My name is not Sai. I'm Jin. Jin grinned. Naruto knew about other Shinigami being a part of Aizen's plan, but he really didn't get to meet them. The reason being they had to remain in the Soul Society. Don't bother even giving your name, he'll just call by some random name. Grimmjow said. I would know, he always called me Kakuzu. Whoever the hell that is. Grimmjow stated. Naruto remembered Kakuzu. That shinobi was very greedy man, but Grimmjow wasn't. Naruto only saw they had the same temper. Gee, Grimmjow was much better person than Kakuzu. I'm not the only one either. Grimmjow pointed out. Yes, besides that, Aizen said, I welcome you back to Las Noches. Aizen had a gentle smile on his lips. Naruto still couldn't believe that Aizen had accepted him back in as a member of the Espada. For one, he wasn't an Arankar, Second, he destroyed part of Las Noches when he left Hueco Mundo. Naruto looked at his feet. Is there something wrong? Naruto looked up. Why did you want me back? I attacked you the day I left Las Noches, destroying part of the city as well. Naruto said. Aizen was quiet, not to mention took out part of the Arankar army. Aizen, being a very cunning person, thought of a lie. Well, I told you we are friends. Aizen stated. The Espada eyes darkened, knowing it was a complete lie. Friends forgive each other, do they not? Aizen smiled increased. Naruto's eyes widened. Someone really did care about him. Naruto smiled at Aizen. Jin's grin increased from how naive the hollow was. I hope you did not think I was still angry. Thank you, Aizen. Naruto bowed. Grimmjow growled a bit. Aizen was using him, but why did he care? Noitra couldn't believe that Naruto fell for such a simple lie. Zale smiled at how easily tricked the hollow was. The rest of the Espada merely kept silent. I promise I won't run away again. Naruto added, only making Grimmjow angrier. It is good to hear that from you. Aizen smiled charmingly. On the inside, he was very happy that Naruto was overly trusting. He didn't care about Naruto in the slightest, he was only a tool. He will need to keep up this facade or things would turn up very poorly. If he only knew how to get rid of him, then things would be easier. Naruto, being an unstable hollow, needed to be kept under control. Naruto, seeing how your clothes are under such horrible condition, would you like something tailored? Jin asked. Naruto looked to the man Shinigami and nodded. Then it will done. Aizen gave Jin a small glance, excusing him from the room. Naruto looked at Aizen. Have you kept your rank number? Aizen asked. Naruto nodded. He lifted up his unkept, long bangs to reveal number 0 tattooed on his forehead. So after all those years you kept it? I guess I couldn't let go of my past. Naruto smiled sadly. This time I will do a better job. Naruto reassured Aizen. Aizen walked up to Naruto and ruffled his hair affectionately. Naruto felt a warmth swell in his chest. I will count on that, Aizen said with a dark smile. He stepped away from Naruto. I'm sorry to tell you, but you have no Frakken. They were killed, Aizen mentioned. Naruto sighed. He knew that his Frakken died because of his betrayal. He knew the rules. If an Espada member were to leave, then Frakken are killed to make sure no more betrayal is in order. If you would like to find new Frakken, then seek them yourself. I understand. Naruto nodded. Good. Now what I would like you to do is clean yourself. Your place is where it has always been, Aizen told him. Naruto nodded and left the room, leaving Aizen with the Espada. He had a cold expression and unmerciful eyes. I have already explained this once to Ulquiorra and Yami. Aizen started. Say anything to Naruto about my behavior and I will deal with you personally. Aizen warned them. He looked at Grimmjow, and mercy is not in my constitution. He turned and walked away. He had a dark grin on his face. If everything went according to plan, then he would take down the Soul Society with little effort. Luck had been on his side. Naruto wandered down the hall. He hadn't been in Las Noches in quite some time. He tried to remember where everything was, but to no avail. He could tell that Ulquiorra was around the area, he could sense Gaara's aura as well. He slapped himself mentally. Stop it. They aren't them, Naruto told himself. He knew that his friends died, but he wanted to think they were alive and these people were them. His heart ached, knowing his friends were long gone. Naruto sighed, feeling depressed thinking of his past. He knew they would want to move on, but he was supposed to be dead. Nothing was ever in his favor. He didn't want to disappoint everyone again, so he would do everything that was told of him. Once Naruto was to his own palace, he walked into his bedroom. Seeing how nothing had changed. The room was dark with nothing but a bed, bookshelf, chair, desk, small loveseat and a window next to his bed. The bed was against the wall right up to the window. The window was a bay window. Sometimes he would sit out on it and stare at the moon. He rarely slept, with the fear of not knowing what will happen to him. Mostly because he heard voices of the two who lived inside of him. The fighting was near endless, and if not fighting, they would torture him, speaking about how he couldn't have saved his friends, and how no one ever cared about him. The Kyuubi would talk about killing him and destroy everything. The hollow stated that Naruto could only trust in himself, believing others was pointless. Either way, he never got a break. Especially when he had nothing to do, when there was silence. Naruto walked out of the bedroom and into the living area. It was mostly a lounge, with more bookcases and a coffee table. Looking into the medium-sized kitchen for a bit, until he ventured to the bathroom. It was large. Compared to his bathroom when he was a kid, it was gigantic. A large bathtub, sink with a mirror, and a toilet. The toilet was not necessary, since Naruto wasn't really human. Hollows didn't eat food, Arankar could. Arankar were more human than Hollows were. Naruto hadn't eaten ramen in over 100 years, he forgot what human food even tasted like. Naruto didn't eat very many souls in his life as a Hollow. Or consume very many Hollows. When he did, he felt sick, but it was oddly satisfying. He could feel despair as he consumed souls, but a good amount of energy from it. Naruto remembered eating a soul, and he felt like throwing up. Naruto remembered eating a few Hollows during his time at Hueco Mundo. He felt very inhumane when he did, but he savored the flavor of the flesh of other Hollows. Even if he was found in the Soul Society with Vasto Lord powers, he was still considered a Jillian. The Espada would remind him of how low on the food chain he was. Neutra explained he was superior over Naruto, because of his lack of status. Therefore, for a while Naruto did attack Hollows when Aizen permitted it. It was more of the Hollows that wouldn't listen to Aizen. Naruto cringed remembering how savage it looked when he ate. Naruto could see the blood that coated him after. Some Arankar called him Muchacho Rodeado por Sangre, translated to boy surrounded by blood. It was a creepy name to hear. The Arankar had an easy life when compared to Naruto. This reminded Naruto. Aizen did ask him if he wanted to become an Arankar many years ago. Naruto wondered if he should. Being an Arankar would make him feel more human, but at the same time, he wondered how he could be one. He had never allowed his mask to form completely, knowing he couldn't control himself. He repressed more than half his power, not trusting himself. He alone, without the mask, had enough power to take out the Espada one by one. What would his power be like with part of his mask? It would have to be a great amount of power. Naruto sighed. He would have to think about it a little more before truly deciding. He rejected the offer at first, claiming he wasn't strong enough to handle the mask, but that was 50 years ago. Naruto started the bath, sitting on the ledge of the bathtub every so often checking to see if the water was warm. He looked at himself in the mirror. He saw pale skin, red eyes, and a youthful face. He noticed his hair was longer in the back reaching his lower back, and was straighter as well. His hair was still a bit spiky, though the hair was long preven. The spikes from sticking out too much. The hair around his face was straight as well, reminding him of his father a bit. Seeing how the blonde hair made him seem even paler, he looked away. He missed his blue eyes, tan skin, and less creepy appearance. He felt like he was a ghost. Once the tub was full, he undressed from his torn clothing and sat in the tub cleansing himself from the days of not being clean. After cleaning himself, he got out and found some clothing lying out on his bed. Seeing how he couldn't wear his old clothes, he tried on the new outfit. He wondered how the outfit could have been tailored so quickly, until he realized that the clock in his room pointed to the time 1:30 a.m. Naruto must have been in the bathtub for quite some time without realizing. He looked at the clothes and wanted to try it on. He put on the white jacket. The jacket's sleeves were skin tight, revealing any muscles he had in his thin arms. The sleeve had an opening for his thumb. The sleeve at the open edges was black. Putting his arms through the sleeves, he saw how well it fit him. He walked to the mirror in the bathroom bringing the rest of the clothing items. He zipped the jacket. The jacket was short, showing a good amount of his lower abs. The tail of the jacket was short, only reached a bit past his butt. The bland jacket had black trim, tracing the zipper, tail of the coat, and collar. Naruto noticed that the collar was a bit high. It could cover him mouth. He unzipped the collar, to the end of his pectorals. He could now see the hole in his chest. He had already put on underwear, and then proceeded to put on the hakama. He tried the black sash around his waist, and looked at the boots. He never really liked wearing shoes. If they were not sandals, he wouldn't wear them. Placing the boots aside, he looked at himself. Naruto felt comfortable with the tight clothing. He frowned. He looked like a child still. Naruto sighed, and looked away from the mirror. Walking back to his bedroom, he collapsed on his bed. He couldn't sleep, he knew that, but he was tired. He crawled over to the bay window, and sat next to the window. He looked into Hawako Mundo's sky, seeing the moon and vast amount of stars. He leaned against the glass, feeling at peace. It was a very beautiful early morning. The stars twinkled. Naruto even wondered if they were stars, but at the moment, he didn't care. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. Naruto smiled. I guess I am home. I was self-conscious about this chapter. I didn't want to update because I felt like it would end horribly. I guess I also got writer's block. I wanted to take a break from writing, not really. Even though the entire time I was on the break, I was typing. I also had to study for school. So, I have a feeling that this chapter was really bad. But that is just me. There's only one person who reads over the story before I send it out. He said it was okay, but I'm not entirely sure. This chapter determines many futures of the characters. I freaked out and held on to it for a while, thinking about the storyline. Asking myself if I wanted these things to happen. So, now the chapter is before you. Grok. Amal, I understand how this story isn't the most straightforward. I appreciate the honesty. I was thinking about rewriting it, but I want to see where this goes. I did not see your comment as a flame. Hopefully this was worth your time. Until the next chapter. Umbra 8191, Impstar, ZXZ Fic Hunter, Insomniac 34, In the Mix, Go Naruto, Sildra 0, Rasen Shuriken 92, Evil E. Evil, Jonja, Taniea, and Cooked Sashimi. Read on. The Soul Society was still in ruin after the recent attack. Hollows still walked around searching for any stragglers. Shinigami had to hide if they were alone. Not all the fires had been doused, some still raged. The 4th Division had their hands full with many wounded Shinigami. Retsu was calm, keeping her stress put aside. She was working as hard as 10 people could. Division and the Soul Society were counting on her. A few of the captains were leading search parties, while others stayed here to protect the injured. Retsu was glad she wasn't the only captain around. Hollows still crawled around the Soul Society, and she couldn't deal with them right now. Retsu's evening consisted of hearing agonizing cries, screams, crying, death, and lots of quick thinking. Everyone in her division was busy. Hana Taiko. Retsu swung around hearing her name, hoping it was not another death to be added to the list. She saw Shunsui carrying what looked like the corpse of Captain Hitsugaya. She rushed over, her heart racing. He's not dead yet, but he is going to die if we don't do something. I'll be the judge of that, Retsu said, motioning Shunsui to bring the captain over to her medical table. Shunsui laid the boy on the table. She began to work, forcing Shunsui to leave. 2 spare division members came to help with Retsu's work. His skin is burned, and shows signs of puncture. But it is surprising that he is not missing a limb. Must have been Hiranmara protecting him. Retsu looked at one of the division members. I want you to see if you can see what is inside Yukiko. The girl nodded and closed her eyes, taking out a pair of strange-looking glasses. The girl put them on. It seems to be some type of shrapnel, most likely from an explosive, but it's unlike any other I have seen. I mean, it is made of spiritual energy. Yukiko said, it is moving, and causing more damage as it does move. How many pieces? Retsu asked. About 10 pieces. Yukiko answered. Retsu growled. Whatever Toshiro got himself into, it must have been pretty bad. If we don't move quick enough, the pieces would pierce his heart and... It's not going to happen, Yukiko. Retsu smiled, reassuring the girl. Now we better get to work. She nodded. Enko, we need to hurry, Renji said to the orange-haired vice captain. Renji carried the injured 2nd Division captain on his back. This girl is in bad condition. They were running to the nearest medical center. I couldn't see that, Kiba, Rangaku said sarcastically. Renji growled at the woman. Just because you were raised with dogs doesn't mean you have to act like one. Rangaku smirked at him. At least I'm not a sadistic crazy lady, Renji muttered. Rangaku growled. Oh, and you told me not to act like a dog. He smiled at her. Rangaku ignored him and then stopped, grabbing Renji and flying around a corner. Hey, what the hell was that? Rangaku covered his mouth with her hand. Shish, she whispered, and peered around the corner. There stood a large beast, white and had a mask on. You idiot, there's one of the creatures. She yelled quietly. Looking back around the corner, she saw it scavenging for a potential meal. I've never seen anything like these until tonight. What do you think they are? Renji asked. Rangaku looked at Renji. If I knew then I wouldn't be so cautious. Rangaku hissed. The area fell quiet. Renji stopped breathing. It knows we are here. Rangaku smirked. No point in hiding now. She jumped out. The hollow roared. Yeah. Rangaku jumped up. I'll shut you up. She laughed. Sane Tajishu. She placed her hand out. Nothing happened. You idiot. We aren't ninjas. Renji yelled. Rangaku's eyes grew wide. The hollow roared, sending Rangaku back. She hit the ground and jumped to her feet. This isn't Konoha, Renji stated. Rangaku looked at the sword at her hip. We are Shinigami. Forgot. How do you use this thing? Rangaku unsheathed the sword, looking at the blade. The hollow dived after her, and she jumped out of the way, almost being hit. Why the hell am I so slow? She growled. Stupid jugs. She yelled at her chest. Anko, watch out. Renji yelled. Rangaku slammed into the nearby building, and the hollow moved towards her. Why is up to me? He placed the girl he carried down on the ground carefully. Renji for some reason felt like saying something random. Howl. Taking out his sword, it changed from a katana into a strange blade. What is up with this blade? He looked at the weapon with confusion. Don't worry about the fucking blade. Come and help me, you brat. Rangaku shouted. Renji jumped onto the hollow's back. He stabbed the creature, and it roared in response. Renji dug it further into the monster's back, and it moved away from Rangaku, trying to grab at Renji. Renji fell off and landed on his feet, but fell over. Man, talk about not having balance, Renji said and saw the creature's claw swipe at him. Renji moved away from the spot just in time to see a crater where he once was. Sheesh, much slower than I used to be. Yeah, at least you don't have to deal with these jugs. Rangaku yelled, and ran at the hollow. She sliced the hollow's leg, making it roar yet again. The hollow's tail rammed into her and she fell on her back. I hate this body. I don't blame you. Renji moved away from another one of its attacks. As a ninja I could have creamed this thing. He ducked from the hollow's tail. Now I can't even barely dodge a simple attack. Oh, you can't dodge. Look at me. Rangaku yelled, getting to her feet with a wince. I can't even move properly. She threw her arms into the air with anger. Renji moved from another attack. Why do they even have these stupid swords? They don't even do anything. Renji threw the weapon away. It can't do anything. Quote, I have a katana, and it isn't much better than your weird sword. Rangaku ran at the hollow, jumping before the tail could hit her again. She landed on the hollow's head, rather ungracefully. Damn, what up with this? I can't even balance. Just try to kill it. Renji growled, and got hit by the hollow's paw while distracted. Rangaku took the blade and shoved into the hollow's neck. She was flung off by a quick movement and hit the ground. She looked up at the hollow as it charged up an attack. Anko, move, Renji shouted. Rangaku tried to move but halted by her aching limbs. Suddenly a man appeared on the hollow's head. He had a sword as well. Raise your head. The sword blade turned into what looked like a hook. The man drew the blade upwards, slicing the creature's head off. Renji and Rangaku watched with a little surprise with how fast he killed the beast. He jumped off before the beast could collapse, landing with grace. He looked unhappy with the two. Is there any reason two vice captains couldn't take care of one hollow? The man glared. Here the Soul Society is fighting and you tell me you can't take care of one hollow. The man looked angry. I was caught off guard. Rangaku hissed. I could have killed it if I wanted to. She said. The blonde did not look amused. Renji didn't know who he was. I was just playing. You replaying while everyone else is risking their lives. What the hell are you thinking? The blonde shouted at Rangaku. I don't know what you are doing, but one thing is for sure, you are wasting everyone's time. Well, we were trying to find medical attention. We found her at the gate. Renji stated. Sui Feng Taiko. The man didn't look very happy. That idiot, she's probably going to die now. He sighed. I'll show you where the medical unit is, since you are incapable of taking care of anything. This is very strange of you to do, Renji. I thought you were more responsible, Rangaku. Rangaku growled and Renji sighed. The man looked at him with a suspicion. Are you going to get your Zanpakuto? Renji gave him a confused look. The man was staring at the sword that he discarded. Honestly, what are you new recruits? I thought you would have learned to take care of your Zanpakuto. Next thing you know you won't even know how to use it. Yeah. Renji picked up the blade. He didn't know how to sheath the strange blade. And simply held it. The man still stared at him. What now? Nothing. He turned around. The two vice captains were acting very suspicious. He would have to be careful. Renji was definitely not acting his usual self. He could say the same for Matsumoto. Renji picked up the captain and asked Rangaku to hold his Zanpakuto. They started to run to where the medical camp was set. This is the second time this has happened. A man yelled at Yamamoto, who quietly stood listening to the man. On your watch too. I don't know why you let me do this. Naruto should have been sealed away. This is now way over our heads. Yamamoto, the Spirit King is not going to be pleased. The man sat in the shadows, sitting on a tatami mat. Yamamoto sat across from him. The Spirit King has bigger things to deal with than a hollow who is. Yamamoto was cut off by the man slamming his fist into the table. The man didn't look happy with the current situation. I will take care of Naruto personally if I must. Yamamoto stated. The man let out an irritated growl. I will trust you to do that. We both know that Naruto isn't going to go down, not without a war. Naruto truly believes no one cares. The man said quietly. His feeling quickly changed from angry to sad. It's my fault. He laid his forehead into his hand. I wanted to, but I couldn't do anything. He shook his head. This is not your fault. You already did your best, and you ended up saving people. Yamamoto sighed, and closed his eyes. The Gote 13 will work our hardest to change the outcome of this. The man shifted in the shadows. I won't allow this to happen, even if I must seal him away myself. Yamamoto looked at the man in front of him with a sad expression. I hope that never comes. Yamamoto said with a gentle voice. Nor do I. How is Shiro-chan? Momo asked Retsu with big tearful eyes. Retsu sighed. Hitsugaya was stable at the moment, but they had not been able to get all the pieces of crystallized energy. There was one piece left and it was dangerously close to his heart. Retsu had no idea if Toshiro would be okay. Please tell me he is okay. Momo sobbed into Retsu's chest. Please. Hitsugaya is stable at the moment. Retsu told Momo. Hinamori looked up with a tear-streaked face. Honestly, I don't know if he will live. Retsu said with sad eyes. Momo started shaking. You know Hana Taiko, the odds of survival is 10. Whatever that fragment is in his chest, it will most likely pierce his aorta, killing him. Yukiko stated. Momo turned to a state of shock. She moved away from Retsu and brought her hands to her side. Momo's eyes glazed, her lower lip quivered, and she shook her head. You're lying, Momo said with a small voice. You're lying, she yelled, her eyes blank. Toshiro isn't going to die. You're lying, she pointed at Yukiko. Retsu knew that Momo was in a state of denial. Momo walked up to Yukiko and slapped her in the face. Don't lie to me. Momo was going to hit Yukiko again but Retsu grabbed her arms. Momo, Retsu said in a soft voice. You need to calm down. Retsu looked the young vice captain in the eyes. Momo's eyes filling with tears, and she broke down in Retsu's arms. You have to be strong for Toshiro. She sighed. You also just recently recovered from your injury. You have to be careful. I just don't want him to die. Momo sobbed. Yukiko stood up and rubbed her sore face. And walked over to the two. I'm sorry. I'm just so scared. Momo explained, and Yukiko gave her a tight hug. I'm scared. I'm sorry, Yukiko said with a soft voice. After a few seconds, they released each other from the hug. If you like we can go visit him, in his last moments. Yukiko said with a sad smile. Thank you. Momo rubbed her eyes, and walked into the surgical tent. Toshiro looked peaceful, his eyes closed, his mouth a tad open. His breathing was light. Momo went over to Toshiro's side, and grabbed his hand. She always saw him as a brother. And even when he looked younger than she did, She saw him as an older sibling. Toshiro always looked out for her, and protected her. Now when he was dying, Momo had done nothing to save her own brother. She felt more tears run down her face. She held back her sobs and smiled at her brother. Toshiro, please, please, wake up. I don't care what your reason is. I just want to see you again. Momo. Yukiko looked at the vice captain with a sad look. Hinamori stood next to Toshiro, tears running down sadly. Momo never wanted this to happen. Retsu couldn't help but cry a little as well. She had witnessed over 20 people die, not mentioning the people that never made it back from the fight. Retsu wiped the tear away. She had to be strong, despite everything. Retsu noticed something, his breathing becoming irregular. Yukiko. Retsu called. She ran over to Toshiro's side and checked his pulse. It was becoming slow. Yukiko grabbed Momo away, but she began fighting. Hinamori. Retsu said in a strict voice. Momo looked at her. If you want to save Hitsugaya, then you have to do your duty. I'll do mine. Retsu said, her eyes holding a great level of seriousness. Momo let herself be taken out of the tent. Retsu closed her eyes. Yukiko came back. What do you want me to do? Yukiko asked. Retsu was quiet. We have to make a miracle. Toshiro was surrounded by snow. It was dense, like a blizzard. He tried to get through it. He struggled. He tripped and fell into the snow, and got back up. The wind whipped his face, and the cold bit at him. Toshiro winced as a brisk, heavy, bitter wind blew him over. Hitsugaya stood up again. He wasn't going to give up yet. He had to help Naruto. He had a mission. He needed to bring Naruto back to the Soul Society. He trudged through, squinting, trying to see where he was going. Hitsugaya kept moving forward. He felt another strong wind blew through, and he braced himself. He made it through. Toshiro felt himself getting weaker every step he took. Hitsugaya ignored this. He had to right himself, he had to save Naruto, and he had to keep moving. Toshiro felt the wind whip him in the face again. Toshiro leaned on a pine tree, huffing from the effort he put in. He looked behind himself to see darkness moving towards him. I can't lose here. He forced his freezing limbs to move. More wind froze his face. His nose running, his cheeks becoming a bright red. He shivered at how cold it was, wrapping his arms around his chest. Looking back, the darkness was still catching up. He charged forward. He must keep going. He had to keep going. Toshiro had to fix everything. It was his duty. He brought one of his arms up to his face, trying to keep the cold air from hitting his face. He panted, growing extremely tired. Toshiro didn't let this stop him. He must keep going. Stumbling over a tree root, he caught himself. He hates you. Toshiro ignored the voice. This is your entire fault. Toshiro took in a deep breath, his lung filling up with the cold air. His mind began to fog. You did this. This is all your fault. Toshiro felt his chest heave painfully. He knew this was all his fault, but he had to right his wrong. All alone, he would save his friend. Suddenly a frightfully powerful wind blew, sending the young captain falling backwards a couple feet. He tried to get up. His body was freezing. He had to move. I can't give up now. He felt tears come from his eyes. They stung as they fell from his eyes. I have to do this. It's my fault. He said to himself. I have to do this. Alone. Toshiro, tears streamed down his face. He saw a light in the distance. But it was so far away. He reached out an arm, trying to touch the light. He collapsed, his body no longer responding. The darkness started to surround him. I'm truly a failure, he sobbed. His tears freezing and heart was slowing. I'm sorry, Naruto. I wasn't a good friend. Toshiro smiled sadly, the snow building on his body. He felt the warmth fade away. I'm so sorry. He closed his eyes. The snow silently grew around him. He had failed. This is all your fault. Hey, a voice said to him. Toshiro opened his eyes as much as he could. He saw a man standing in front of him. The man had porcelain skin and coal eyes that peered straight into his soul. He was very handsome. Toshiro felt he could recognize the person. Hitsugaya. Body was too heavy for him to move any further. The man had black hair that stuck up in the back. Whoever it was had a soft gaze, but Toshiro could tell he was not a pushover. You just going to lay here The man asked him, squatting down looking at Toshiro. Hitsugaya was too tired to say anything. The man didn't look impressed. I truly pity you, he added. He looked rather upset. Toshiro could only look at the man. You know, I thought you must have been powerful, but in the end you were weak. He stood up, and looked down on Toshiro. You truly are a child, the man said with a stoic tone. Toshiro glared up at him, and tried to move. Weak, little boy, who gives up? Pathetic. He walked away in the wind with no effort. Toshiro burned with anger. Hitsugaya tried to move, but his body disobeyed. Toshiro watched as the man moved farther and farther away. He shifted a little, moving his arms, and pushed himself off the ground a little. He fell back onto the ground. Hitsugaya pressed his forehead against the snow-covered earth. He growled and pushed off the ground again. Now on his knees, he panted. His legs wouldn't move, but he crawled. Moving forward, he got to a tree and used it for support. Toshiro pushed himself to his feet, and leaned against the tree. The cold wintry wind stung his face, but he didn't care. Hitsugaya would show that man, he wasn't just a child. He wouldn't give up. Moving his foot, he moved forward. One foot after the other, he moved through the snow. He didn't care that it was cold, or the snow stung his face. He kept going on. Toshiro walked to the next tree, and then began to speed through the snow. He wouldn't give up. Not now, not here, not ever, he must keep moving. Toshiro finally got to a clearing. A small lake was before him. There was a dock on the lake, and the man stood there. Toshiro noticed that it was snowing lightly. Hitsugaya made his way to the dock. I didn't think you would make it. The man mocked. Not with that attitude of yours. Toshiro glared at the steely man. The man merely smiled at him, which wasn't what Toshiro was expecting. You did a good job. The man pat his head. Toshiro pushed his hand away, and glared at him with his icy turquoise eyes. The man laughed. You were just like me as a kid. His gaze was very gentle. Hitsugaya didn't know what to think of him. It's a good thing you didn't walk down the same path I did, he looked into the distance with a blank expression. Toshiro stayed silent. Times have surely changed, though in the end I'm still the prodigy. He smiled. Who are you? Toshiro asked. The man gave him a soft gaze, and a smile. The man squatted down to his height, and Toshiro felt like he was being treated like a child. Don't treat me like a kid, Hitsugaya told him. The man just smiled at him. Why did you patronize me? Surely, you can tell me that. Or maybe I'm dead, and you are some strange ghost after death. Toshiro raised his eyebrow. The man chuckled, and shook his head. Then who are you? I am you, the man answered. Toshiro's eyes widened. You are a reincarnation of me. Toshiro looked a bit confused. You kept having dreams of a boy, and his time with Naruto. That was from my memories, he explained to the captain. He stood up and looked to the lake. The snow started to melt away and snowflakes turned into cherry blossom petals. Toshiro felt the warmth of spring. Hitsugaya looked around, feeling the nice breeze of spring. Your thoughts were similar to mine. He sat at the edge of the dock, and pat the space next to him. Toshiro hesitantly walked over and sat next to him. When I was younger, I too thought that I had to right all the wrong. I had to keep moving forward. I was never good enough, he said, peering into the blue sky. I learned something. He looked to the 10th Division captain. You can't carry a burden all by yourself. You may think this is your fault, but it is not. He sighed. You must not carry a burden by yourself. But if I talked to Naruto, he wouldn't be like this. Toshiro looked down on the water. The man ruffled his hair again. Hitsugaya glared at him. Stop it, would you? My name is Sasuke Uchiha. The man said. I would prefer to be called by name. As would you, Toshiro. Hitsugaya nodded. You are lucky. Naruto was my best friend, as well as my only close friend. Well, besides my wife. He smiled. Toshiro wondered how he could be the reincarnate of this man. He seemed to be very knowledgeable and kind. Toshiro was standoffish and cold. You doubt yourself. My question is why? Sasuke asked. Else like I shouldn't be your reincarnate. I mean, I can see why, but Toshiro looked at his reflection. You seem like a greater person than me. Sasuke looked at Hitsugaya with sad eyes. You seem to have faith in me. But I don't understand. I have failed more than once. So have I, Sasuke said. Toshiro looked into his coal eyes. Well, all make mistakes. Even though others consider some perfect. I was a prodigy once. Everyone told me I was the strongest and had the most potential. In the end, Naruto succeeded greater than I, he chuckled. I made the mistake of going to the wrong person for power. I nearly killed my best friend. And my village. In the end, everyone hated me, he whispered. Now Naruto is making his own mistakes. Like I once did, he is being manipulated. Toshiro defended Naruto. He is being used. So was I, Sasuke responded. In the end, I was lucky that my real friends were there for me in the end, or I might have done something I would have truly regretted. And Sasuke paused and looked at the Shinigami. I would have never met you. He smiled, and Toshiro blushed out of embarrassment. You are a good person, Toshiro. Naruto really needs you. Do you really think I could help him? Toshiro asked, his eyes unsure. Sasuke nodded and Hitsugaya smiled. Sasuke stood up and Toshiro did the same. I don't if I could. Sasuke placed a hand on his shoulder. You will. You are his best friend. Sasuke sighed, and moved his hand back to his side. Unlike me, you will have another chance. Toshiro could understand Sasuke. They were the same person. Sasuke looked at Hitsugaya with a small smile. You are indeed lucky, being a friend of Naruto, but there are a few things you must know about Naruto. Toshiro nodded. It hasn't gotten through that thick EAD of his that his friends have moved on. He keeps living in the past. Like you have. Toshiro glared at Sasuke. I killed someone close to me. Oba-chan didn't deserve to die. If I knew how to control my power, that would have never have happened. Toshiro wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He was not a child. He was a captain. People counted on him. Sasuke closed his eyes. Hitsugaya wondered what Sasuke was doing. What? He saw a tear run from the man's closed eyes. Toshiro blinked surprised. It is okay to cry. You must not hold everything in. Naruto told me that. Sasuke opened his eyes, with a sad smile. Toshiro shook his head. Crying showed weakness. It should people he was a child, but why was he crying then? Toshiro felt the small tears roll down his cheeks. Toshiro, tears do not show that you are a child. Emotion is not a bad thing. Hitsugaya for the first time in his life let himself cry. As humiliating as it was. For a few minutes, he cried. Toshiro cried for the death of his grandmother, Momo, the Soul Society. And everything he could think of. He cried for Naruto too. He knew how it felt not to be able to trust people and even yourself. Sasuke cried as well, his tears silent. The petals of sakura blossoms danced around them. Toshiro dried his eyes and Sasuke did the same. I thank you. Hitsugaya bowed a little. He couldn't help but respect Sasuke. However, Toshiro was Sasuke's reincarnation. Toshiro saw Sasuke as someone to look up to. Even if he had just met the man, Toshiro trusted him. I doubt I would have survived without you. Hitsugaya bowed yet again. Sasuke chuckled and smiled a bit at him. You have my word that I will help Naruto. I am not going to give up on Naruto. Toshiro told him. Sasuke looked convinced. The sun over the two of them grew brighter. Now you got to go back to the real world. Sasuke let out a deep breath. He placed a hand over the young captain's heart. His chest glowed a bit. I am saving you, because I know you can help. Naruto. He paused looking at his reflection. You must show Naruto that people are here for him. That his friends didn't leave him behind, they waited for him. The world started to turn white. Never give up on Naruto. I will be there for you. Sasuke disappeared, and a soft white light enveloped Toshiro's world. Toshiro smiled and closed his eyes. Tell that Dobi I forgive him, and if you meet a person named Itachi, tell him I'm sorry. Retsu. He's coming back, Yukiko announced. Retsu couldn't believe it. In all her years she had never seen this good of a recovery. For a moment he was on his deathbed. The next Toshiro completely revived. Hana had never seen this big of a miracle. It's strange the fragment disappeared. Yukiko looked through her glasses. Retsu let out a sigh of relief. He's waking up, Yukiko said surprised. Toshiro opened his eyes and felt pain come at him full blast. He groaned. Hitsugaya didn't even want to try to sit up. Hitsugaya Taiko. Good to see you are awake. Retsu said with a big smile. Momo entered the room and saw Toshiro was awake. She was frozen. Tears began to form in her eyes again. I guess you will get to see more of Hitsugaya. Retsu said. Momo sobbed and ran over and pulled Toshiro into a hug. Toshiro winced when she pulled him into hug, but he was happy that Momo was happy. Shiro-chan, I thought you were going to die. Momo cried, and Toshiro smiled. They said your chances of living were 10, and she just sobbed in his arms. Hitsugaya was in pain, but it didn't matter to him. He hugged her back as she cried. Retsu watched with a smile on her face. Yukiko wiped a tear away, and smiled. Don't worry Momo, I'm not leaving yet. Toshiro told her, and patted her back. I still have a lot to do. I'm not going to be leaving anytime soon. He assured her. He looked up wondering how Naruto was. He couldn't give up on his friend or Sasuke. Yukiko walked up to Retsu and looked over her shoulder. Retsu Taiko. The Shaw. Road energies completely disappeared from his body. Yukiko whispered with a very serious expression. It's almost as if they were never there in the first place. Retsu nodded, and looked past Yukiko to see Momo still crying against Toshiro. That is impossible, Yukiko. Retsu stopped the young Shinigami. This is very strange indeed. Toshiro wasn't going to survive. She smiled at Yukiko. Let's just be happy that things turned out the way they did. Yukiko sighed and smiled back at her captain. Yukiko walked over to Toshiro and Momo. Yukiko began to ask how Toshiro was feeling. Retsu began to think back. Was she the only one that noticed another energy surrounding Toshiro? Retsu also felt a huge spike of Ryutsu before Toshiro woke up. It was different from Toshiro's normal Ryutsu. Something is going on that I don't quite understand. She mumbled to herself. Rangaku, Renji, and the blonde made it to the medical camp. We need to get medical attention on Sui Feng stat, the blonde stated. The 4th Division members gathered around Renji and took the petite woman from him. Renji, Rangaku, why are you two acting so strangely? The blonde asked. Suddenly Renji's body grew weak. Renji cursed mentally. Rangaku knew what was going on. Renji couldn't stand up. He fell over onto the ground. Renji. The blonde yelled. What the hell is going on? He yelled. Rangaku grabbed his shoulder, trying to explain things quickly. I don't know your name, but our time's run out and Rangaku's eyes turned blank and she fell over as well. The blonde didn't know what was happening, but it wasn't good. Someone we need to help these two. Izuru yelled, and looked at the unconscious vice captains. What is going on? Any more injured found? Yukitake asked some Shinigami. They shook their heads. This is very unfortunate, he said sadly. Yukitake Taiko. We found Komamura Taiko. A Shinigami yelled. Yukitake ran over to see the captain lying on the ground. Iba Tetsuziman was sitting beside his captain with a blank look. Jashiro walked up to the vice captain with guilty expression. Looking at Sajin, he winced. Sajin was missing an arm, probably bleeding to death. The stub was wrapped with a large amount of gauze, most likely Iba's work. Iba Fukutecho. Yukitake tried to get the vice captain's attention. He sat quietly next to his captain with an empty expression. Yukitake could tell it was shock. The Gote 13 had never perished this much in history. We couldn't do anything, Iba said. The Urankar was too strong. Iba looked up to Jashiro. One of the lenses of the sunglasses was broken. I tried to help, but I got in the way. He shook his head and sighed. Sajin saved me. I did the best I could for medical help, but it wasn't much. We must seek medical attention right now, Jashiro said, and Iba nodded. The Shinigami worked together to transport Sajin. Yukitake wondered if Naruto was all right. He heard the news that he had escaped, but nothing after that. Naruto, he mumbled. Don't give up. Not yet. Jashiro looked around trying to find where the voice came from. Ever since the time he passed out, another presence had been haunting him. He looked back to Sajin. He closed his eyes. We have to move through these dark times, Jashiro told himself. He looked around seeing buildings aflame. Many Shinigami had suffered. Yukitake Taiko, we must move. Komamura Taiko is in horrible condition, and we do have the proper equipment to help him. A member of the 4th Division said. Jashiro nodded. the group started to move back to the makeshift base. Jashiro was regretting not helping Naruto sooner, but most of all being useless as a captain. Jashiro Taiko. Hione looked at him with concern. Is there something wrong? She asked him. Shiro didn't want any more concern over him. There were more important things to do. Sentaro was also worried. Let them help you. I'm fine. Jashiro walked faster. Hione looked a little upset. Yukataki's lungs set on fire. He moved his hand to his chest and winced. Hione noticed the sudden pain wave. She ran up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm fine, he said in a more stern tone. He could never yell at anyone. Yukataki started to cough, and covered his mouth with his other hand. Stupid. Illness, he growled, seeing the flakes of blood on his hand. Jashiro Taiko. Sentaro supported his captain to keep him from falling. Hione called for someone to help them. Jashiro hated that he was so weak. It truly was a curse. Yukataki thought of all the times how he couldn't do anything. How he wasn't there for Naruto. He was named after Iruka, a father figure, and yet he was never there for the kid. Yukataki cursed himself. Letting the darkness consume him, he heard a voice. I'm afraid I can't let you give up just yet. A brown-haired man smiled at him. A scar ran across his nose. Jashiro Yukataki, you must keep moving forward, he told the Shinigami. Jashiro was ultimately confused. He had seen this man in his dreams before. The good times, the bad times. Naruto showed up in them frequently as well. You are Iruka? Jashiro asked. The man nodded. So, I am a reincarnation of you. Jashiro looked sadly. I'm sorry. Iruka sighed. I wish I was able to do more. It may have not changed anything, but at least I would have been able to repay his kindness. You were too hard on yourself, Iruka said to him. As was I. Yukataki didn't look very convinced. Iruka sighed, and gave him a smile. Jashiro, you can't be hard on yourself. Naturally, we all have something that hinders us from walking our paths. He laid a hand on Jashiro's shoulder. But we can't let it stop us. Naruto didn't. Why should anyone else? Yukataki smiled and nodded. Naruto would have never given up. Jashiro was thinking of his old life, in the Konoha. No, he wouldn't have. Jashiro said, smiling to himself. I won't be able to wake up for a while, not with the illness I have. Jashiro said, well then, I will use this time for explaining a few things about Naruto. Iruka's face was serious. There are some things you must know about Naruto, so listen closely. Shuhei was uncertain what was going on. He blinked rapidly, the world spinning around. Everything was so unclear. A wall of pain slammed into him. He coughed and tried to remember what had happened. He was beginning to panic. Something was holding him down. Shuhei struggled against the weight pushing him down. He couldn't see straight, and not knowing was around him. He heard voices, but didn't understand. Calm down. Shish. Uhe remembered this voice from a vision. Shuhei listened to the voice, and the pressure lifted. His rapid heartbeat calmed. Things began to focus, and he saw 3 members of the 4th Division surrounded him. He was lying on a medical bed. What? Shuhei blinked. You were found during the attack yesterday. You were one of 10 that survived an attack of hollows. One explained to Shuhei. The vice captain felt a great amount of sadness swell in his chest. He closed his eyes and rubbed his eyes wearily. You were lucky. If Kenpachi didn't find you in time, well, you would be dead. I see. Hisagi started to remember the events. Where are the other captains? He asked. Hitsugaya Taiko is recovering from critical condition. Sui Feng Taiko has just been placed in intensive medical care. Hinamori Fukutecho, Kuritsuchi Taiko, Unohana Taiko, Kira Fukutecho and Yamamoto Taiko are in the base. No report on Yukataki Taiko, Komamuru Taiko, Kuchiki Taiko, Zaraki Taiko, and Kyoraku Taiko. The Shinigami reported. Hisagi hoped that all the unreported captains were all right. Any good news? Shuhei asked. The Shinigami thought for a moment. It was obvious there wasn't much. You don't have to answer if you can't think of anything. He felt a burning sensation in his side. He hissed. The 4th Division Shinigami moved to check on the wound that he had abstained. It is clear that this is the beginning to another war. Shuhei pointed out. He sighed, thinking of the battles and loss to come. All over one person. He thought of Naruto. He met the boy ages ago, when he was a child. They often hung out around each other. In one case, Naruto helped save his life. Shuhei already knew Naruto's decision. The boy would have left the Soul Society with the Arankar. Shuhei felt indebted to Naruto for being there for him. Shuhei Hisagi. A voice called out to him, the same one from earlier. His eyes flickered around the room. The Shinigami told him to stand. Hisagi slowly stood from the bed. His side burning, he saw some bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Surely, blood was seeping through the white gauze and wrap. We will have to check on your injury. Shuhei nodded. He sat at a stool and the medical Shinigami started to unwrap the bandage. Lifting his arms so the Shinigami could unwrap the bandages easier. Hisagi was not wearing a top, but was wearing his normal hakama. Once completely done, they examined the bleeding wound. Your injury is healing well, that's good news. They took out fresh gauze and bandages, and started to wrap the injury again. Hisagi was glad he was okay. Last thing he wanted to do was lay around all day. The Shinigami finished. Hisagi Fukutecho, you must rest. If I have to, Shuhei said. He'd rather go back out and help, but arguing would not get him anywhere. He kept thinking back to Naruto. Ashamed of the sudden loss of his friend. Sitting back onto the bed, he laid down. The Shinigami bowed before leaving the room. Shuhei closed his eyes for a few moments feeling drowsy. Upon opening, he found himself in a forest, a man standing before him. I have been trying to speak to you. The man chuckled. Shuhei recognized the voice. It's harder to contact you when you are awake, he stated. Hisagi knew the man was not here to harm him, but he didn't know who he was. You must be wondering who I am. Shuhei nodded. My name is Asuma Sarutobi. Now known as Shuhei Hisagi. Reincarnation. Shuhei seemed surprised. The Soul Society didn't believe in such things, mostly because no one knew what happened after a Shinigami died. I didn't think that sort of thing existed. Neither did I, Asuma said truthfully. It's nice to finally talk to you. I didn't think I would ever get this opportunity. Is there a reason why you have called me here? Shuhei asked. Not to be rude, but there is a reason why you wanted to talk. Yes there is. Asuma nodded. I'm here to give you a warning. A warning. If you aren't careful, you're going to force me to have to take control of your body. Asuma had a serious look on his face. Shuhei's eyes narrowed. To prevent this, you need to help Naruto. I was going to help him even without the threat. Shuhei told Asuma. The man smiled at him. I didn't think so. You are strong, but even if you will help, you had your doubts. Asuma pointed it out. Just have to remember that. If you have troubles, I will lend a hand. Thank you. Shuhei bowed a little. I will remember that. Sui Feng, Renji, and Rangaku were now a part of the many people being taken care of. The 4th Division was at a pause. Scouting parties had not yet to return, and so the 4th Division had a small break. It had been a couple of hours since the attack, and the miraculous revival of Hitsugaya and Renji and Rangaku returning with Sui Feng. Luckily, Retsu was also able to rest a bit since there weren't very many people needed to be taken care of, but not for long. Mayuri was stirring Retsu about how she was doing a rather poor job. She was frustrated with the competitive nature they both had. Sometimes she found herself hating him, but for no reason. Retsu had a very strange feeling that someone was always with her. This feeling was not new. Ever since Retsu had met Naruto, she always felt another presence. Naruto was such a sweet kid. Retsu frowned. She didn't need to become nostalgic. Naruto was gone now. There were many reports that Naruto left with the Espada members, only ensuring the council's words. People were in an outrage. The council was reminding everyone that they knew this was going to happen. The council wouldn't stop it either. Retsu found this rather bothersome. The few council members who had voted against jailing Naruto were being persecuted. Many members of the council wanted them jailed for being traitors. The captains were being questioned as well. People began to wonder if anyone in the Soul Society was completely loyal. Maybe if you were better at being a medic, less people would have died. Mayuri snapped Retsu out of her thoughts. Well, considering your security failed to warn anyone of this attack, I say it's partly of your fault. Retsu said with an air smile. Mayuri frowned and he glanced at her. Besides, the fact that you haven't done anything isn't improving your case. She turned back to her medical logs. Ah, Retsu, I assure you that I have dealt with my subordinates. They won't be any trouble. He gave her a creepy grin back. I have done my part in keeping the Soul Society from destruction. I created a barrier. Hollows will not be able to get through it, ensuring the Soul Society is safe from any more of the creatures. His eyes narrowed in a playful way. I have saved everyone. You may have made a barrier, but nothing else. She was losing her temper. May I remind you, Kuretsuchi, as a medical director I have done all I can to save people. You may have made a barrier, but it does not get rid of the hollows already in the Soul Society. She kept smiling, but the room became very intense. If you did a better job, maybe you could have prevented the Espada from actually taking Naruto. She didn't know why she brought Naruto up. Concerned over that hollow Mayuri sounded intrigued. The hollow was rather interesting. I met him once or twice. Mayuri thought of the hollow with a small grin. That hollow always interested me. I wish I was able to experiment on him before he left. It is strange, his power level was beyond that of the Gote 13. Yet, Naruto didn't try to escape after being captured. Retsu noticed this as well. If Naruto was so powerful, then why did he not just destroy the Soul Society and leave? You mentioned you met him once or twice. Retsu looked away from her medical logs. It's surprising that you, of all people, met Naruto. You were rather unsocial. Hey, though it is none of your business, I met him while I was under Urahara. Mayuri stated, I was at the site of his capture. Retsu remembered the day. It was a rather bizarre day in the history of the Soul Society. Escorting the hollow, he glanced at me and frowned. I remember the amount of dislike he had for me. The hollow's eyes explained it all. His brow rose. He asked me what I was doing around Kakashi. Who is Kakashi? Retsu asked. Kuretsuchi grin grew in size. A name Naruto called Urahara. The captain answered. Retsu knew about Naruto giving people strange names. She received one herself. The hollow told me if I did anything to hurt anyone, he would kill me. Mayuri chuckled. I asked the hollow why. Naruto only glared at me. Retsu wondered if Naruto met Mayuri before the Soul Society, but it was unlikely. The second time he presented himself before me, he said he was confused on who I was. Confused on who you were? Retsu couldn't understand what Naruto was talking about. Apparently he didn't know if I was Orochimaru or Kabuto. Mayuri mused at the thought. It ended out being Kabuto. Naruto told me he had forgiven me for the past events since I was used by Orochimaru. Kuretsuchi looked at Retsu. The 4th Division captain thought of the names that Naruto gave away. You have been called a different name by Naruto, yes. Retsu sighed and nodded. What was your name? Shizune was the name Naruto gave me. Retsu Taiko. A member of the 4th Division ran into the room. Sajin Taiko is greatly wounded. We also have more Shinigami being brought back. She explained. Retsu nodded and placed the medical logs down. Duty calls. Unohana swiftly walked towards the exit. So it seems. Mayuri smiled. Yamamoto walked into the meeting. The council members became quiet. Renji, Shunsui and Rangaku were with Yamamoto. This meeting has been called upon to ensure the safety of the Soul Society. The council members started to grumble. As we all know, the Soul Society has greatly suffered. Unfortunately, Naruto has voluntarily left the Soul Society. Seems the reason the Arankar attacked was to bring Naruto to Aizen, Renji reported. The council went into an uproar. Many people of the council shook their heads. We saw it with our own eyes. Rangaku confirmed. Naruto stated it himself that it was his own decision. All because of that hollow, Naruto. A council member stood up. If you hadn't wasted time in the first place, he would have been taken care of. Ensure the safety. Another member scoffed. The Gote 13 tried to set Naruto free. You tried to destroy us all. I want to see a new order to be called upon. The Gote 13 must not be trusted. Are you all insane? One member yelled. The Gote 13 knew this was going to happen. If you hadn't chosen to lock him away for eternity, then maybe. Naruto is a hollow. Nothing but a monster that consumes souls for his own benefit. You are all blinded by appearances. Blind. I believe it is you who think that Naruto is human to be blind. If Naruto was locked away, the Urankar would have never come in the first place. I wonder if some members of the council are not corrupt. Well, it wouldn't be the first betrayal. That is true. Naruto is nothing but a monster. Like Aizen. What are you going to do, Yamamoto? This is your problem, is it not? Yes, Yamamoto. Were you going to release Naruto? I wonder if you and the Gote 13 knew about Aizen all this time. I would watch what you say. Shunsui warned them all with a glare. Yamamoto shot up his hand, telling Shunsui to be quiet. Naruto is no longer an ally. Yamamoto announced. The council hushed. Whoever owns across Naruto is to report to the Soul Society, but you must not attempt to detain him. Naruto is to be considered an S-class target. The council agreed on what Yamamoto most delightfully. Naruto is to be sealed away for eternity if detained. For once, Yamamoto, you do something right. Shunsui glared at the member who said that. Renji and Rangaku looked at the old man. Are you sure this is a good idea? Renji asked. This is the only way I can protect the Gote 13 from being framed. Yamamoto said. Shunsui sighed, knowing this was the best he could do. Someone help us, Shunsui mumbled. Closing his eyes, he placed his head in his hand. The Soul Society was digging their own grave. Sorry about the really late update. My fanfiction account would not allow me to update because of an error. Soul Society after the attack. Place in ruins, and hollows still linger around the area. Also, mysterious character appears. Who could it be? A reincarnation of someone else possibly. Or maybe someone else entirely. You'll just have to wait and see. Note. I know Coyote doesn't have any power that has to do with energy shards, but I was thinking to myself what the wolves were made of. Besides blowing up, why not add in some effects of the explosion? Toshiro finally talks to Sasuke, and doesn't die. Sasuke is still smug about things. I couldn't help myself. Sasuke can't completely change. Yukataki takes to Iruka, and Shuhei meets Asuma. Mayuri Kabuto Retsu Shizune Shuhei Asuma. Any of them unexpected, or all of them obvious. I know Momo was injured recently in the timeline, but I had to add in her in. Until the next chapter comes. Umbra 8191, ZXZ Fick Hunter, Taniea, Sildra Zero, Bostafu, Impstar, Fufukun, Paradise Regained, and Dark Hollow. Naruto had stayed up all night. He wasn't tired, but he was extremely bored. He had forgotten how boring Las Noches was. Naruto recalled his place was the only housing that had a window showing outside the dome of Las Noches. Getting off his bed, he decided to venture around. It was true that Las Noches didn't have very much. In the past, Naruto always sought people out and bothered them. Naruto used to hang out with Luffy, but he was dead now. Not that Naruto really missed Deidara that much. He wandered down the hall until he reached the outside garden, which was only quartz trees and sand and what seemed to be a small pond. Naruto didn't remember there being a pond. Then again, Naruto was forgetting many things. He couldn't think of his past very much, it was all blank. Except for names and faces. He couldn't remember what the Konoha was like. He sighed and walked into the garden. Looking up into the dome, he saw the fake blue sky. An illusion Aizen made. Well, at least it looks realistic. Naruto mumbled and made his way to the pond. He wanted to see real blue sky, like in Karakura town. Though it would be pointless to go there. He had a home now. Looking into the pond, seeing his pale reflection, he sighed. His memories and image seemed to deteriorate over the years. His world turning upside down. He had strange impulses to kill randomly. Maybe it was his hollow, or did he want this? Naruto couldn't tell anymore. He wanted to destroy everything lately, including Las Noches, Soul Society, and that small town Ichigo lived in. Naruto growled and he felt another headache coming on. He gripped his head and closed his eyes. Stupid Kyuubi and Hollow. Naruto wanted to slam his head on something. It wouldn't do any good. Once the headache subsided, he sighed, hoping the two wouldn't start fighting again soon. He heard something behind him and looked over his shoulder quickly. Naruto was used to the fact of everything was the enemy, and needed to think quickly and see the opponent. Naruto saw a rather young-looking Urankar slowly chasing a small butterfly. Though the butterfly was technically a very weak hollow. A small hole in its abdomen. The boy looked rather absent. The boy's eyes wide and empty. The hollow butterfly glided across the air over to Naruto, and the Arankar followed. Soon the small hollow landed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto's eyebrow rose. The Arankar looked at Naruto, head tilted. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the Arankar. Gwa. The Arankar then lifted his hand. Naruto's eyes widened. The Arankar used Bala at point-blank range. Ha! The Arankar had a devious smile. That wasn't very smart, Naruto said from behind the Arankar. The boy swung around using his fist, and Naruto caught it. The blonde Arankar looked at Naruto in the eyes. Yuto for some reason could felt a little connected to this strange kid. The Arankar slowly reached towards the butterfly and grabbed it, crushing it. The Arankar brought back his hand to investigate its remains. Looking at the dead hollow, he frowned. Naruto sighed. You killed it, he told the Arankar. The boy looked back up with wide eyes. The Arankar seemed to keep his mouth open slightly most the time. I didn't do anything, Naruto said to the boy. Why? The Arankar acted as if he was not even there. The blank expression and strange attitude from Impulse. Naruto had never seen this Arankar before. He had a level spiritual pressure. Obviously a very powerful being, but there was always a reason why one had so much power. Naruto closed his eyes and sensed the aura around Arankar was not as natural as the others. Something ripped from him. The boy reached out and grabbed Naruto's arm. Naruto watched carefully. This person was unpredictable. The Arankar blinked and lifted his arm. The boy looked into his eyes. Naruto noticed the boy was about the same height as him. Naruto didn't know what this kid was up to. The boy tilted his head, his mouth still agape. Naruto felt as if he should be saying something. Name? Naruto asked. The boy looked at him. Naruto saw the boy nod a little. Did the boy truly understand? My name is Naruto, the blonde hollow said. The boy let go of Naruto's arm, and stared blankly at him. Naruto was a little surprised to see the Arankar smile at him. Naruto couldn't understand this kid. The kid then impaled Naruto with his other hand. With a smile, Naruto blinked, and glared at him. I have had it with your game. Naruto pulled out the kid's arm from his chest. The Arankar looked like he was a little surprised. Naruto with the arm that had impaled him threw the kid at one of the nearby buildings. He panted and grimaced as the wound healed. The Arankar had gone through the wall, and now sitting in debris. Standing up without warning, he smiled and took in a deep breath. He released a Sero. Naruto growled and closed his eyes, brought up his hand. The Sero hit him. The bright purple energy consumed him. The Arankar looked bored. Then Naruto appeared before him. Grabbing the boy's head, I have had enough. He used his other hand to form Rasengan. Naruto saw as the boy's eyes dimmed. Naruto frowned. Aizen wouldn't be too happy with him killing someone on his first day back. He really didn't like the idea of killing either. He wanted to. In fact, he really wanted to rip the kid to shreds. However, something inside disagreed. Not knowing what he wanted, he growled a little. TCH. The sphere dissipated, and Naruto let go of the kid. Chu. The Arankar said, tilting his head. His purple eyes followed Naruto. Uzumaki stormed off, pissed off at this kid. Chu. The kid got up and followed him. Naruto went back into the main building, ignoring the boy. Naruto could hear the Arankar's steps as he followed him. Naruto's eye twitched a little knowing he was being followed. The Arankar called to him. Naruto saw someone walking towards him. He had dark skin and a band-like visor over his eyes. He could tell it was a Shinigami by the Ryutsu emitting from him. He stopped in front of Naruto, and the blonde Arankar walked up to the Shinigami. I wondered where you had gone. The man said, the strange Arankar. Hopefully he didn't cause you too much trouble. Wunderweiss doesn't usually wander off. The dark-skinned man said. Naruto didn't know who this guy was, but he seemed very nice. I'm Kanami Tosen, by the way. I already know who you are. Aizen told me about you. Kanami said. Wunderweiss is his name. Naruto looked at the blonde Arankar, who was still looking at him. He sure doesn't act like any Arankar I have ever seen. Naruto stated. I mean, he attacked me multiple times. Kanami looked in the direction of Wunderweiss. It's strange, He doesn't even speak. Wunderweiss was modified, Konami said. Naruto looked at the Shinigami with a surprised look. All forms of rationality, memory retention, speech, and intelligence were purposely removed to enhance his power. Konami explained to Naruto, he is a pure being, despite what was done to him. Naruto looked at Wunderweiss with a sad expression. He was made to fight and kill. Naruto was loyal to Aizen. But he didn't understand why he did this to the Arankar. Naruto saw Wunderweiss was a bit like him. Both were just weapons. In being weapons, they were loyal. However, Naruto had a choice, while Wunderweiss had none. I'm sorry that my friend had disturbed you, he stated. I guess I understand, Naruto said. He glanced at Wunderweiss for a moment. I don't completely understand him, but I guess no one truly does. Very true, Konami agreed in a calm tone. After a few moments of silence, Konami looked at the blonde Arankar. Wunderweiss, let's go. Of course it's your decision whether you want to go or not. Konami turned around, and Wunderweiss gazed at Naruto with curiosity. Naruto smiled at him. Wunderweiss then followed the Shinigami. Naruto sighed. What was he going to do now? Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to visit Grimmjow after 20 years. Grimmjow would probably beat the shit out of Naruto, but he had nothing else to do. Aizen hadn't called for any meetings, so there was no task for the moment. Naruto went to Grimmjow's palace, as Aizen put it. At the large door of the palace, he didn't know if he should knock or walk in. He wondered if Grimmjow was even around. He was about to knock on the door opened. Grimmjow stood there with a raised eyebrow. What the hell are you doing here? He asked. Naruto stood awkwardly in the silence, and Grimmjow growled, well. What the hell is it? I just wanted to visit, Naruto said in a timid manner. Naruto cursed himself for sounding like a child. He hated when he did that. Grimmjow smirked and laughed at Naruto's shy demeanor. I just remembered how boring Las Noches is. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Grimmjow allowed Naruto in. Grimmjow's palace first floor had a very large platform, where he trained. Naruto was reminded of all the brawls he had with Grimmjow. He noticed how quiet the place was. Hey, where is? They are all dead, Grimmjow stated with no sign of remorse. I thou. GHT, they were stronger than they actually were. Naruto frowned. He had gotten to know all the Fracken. He spent most the time with Grimmjow, and they talked to each other often. He wasn't surprised by Grimmjow's reaction to their deaths. Grimmjow at the most never cared very much for them. Naruto sighed. Besides, they knew what they were getting into. They died on their own will. Grimmjow grinned. Naruto could sense a small amount of compassion. Grimmjow showed more compassion now than he did so many years ago. Naruto was picked on by the blue-haired Espada, physically and verbally. Naruto at one point snapped, and was determined to kill him. That day was when Grimmjow changed the most. Flashback. What the hell? Why are you not going to kill me? Grimmjow growled angry. I should tear off your fucking arm. Am I not that great of a challenge? Am I too weak for you? Grimmjow yelled. Naruto stood over Grimmjow, a few cuts here and there. He had forced Grimmjow into his Resurrection form, and Naruto defeated him. Naruto decided not to kill Grimmjow. For some reason there was no point. Grimmjow grabbed his ankle. If you beat the enemy, you might as well kill them. Now finish me off, you coward. Naruto kicked his face, but not too hard. What the hell? He growled, wanting to rip Naruto apart. Naruto sat next to the fallen Espada member. Don't you dare look down on me. You little shit. You are a worthy opponent. Grimmjow, Naruto said, shutting up the angry man. Killing you would be a stupid thing to do. The Hollow told him. Grimmjow growled. It was true, my first intent was to kill you. But I realized how strong you are. You have a great spirit. Naruto sighed. I couldn't kill an opponent knowing that you were defenseless against me. Grimmjow glared at him. You shit. You think you are better than me. Grimmjow yelled. Grimmjow, Naruto said sternly. I cannot die. He reminded him. I challenged you knowing this. It was entirely unfair. Naruto sighed, wanting Grimmjow to calm down. Killing you would only prove I can't face my opponents directly. If I were to kill you, I would want to be more at your level. Naruto smiled. Besides, if I could die, I would have never met you. I would have been dead a long time ago. He explained. I believe you to be strong, not doubt. Grimmjow had calmed down. You in the end would have survived longer. In a way, you are stronger. The sixth espada hid his face from Naruto. Grimmjow didn't know whether to hate him or respect him. It was true. Naruto would have died a long time ago, if not for his immortality. It bothered Grimmjow knowing that Naruto was Espada Zero. Naruto had power, beyond that of even Coyote, but Naruto never used it. In the years he had been at Los Nakas, Naruto never showed any of his true power. They all knew he had strength, speed, agility, endurance, and a move called Rasengan, but nothing else. You were one hell of strange kid. Grimmjow sat up, watching Naruto carefully. Quote, saying you were weaker than the enemy after you defeated them. Naruto shrugged. You have some issues if you think you were weaker than me. Grimmjow smirked, and tried to stand. Naruto offered a hand but Grimmjow slapped it away. Let me go off with the dignity I have. Naruto had a large amount of power and yet he never used. It pissed Grimmjow off. He always challenged the kid to see if he would reveal anything new, but alas. He saw the same things. Grimmjow stood up and glanced at Naruto for a moment, before walking away. The reason Grimmjow hated the kid was because he felt so damned weak. Like he wasn't even a challenge. He limped a little, ignoring his injuries. Nearly falling, he was caught by someone. Hey, I told you, I don't care if you whine, I might as well help, I've got nothing better to do. Naruto said, simply not looking at Grimmjow. The sixth espada snorted, allowing the kid to help just this once. Naruto and the man's arms slumped around his shoulders. The two walked in silence. Grimmjow would have to seal his Resurrection form back into his Zanpakuto when he got the time. For now, he had to find a way to make sure no one ever found out about this. Damn, the kid was growing on him. End of flashback. Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit happy that Grimmjow in a way cared about him. Naruto knew that Grimmjow's Fracken would never back down from a fight, even if they were to die. They all had the same stubbornness. Just like Grimmjow. Out of all the Fracken members, Deroy Rinker and Yilfort Grants was one of Naruto's good friends. Naruto tended to try to befriend everyone. Though Aizen told him not to. Naruto ignored his words. Aizen tried to explain that all Arrancar were merely servants and expendable at any time. Naruto wondered if he thought of the Espada the same way. Naruto pushed aside the thought. The Hollow understood why Grimmjow wasn't sad over his Fracken's deaths. All of them knew what they were going against, no regret. I guess that's okay if they know what they were getting into. Naruto stated, and Grimmjow nodded. It was a little unusual to see Grimmjow calm and not wanting to fight him. Naruto looked around and saw nothing had changed over the time he was gone. The place looked the same as when he first came to Las Noches. Grimmjow leaned against the tall platform. Las Noches hasn't really changed. Well, no shit. This place is boring as hell. He rolled his eyes. Besides, you really think that Las Noches would be exciting at all? Grimmjow questioned Naruto. Naruto thought for a moment. He really didn't know what to expect when coming to Las Noches. He shrugged and Grimmjow laughed. Yeah, didn't think you find this hole very interesting. It's better than a prison cell. Naruto stated. Grimmjow glanced at Naruto. It's dark. There's no light. Any sound echoes through the entire place. All you hear is the rattling of the chains. Naruto recalled the times when he was in the underground city. He couldn't help shiver slightly, remembering how cold the cell was. The icy, jagged, damp stone that surrounded him. He got claustrophobic at one point. Well, why the hell didn't you leave? Grimmjow asked, looking at Naruto for a response. If you hated it there so bad, why did you stay? Grimmjow rephrased the question. You could have completely destroyed the Soul Society. Grimmjow knew that Naruto could have blown the place to bits. Grimmjow just couldn't understand why he just stayed there like obedient child. Naruto grew quiet. His eyes upon the floor. You what? Grimmjow became more irritated. They would have changed. Naruto said in a soft tone. What do you mean changed? Grimmjow growled. Say something that makes sense. I thought that the Soul Society would accept me. I thought THEY would care about me, because, Naruto kept in his tears knowing Grimmjow would beat him if he cried. They acted like they cared. They wanted me around, but it was a lie. Naruto finished, his lower lip quivered a tiny amount. He cursed himself for acting like a child, but he couldn't help it. His mind was set on the people that reminded him of his friends from the Konoha. He was supposed to be 40 years old, but that was his past. Like his friends, they weren't actually them. They were reincarnations. He felt like a child no matter what his past was. Grimmjow's eyes narrowed dangerously. Oh, hell no, you better not cry, or I will personally kick your ass. Grimmjow yelled. Naruto obliged and his lips stopped trembling. I don't why the hell you would believe all that shit. Why would a Shinigami care for a hollow? Grimmjow grabbing Naruto's arm to get him pay attention. No one cares for us. Hell, we don't even care for each other. I don't know why you would think that. Naruto looked up into the sixth Espada's eyes. I don't know. Naruto said truthfully. He had gotten used to the world of humans that he forgot what he truly was. A hollow, a monster, a killer. Naruto sighed, and Grimmjow let go of his arm. I really don't know. Part of me wishes that they did accept me, instead of locking me away, but I should have known I was not welcome there. The room grew quiet. Grimmjow hated seeing the kid mope. It was pathetic. He tried to think of something that would cheer the hollow up. One thing is for sure, at least you are welcome here. Grimmjow said. He didn't want to sound mushy, but it was true. At least for the moment. He cursed at himself mentally for sounding as if he cared. We may try to kill each other on a daily basis, but it's home. One shitty home. Grimmjow looked at Naruto's face. Seeing his eyes light up, he looked away. Next thing Grimmjow knew, Naruto had his arms wrapped around his waist. Grimmjow's face flustered, his arms lifted into the air. Thanks. Naruto smiled. His head rested on Grimmjow's abdomen. Grimmjow's eyes wide as he tried to compute what exactly happened. Naruto just hugged him. Grimmjow couldn't get past the fact that the brat actually touched him. If anyone saw or knew of this, he could never live it down. Luckily, he had no Fracken to witness the event. They would have laughed their asses off. Grimmjow felt very awkward. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't think of anything but hitting the kid. Grimmjow was very happy with any type of affection. Naruto had done this maybe once or twice in the past, but it was just to piss him off. This was different. It was like Naruto was actually hugging him. What the hell? Get off me, you brat. Grimmjow punched Naruto's head. The sixth Espada couldn't think of anything else to do. Naruto let go of Grimmjow, and rubbed his head. Grimmjow's eyes narrowed and his face a tinge pink. He couldn't believe Naruto hugged him. Sure, Grimmjow acted a bit like a brother, but he would never admit it. At least out loud, even if was life or death. Why the hell did you do that? He yelled, his face tinged with pink. Naruto laughed at him. Hey, don't laugh at me, he snarled. You should have seen your face. Naruto smiled. Grimmjow was glad that Naruto wasn't so mushy now. He smirked. Grimmjow noticed Naruto was a lot more like a child than the many years ago when they first met. It was strange, but Naruto was strange overall. Yeah, well, let's see your face after I kick your ass. Grimmjow growled, pretending to angry, which wasn't convincing. Naruto's eyes widened as Grimmjow threw a punch at him. He moved away at the last second. Naruto kept laughing, even if it was a death wish. Naruto groaned. He hadn't fought that much in 20 years. His body sore from the brawl. Grimmjow lost, again, not surprising. However, Naruto could have lost if he gave up. At one point during the fight, he got dizzy. Grimmjow used that moment as an opening, but Naruto luckily knew substitution technique. He was on his way back to sense a familiar Ryutsu. It was Ulquiorra. He hadn't seen his stoic friend in years, like everyone else. Naruto searched for the fourth Espada. Coming to the detention level, he found a few Arankar in the area. He passed through the security to go to a wall. There was no door. He stood outside the wall a little confused. Suddenly he saw Ulquiorra standing behind him. Naruto. Ulquiorra said with his usual blank expression. Naruto nodded. It's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto said with a small smile. He felt happy to see his friend again. For some reason he was feeling horribly down all of a sudden. Ulquiorra was silent. His green eyes bore into Naruto. I understand why you wouldn't want to talk to me. Naruto looked at his hands and twirled his thumbs in circles. It was very awkward for Naruto to confront Ulquiorra so randomly, after what he did in the past. "I'll be leaving. Sorry." Naruto sped away from the fourth Espada. He felt a hand grab him. "There's no point in dwelling on the past," Ulquiorra said. Naruto avoided his eyes, looking at anything else other than Ulquiorra. "It's rude to not look at who you are talking to," Ulquiorra said. Naruto sighed and looked at him. "I don't quite understand why you would fret over the past." He saw Naruto's discomfort. "Because I did something regret. Like most of my past," Naruto said, and Ulquiorra knew Naruto had more to say. Naruto hid many things from people, and Ulquiorra could tell. His way of changing subjects, laughing at a question, smiling even if there was nothing to smile about, and allowing himself to be thrown around by some members of the Espada. Ulquiorra observed this the first few years. "It doesn't matter though," Naruto smiled, trying to dodge any more questions on his past. "If it does not matter, why do avoid talking about the subject? Surely if this did not matter you would not mind talking about this," Ulquiorra stated. Naruto's eyes winced, knowing it was true. Naruto just smiled, widely, as he used to in his old life. Ulquiorra was not very pleased with Naruto's attempt. "Avoid talking about my past." Naruto he had a fox-like grin on his face. "There are better subjects other than my past." Naruto laughed. Ulquiorra still had his cold demeanor. "I'll put it simply. My past is full of regret." Naruto's gaze half-lidded. "Regret," Ulquiorra repeated. He never experienced something like that. Thinking about it for a moment. That human he was guarding talked of human emotions. He didn't believe them at all. "What is regret? I know of the word, but I have never experienced regret. What is it, a human emotion?" "Regret," Naruto whispered, his eyes half-lidded. "Regret is something you feel sorry for, something you wished hadn't happened." Naruto tried to define the term in a way where Ulquiorra could potentially understand. "Why do you regret? You are no longer human. Human emotions are beneath your concern," Ulquiorra said, curious of the subject. "I may not be human anymore, but it doesn't mean I can't feel. The same goes for you. It doesn't mean you don't have a heart just because you are different," Naruto said. Ulquiorra was perplexed. The human girl talked of hearts and Naruto had brought the up subject once or twice many years ago, but what were they? "You have an opinion, and have feelings as well. I still cannot apprehend what the heart is. If you can't see it, it does not exist," Ulquiorra confessed to Naruto. "Still, I wish to find out what a heart is," Ulquiorra stated. Naruto laughed a bit. "Why do you laugh?" the fourth Espada asked, curious on the sudden behavior. "The heart is there. If it is there, then why can you not see it?" Ulquiorra asked. "I do not understand." Ulquiorra, "No one really understands the heart." Naruto smiled at stoic Espada. Naruto placed his hand over his heart. "It may be just an organ in the body, but it holds strange qualities." Ulquiorra blinked, staring at where Naruto laid his hand. Naruto blinked in surprise when Ulquiorra placed his hand on Naruto's chest. Ulquiorra bent over, looking curiously at Naruto's chest. It was a little bit funny that Ulquiorra was so interested. His curiosity reminded him of a child, always investigating, trying to see what people wanted to explain. "Where is it?" Ulquiorra asked. Naruto couldn't feel but a little sad. Naruto took Ulquiorra's hand and placed it over the fourth Espada's chest where the heart would be. Ulquiorra perturbed by the gesture. Naruto knew that Ulquiorra wouldn't understand at the moment. He gave Ulquiorra a all smile, trying to lift his own uneasiness. "You have to find your heart on your own," Naruto said and freed Ulquiorra's hand. "It is something everyone has to do." Ulquiorra looked at his hand. Bring his hand up to his face to inspect it. Ulquiorra sighed, and placed his hand down. He was not satisfied with the answer, and still very curious. "Until I see this heart, I do not believe it is there," Ulquiorra announced. Naruto gave a defeated sigh. "I should not delay time any longer. Aizen wishes to hear my report on our guest." "Guest?" Naruto said in a confused manner. He looked at the wall where he felt Ulquiorra's presence. "I didn't know Aizen was holding someone prisoner. She is a human, by the name Inoue or Hime," Ulquiorra told the blonde hollow. She too had been talking about human emotions, and the heart. He looked in the direction of the room. "Orihime. If I remember correctly, some Shinigami talked of her. She has some sort of healing powers. Naruto said. Soden Kishin. Aizen states it is a rejection of events or time. I will explain later, but for now I will leave. Ulquiorra answered, walking away from Naruto. Naruto stood as he watched the Arrancar move away. Ulquiorra looked at his hand again as if trying to find something he lost. He didn't know what a heart was, but he was going to find out what it was. Real or not, Naruto had been very unlucky now. While trying to find something to do, he stumbled on Neutra with his Fracken, Tessera. Naruto remembered all the beatings that Neutra gave him, and lessons he taught. Naruto tried to get away, but Tessera spotted him. Naruto, he said. Neutra turned swiftly and his eyes narrowed, and a grin formed on his lips. Naruto couldn't remember why he let Neutra beat him in the first place. Then thought of when Neutra abused Tessera. He talked to Tessera very few times, but he was a very nice person, even if he idolized a complete psychopath. The day Naruto saw Neutra beat the hell out of Tessera, he wanted to give him a break. Therefore, he got on Neutra's bad side. It was good Naruto couldn't die, or he would have been killed 100 times over. Neutra walked over to Naruto. It only took about 10 steps. He was very tall. He leaned down to Naruto's height, his face a couple inches away from Naruto's. Well, if it isn't the fucking Zero Espada. His grin was wide, and covered most his face. Naruto didn't know how he could talk so clearly with his grin. Hope you don't think I won't beat the fucking shit out of your pale ass just because it's your first day back. He smiled sinisterly. Tessera gave Naruto apologetic look. Of course not, Neutra, Naruto said, and the lanky man stood back up, his smile gone, and looked at Naruto with an unimpressed expression. Naruto was a little nervous. Neutra was an unpredictable person. Naruto kept his head down while his eyes gazed up at the tall man's face. Naruto was looking for any type of malice. So, you remembered. Neutra browed raised and he grinned again. That's good you remembered my name, or I would have beat the shit out of you, he said. Naruto wasn't fazed by the threat, knowing flinching would get him nowhere. Neutra circled Naruto, his gaze only on Naruto. I wonder if you remember. Never show any signs of weakness to anyone around you, Naruto said, repeating what Neutra had once told him. Though, his vocabulary was much more colorful. If you should flinch, or whimper you will be punished, Naruto added. Neutra had ingrained that into his mind. Neutra smiled. So you fucking remembered. That's good and all, but you forgot one thing. Neutra grin grew even wider. Never fucking interrupt. Naruto froze, hiding the surprise in his eyes. His body tensed. Tersa closed his eyes hearing a loud slap. Naruto fell to the ground, his right cheek glowing a bright red. He didn't make a sound. Neutra pulled him to his feet. Naruto was brought 2 feet off the ground. The tall man held him by his neck. Naruto brought up his hands, shuddering for a breath. Wasn't that the first fucking thing I taught you? You little shit. He dropped Naruto on the hard marble floor. Naruto gasped, choking a bit. Tersa walked over to Naruto. Interrupt me again. I'll kick your fucking ass. He walked away from the two. Are you alright, Naruto? Tersa asked, concerned for the hollow. I told you this was not necessary. I am fine. Naruto shook his head. Really, Neutra isn't as hard on me anymore. He wanted the hollow to stop sacrificing himself for him, but Naruto was too stubborn. This is my entire fault. I mean Tersa, I wanted to do this. Naruto smiled at the Fracken. Naruto stood up and rubbed his red cheek. What I can't understand is why you look up to Neutra. He isn't even nice to you. Naruto couldn't understand how this man could be Rock Lee. The bushy brows he knew had lots of spirit, energy, and determination. The Arrancar before him was loyal, determined, and nice like Lee was, but he served the biggest ass in the world. Neutra beat Tersa when he didn't do something right, and even when he did it right he never thanked him. Neutra-sama is a very kind person, Tersa said with a sad glance. I have seen it. He took me in, when no one else would. Naruto frowned. Lee was loyal to the wrong person. He had never sensed Guy's aura yet. He wondered what happened to Lee's sensei. You understand what that is like? Tersa asked. Yeah, I do. Naruto rubbed his cheek one last time before standing. I know what you mean. Naruto still couldn't believe Aizen brought him back in. He smiled. I guess you have a point of being loyal, but even behind his back you talk him up. Tursa nodded. Noitra-sama saved me from death. I am eternally grateful for it. Tursa explained. It's only fair if I offer my services. He said softly. He looked at Naruto's cheek. Your injury isn't too bad. Noitra-sama was holding back. You should be thankful. Tursa sighed. Tursa, you are too nice for your own good. Naruto said. Tursa smiled a little. I just wish Noitra cared more. We can't have everything, can we? Tursa sighed. Tursa, get your fucking ass over here. Noitra yelled, and Tursa nodded at Naruto. I must be going. Noitra-sama calls. Tursa bowed a bit before running towards where Noitra yelled. Naruto sighed. Rock Lee was very different from what he once was. Lee was still kind, reserved, loyal, tolerant, and polite, even if a person didn't deserve it. Lee was no longer his goofy, spirited self. It bothered Naruto, but he knew he was just another reincarnation. They weren't the people they once were. It's too bad. Naruto said, you were always a good friend and rival. Naruto had wanted to visit a certain Fracken member. It was one of Baragan's Fracken. Ggio Vega was a person he rarely saw in his past. Ggio reminded him a bit of Sui Feng, but he ignored that thought. Reaching Baragan's palace, he knocked on the large double wood door. The door creaked open, and Naruto saw one of Baragan's Fracken open the door. Naruto, what are you doing here? The Fracken member asked. I was wondering if Ggio was around. Naruto said. The Fracken member opened the door letting Naruto in. He found the palace was dark, not very many lights. A giant throne where Baragan would sit at, in the middle of the great hall. Stairs on both sides of the throne. Do you know where Ggio would be? Should be upstairs. Naruto couldn't remember the Fracken member's name. Naruto walked up the stairs and looked down a long hallway. If he recalled correctly, Ggio room was at the end of the hallway. Walking past several rooms, he made it to the last door on the left. He knocked on the door, not wanting to intrude. What the hell? Ggio opened the door, and looked stunned. Naruto. Wow, I knew Baragan was sent on a mission to retrieve you, but I didn't think I would see you again. He smiled. Naruto shrugged. It's good you came back. The Soul Society was hell. Naruto said, and Ggio smiled. They locked me up again. Ggio rolled his eyes. I could have broken out of that place. They all think they are invincible. Man, that does sound like hell. Ggio said, walking out into the hall and shutting his door. I'm guessing they wanted to keep you locked up. Naruto nodded, and Ggio laughed. Shinigami sure underestimate you. Maybe it's because you look like a kid. The two walked down the hall. Yeah, everyone there deserves to burn in hell. Naruto growled. They lied to me. They pretended like they cared about me. Naruto sneered and Ggio crossed his arms. I hate everyone there. Well, you aren't the only one. Hell, everyone here hates those bastards. Ggio stated. Then again, it's obvious, since we are trying to destroy the Soul Society. Shinigami are weak compared to the Espada and Aizen. Naruto smiled darkly. I would like nothing more than to crush them with my own two hands. He looked at his fist, hatred evident. Well, there's always time for that. Ggio shrugged and the two walked downstairs. Hopefully I get to battle a real opponent. Besides the Gote 13, there isn't much of a fight. I beat the 2nd Division captain into the ground. She wasn't much of a fight. Naruto bragged. I could have killed the 10th Division captain, but I was feeling merciful at the time. I should have just killed him though. TCH. Gote 13 are nothing compared to Rancor. Ggio rolled his eyes. I would have to agree with you. Naruto laughed. Shinigami are nothing but spineless liars. Ggio could tell Naruto bore a large grudge against the Soul Society. You really hate the Soul Society. You have no idea. I think I get the idea. Ggio smirked. Day turned to night, and Naruto was tired. He walked around Las Noches the entire day, talking to people he hadn't seen in a long time. Naruto walked to his palace, rubbing his eyes. His place was next to the wall. It was smaller than the other palaces, since he liked having a small place. He had gotten used to it as a kid in the Konoha. Where did I live again? Naruto asked himself. He couldn't remember. He shrugged and continued into his bedroom. He drug his feet as he walked, and sat on his bed. He wouldn't sleep, but he could look out the window again. He loved his bay window. He crawled across the covers over to the window and sat next to the glass. He took a pillow from his bed and put it against the glass, and leaned on it. He sighed, pulling his legs to his chest. It was another clear sky tonight. The crescent moon shone brightly, and the quartz trees glimmered. He smiled and laid his head on his knees. Naruto gazed at the moon of Hawako Mundo. His eyes closed for a moment. Before he knew it, he passed out. A few hours later, Naruto awoke with a loud gasp. He was shaking. He fell asleep. Not a good thing when you are plagued by nightmares. He kept himself from sobbing, but he couldn't help it. Another dream about his failures as a human. His friends dying and village coming to near ruin. It's okay, he told himself. Some tears slipped out. It's okay, he repeated. Naruto shuddered, burying his face into his knees. The hollow appeared in his dreams, telling him Aizen would betray him. What if that happened? He would be alone. He felt a great fear run through him. His chest heaved painfully, and he hiccuped. What if he did end up alone? IW would kill everyone, he mumbled to himself. He smiled crookedly, his eyes wild. I would kill everyone, kill those who lied to me. I would kill those bastards. Tears kept falling, his emotions reflecting those of his hollow. I would kill Toshiro, Aizen, Jashiro, Shunsui, Sui Feng, Byakuya, Ulquiorra, Grimmjow, Ichigo, everyone. He told himself. Then I would destroy everything. I'll show everyone what happens when you mess with me, he yelled. His fingers started to dig into his skin. His eyes narrowed dangerously. I would kill, and live for myself and only myself. Killing Anion. I wanted to. He couldn't get his mind of killing people. His dark, crooked grin only increased. His mind set to the blood that he could spill. Naruto paused from his thoughts. Was it himself that wanted to destroy? Naruto growled. He didn't even know who he was. The hollow's poison seeped into his mind, and now he couldn't even determine what he wanted. His dreams weren't his life was. Turning over to the hollow. His thoughts shared. The only thing that was Naruto were his memories, which were slowly drifting away every moment that passed. His past, from memory, now starting from him training with an old man Jiraiya. For about 3 years, any other fine detail was erased. He just remembered fighting. Naruto sighed, hiding his face further into his knees. He heard his door open. Naruto looked up from his knees. He saw a figure of someone standing in his doorway. The person shut his door and proceeded to walk to the bed. Naruto couldn't tell who it was. The person stood quietly next to the bed. The moon reflected the white uniform. Tears still fell from his eyes, as he squinted to see the person. He shifted his legs to trying to get a closer look. Who are you? Naruto, he sniveled. He could tell it was an Arankar by the outfit. The person moved onto the bed and Naruto was a little bewildered. Wunderweiss. Naruto didn't know why the kid was here, or how he found him. Wunderweiss blinked, staring at Naruto. His mouth open a little, showing a small amount of his teeth. Ruto. Wunderweiss said. Naruto nodded, hearing his name. Wunderweiss blinked again, his purple eyes wide as usual. He moved closer to Naruto and then lay on the bed, back facing Naruto. The blonde hollow was confused on why Wunderweiss was doing this. The Arankar looked back past his shoulder, curious on what Naruto was doing. Wunderweiss tilted his head. Naruto thought Wunderweiss might be curious on why he wasn't asleep. Naruto somehow understood the kid. I don't sleep, he told the Arankar. Wunderweiss tilted his head even further. I am plagued by nightmares. Therefore I don't sleep, as much as it affects my awareness. Naruto explained to the kid. Wunderweiss appeared to nod, and looked away from Naruto. Wunderweiss snuggled into the covers, grabbing a hold of one of the pillows. Naruto smiled. Wunderweiss acted like a child. Naruto looked out the window again, feeling at peace. Wunderweiss formed into a small ball, holding the pillow close to his chest. Good night, Naruto whispered. Wunderweiss mumbled into the pillow. Naruto wondered if Aizen had completely taken away everything human from Wunderweiss. He still had many human properties. Taking in a deep breath, Naruto closed his eyes again. Slowly he fell asleep again. For once nightmares didn't bother him. Naruto ended back on the bed, his back against Wunderweiss's back. Sleeping peacefully. Yep, more about relations and Los Noches. Some old friends and new ones. There be one more chapter on relations later. This was only a few. On another note, some of you probably don't remember who was the reincarnation of some characters. I have made the list of the ones revealed. If you are curious about it, look at the list. I even put the chapters down where I mentioned it. Tsunade Hiyori Chapter 6, Shizune Retsu Chapter 12, Orochimaru Zale Chapter 10, Kabuto Mayuri Chapter 12, Asuma Shuhei Chapter 12, Shikamaru Izuru Chapter 8, Ino Rukia. Yes, I mentioned this in Chapter 9. Sakura Sui Feng, also known as Suafeng. Chapter 10, Sasuke Toshiro Chapter 3, Itachi Byakuya Chapter 8, Deidara Lupi Chapter 13, Kakuzu Grimjow Chapter 11, Hidan Noitra Chapter 10, Sai Jin Chapter 11, Uruka Jashiro Chapter 5, Jiraiya Shunsui Chapter 5, Naruto Piece of Ichigo Chapter 9, Kiba Renji Chapter 10, Enko Rangaku Chapter 10, Neji Yuryu Chapter 1, Shino Sato Chapter 1, Garu Ulquiorra Chapter 11, Tamari Tatsuki Chapter 6, Konkuro Shinji Chapter 6, Kakashi Kazuki Chapter 6, Kurenai Yoruichi Chapter 6. There are more comparisons to come. Hope this chapter was good. More of the friendship aspect rather than anything else, but of course there is a bit of unstableness. Trust me, there will be more dark chapters. I wanted a light-hearted chapter for once. Was it good? That is the question. Note: I merely write relations as friendships. How you interpret it is up to you. Until next time. Yuki Kruger 2, ZXZ Fic Hunter, Naruto X Yugito FTW, Umbra 8191. Blood Brandy, Saccharine Child, and Fufukun. Ichigo's day was horrible yesterday. He felt guilt swarm at him. He left the Soul Society and Naruto behind. The Soul Society had been attacked, and he couldn't help. Urahara tried to take them back, but he explained that something was preventing them from going through to the Soul Society. Most likely, the Shinigami had put up a barrier to prevent more attacks. Ichigo sat thinking what happened to the Soul Society. Shinji, Hiyori, and the others showed up yesterday. Urahara had explained to him what their plan was. Ichigo nearly killed Kazuki after that. He was now moping in Kazuki's shop. He didn't know what happened, and Shinji, Yoruichi, Urahara, Yuryu, and everyone else didn't tell him a thing. He growled, his chin resting on his hand. "Hey kid, moping ain't good for you," Shinji said, and Ichigo glared at the visored leader. "Yeah, but sitting here doing nothing isn't helping either, damn it," Ichigo yelled, clenching his hands into fists. Shinji glared at him. "What the hell are we doing? The Soul Society is in trouble and you guys aren't doing anything." He wanted to beat the hell out of something. Shinji's eyes made him shiver. "We can't do anything. If we could, we would help." Shinji pointed his finger at Ichigo. "Don't make me tie your ass to a chair. The last thing we need to do is start blaming people. That won't get us anywhere." Shinji somehow frowned with his teeth showing. Hiyori was acting a bit like Ichigo. "Why the hell do we have to wait?" Hiyori crossed her head, growling. Shinji sighed and gave her a glare. "Oh, stop your bitching. I don't need you to lecture me," she said with annoyed voice. She sat crossed-legged not too far from Shinji, her regular red outfit tracksuit. Shinji rolled his eyes. Why was everyone so tense? "Yeah, sure, Snaggletooth," Shinji said, and Hiyori gave him a death glare. He grinned at her, satisfied with her reaction. Ichigo drummed his fingers on the table he was sitting at. All Shinji had to do now was get Ichigo to lighten up. The brooding teen was obsessed with fighting and saving people. He definitely needed to relax. "You know, if you keep scowling at the table, you're going to burn a hole in it. That would be the second thing you burned, beside Urahara." Ichigo ignored him. "I see everyone is in a good mood today." Yoruichi walked into the living room. She looked at Ichigo, and then Shinji. Shinji gave her a discontent look. Yoruichi sighed and decided to sit next to Ichigo. "That scowl will be on your face permanently if you aren't careful," she stated, and Ichigo glanced at her. "I think it's too late for that," Shinji added. "I think his scowl is going to be there forever." "It's been about a day, right?" Hiyori raised her eyebrow. Yoruichi nodded. I told him that was going to be bad for him. Shinji shrugged. Apparently he doesn't listen well. Ichigo still ignored him. Shinji wasn't going to give up. If he's not careful, his forehead going to be all wrinkly. Hiyori joined in. Shinji and Yoruichi looked at her. He looks like Yamamoto. Hiyori staring at Ichigo for any type of reaction. Ichigo growled a bit. Shinji grinned. Yoruichi smiled a bit. Ichigo looking like the old fart at this young of an age. That would be sad. Shinji grin only increased when Ichigo glared at him. Shinji leaned over the table placing his elbow on the table, chin resting in his hand. I wonder what he would look like when he becomes an old fart. I don't know, but man, he would be one hell of an ugly grandpa. Hiyori frowned, shaking her head. She smirked seeing Ichigo twitch. Ichigo sat up, and crossed his arms angry with the two for talking about him as if he wasn't there. He closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath. It was quiet for a minute, thinking the verbal attack was over. I think I'm starting to see the effects. Yoruichi couldn't help but smile when she spoke. Ichigo snapped open his eyes and growled at the three of them. I guess the scowl doesn't just affect his appearance, but also his personality. Shut the hell up, Ichigo said. Shinji burst out laughing, while Hiyori just smirked. Yoruichi laughed a little. Ichigo glared, but smiled. For some reason he couldn't help but laugh a little as well. Shinji smiled. If anyone is going to be an old fart it would be you, Shinji. Ichigo shot back. I would disagree with you. Shinji said. I believe Hiyori would most likely become the angry, scary, old grandma. Shinji was quickly hit the head with one of Hiyori's sandals. His face had a red outline of where the sandal hit his face. Hiyori was standing, hands turned into fists. Shut up you dumbass, Hiyori yelled. Shinji cowered scared at the girl. I'll show you scary, you moron. She growled punching him in the head. Shinji gripped his head painfully, tears at the edge of his eyes. How come you have to be so mean? Shinji whined and received another blow to the head. Hiyori's foot rested on his skull. She pushed his face to the floor. MMPH. Shinji tried to stop her, but to no avail. Eat dirt you dickhead, she growled. Her arms crossed as her foot kept Shinji's face planted on the ground. For some reason Ichigo started to laugh. Hiyori paused, lifting her foot from Shinji's head. Yoruichi and Shinji seemed surprised. Ichigo for some reason couldn't stop laughing. His arms wrapped around his gut. Does anyone else find this weird? Ichigo. Yoruichi sounded a bit concerned. Ichigo wiped away a tear from his eye. He had a grin on his face. He turned to Hiyori and had a very charming smile. The girl couldn't help but blush. Yoruichi looked at Ichigo confused and surprised when she looked at his eyes. They were full of some wisdom, kindness, fulfillment, and age. His ryutsu was calming, and he offered her a bright smile. She couldn't help but smile back. Shinji immediately felt a change in the atmosphere. Looking up from the floor, his eyes widened. The gentleness that emitted from his ryutsu. Thanks, Ichigo said in a soft voice to everyone. His eyes then snapped back to the normal look. He gripped his head. Man, what the hell was that? Ichigo looked at everyone. What? He didn't know why they all had shocked expressions, or why Yoruichi was smiling. Ichigo, do you not remember what happened? Shinji asked. Ichigo looked a little confused, and thought about it. He shook his head. Shinji looked at the substitute Shinigami, eyes studying him. What the hell was that? Hiyori growled, face still red from the smile she received. Why did you act so damn creepy? She asked Ichigo, arms thrown in the air. Ichigo just blinked. Yoruichi didn't understand what happened either. Creepy. I don't know what the hell you are talking about, Ichigo said in a harsh tone. Hiyori looked away with puffed cheeks, face still red. What the hell happened? Ichigo wondered and looked towards the others for answers. Before anyone could answer, Urahara walked into the room. Ichigo glanced at the shopkeeper. A silence filled the room, and Kazuki sighed. I'm glad everyone is so talkative, Urahara said, and Hiyori called him an idiot. He looked sadly at Ichigo. The orange-haired Shinigami avoided his eyes. Sighing once again, he took out his fan. With a flick of his wrist, it opened, and he fanned himself. Still no word on the Soul Society, sorry to say. So you come up with a plan yet? Shinji asked, his eyes mocking Mr. Hat and clogs. Maybe this time you can actually do something. Urahara closed his eyes, ignoring the visored leader. I have already apologized. You act like I don't care. Kazuki said with a calm voice. I rather keep calm in these times. He fanned himself trying to hide the overwhelming amount of dread he felt. He let this happen, and everyone blamed him for it. It was justified. He did feel guilty. Maybe he deserved it. He had bad karma, from not being able to help anyone in the beginning. It was his fault that Hiyori, Shinji, Kensai, Hashigan, Rose, Love, Lisa and Mashiro turned into hollows. If he had helped them, they would still be in the Soul Society. Always. Keeping calm. Hiyori huffed. You're just a lazy bastard. She told him, crossing her arms again. Urahara ignored this, for something else was bothering him. You have done nothing right. All you do is sit around and watch. You lazy ass, she added. The room started to spin around. But Urahara kept his cool. Hiyori kept talking but he couldn't hear. Yoruichi noticed something was wrong. His eyes were unfocused. Kazuki. Yoruichi stood up from the tatami mat. Shinji must have noticed as well, his eyes set in an intense glare. Urahara waved her off. She didn't look too pleased with the notion. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. He lied. He wouldn't want others to think he was trying to get out of this. I just need some water. He walked past Hiyori, stumbling a bit. Making it to his cupboard, he grabbed himself a glass cup. Walking over to the sink he almost fell over, but caught himself using the countertop for support. Steadying himself, he reached to turn the faucet on. He realized that his hand was nowhere near the faucet but in the sink. He blinked, rubbing his forehead. He let out a heavy breath. He felt very ill. Shallow breathing, poor depth perception, dizziness, deafness, and confusion. He had to feel around for the handle to turn on the water. No longer relying on his eyes. Finally finding it, he filled the glass, and turned it off. He sighed. He was sweating now. He used the counter to guide him back to the room where everyone was. That took you forever, Shinji commented. Urahara stood at the entrance of the kitchen, and you even forgot to fill your glass. Kazuki's eyes widened. He thought he had. His vision was too poor at the moment. Yoruichi's eyes narrowed. Oh, how forgetful of me. He laughed at himself, taking in short breaths. He swayed, and his hands became shaky. Ichigo sat up from the table having enough of the act. Is there something you need? He asked as if nothing were wrong. Urahara, why the hell are you acting like nothing is wrong? Ichigo walked over to the ex-captain. Kazuki was going to argue. But Ichigo stopped him. You look like you're sick, you need to rest. Urahara didn't want to hear that. He had been resting his entire life in Karakura town. Now he wanted to help. But it seemed that no one wanted him to do so. Kazuki was angry with himself. He never did anything right, even when he was a captain. He was a failure. Kazuki felt his head explode with a sudden pain. The world slowed as he dropped the empty glass. Yoruichi yelled something, but he didn't hear anything. He felt himself hit something firm, most likely the floor. The four of them were yelling at each other. A ringing was echoing in his ears. Urahara closed his eyes, and he heard the sound of bells ringing. Kazuki. Yoruichi ran over to his side. Once she touched him, her body went rigid. She grabbed her head with both her hands. Ichigo recognized this. Hiyori looked concerned. Both Hiyori and Shinji ran over to the two ex-captains' sides. Hiyori dropped down next to her used-to-be captain. Yoruichi fell beside the captain, with a blank look in her eyes. Don't touch them, Ichigo yelled. Shinji pulled his hands away and looked at Ichigo, but it was too late for Hiyori. Her body started to shake. Eyes turned blank. She fell over beside Urahara. If you touch any of them, then you will turn out like them, Ichigo stated. Shinji's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? Shinji asked. Hinji wondered how Ichigo knew what was going on. This isn't the first time I've seen this happen. While in the Soul Society, some people had acted like this. I tried to help them, but, Ichigo looked at Hiyori and Yoruichi. You get the idea. Well, what are we supposed to do? Shinji asked. Let them lay here. This isn't the most discreet place. Ichigo didn't know what else to do. Jinta and Uru walked in and saw the three of them lying on the floor. They gave a confused look at Ichigo and Shinji. Before Ichigo could warn them, they ran over to Urahara's side. When they touched him, nothing happened. Ichigo's eyes widened. You said that touching them would. I don't understand. Ichigo said truthfully. Whenever I touched someone with the same symptoms, I would nearly pass out. Shinji. I looked at Jinta and Ururu for a moment. Then Ichigo. He rubbed his chin with his thumb. Anything that the Shinigami had in common. Was it certain members? Shinji asked Ichigo. Yeah, they all knew Naruto. Besides that, no one else really seemed affected. Ichigo stated. Shinji looked at the ground with intense eyes. Now that I think about it, most of them had been compared to someone of Naruto's past. So this has to deal with Naruto's past. Shinji mused. Urahara was compared to Kakashi, Hiyori to Tsunade. Yoruichi didn't mention being called any other name. She must have not told us. Shinji stated. What happened? Ururu asked, looking up at Shinji. Yeah, why is the boss, Yoruichi, and Blondie on the floor? Jinta added to Ururu's question. I can explain that later. Right now, I need you two to move all three of them to a futon. Shinji said, and Jinta growled. Why should I do that? Why don't you? He glared at the ex-captain of the 5th Division. If I touch any of them I will pass out. Seeing how Ichigo will also pass out, it leaves you two to carry them. Shinji explained. Jinta pouted but Ururu picked up Urahara and Yoruichi all by herself. She walked off towards the bedroom. Jinta took Hiyori, and staggered after Ururu. Shinji stood in the room with Ichigo. He snapped his head at Ichigo's direction. You are not telling what you learned at the Soul Society. What did you learn? Ichigo's head dropped. Kazuki's eyes opened. He was in his inner world. He was on a scorched field with burning trees, and dark clouds covering the sky. Looking around he sighed. His inner world was not a peaceful place. Urahara had not been here in a long time. He knew someone was calling to him. Looking at the blackened earth, he surveyed the place. He wondered why he had been called upon. He flinched upon hearing a cold, empty, cruel laugh from behind. Kazuki, is that really you? A woman asked. She was a very beautiful woman. With a large red ball gown, with black lace. Her sleeves were puffy at the shoulder, and lacy around the wrists. Her dress had a low neckline, showing some cleavage. Her chest was rather large. Her hair was blonde held up in a lovely bun near the top of her head. Curls wrapped around her cheeks adding to her beauty. A rose was placed in her hair, as well as some red lace. Her eyes were crimson, cold, and air. She held a black lacy fan near her red lips, which were set into a frown. She stood before Kazuki with an unimpressed look. She drew the fan away from her lips and snapped it shut. Urahara was a little nervous. Ah, it would be you. Coming to visit after so much time, or perhaps coming to tell me I was right. Neither. Someone was calling for me, Kazuki said in a calm voice. The woman scoffed and walked in a circle around him, her eyes moving across Kazuki, looking with her dark eyes. Why are you here? Urahara asked the woman. She rolled her eyes, and stopped in front of him. She pointed the fan in his face. The woman represented a Victorian woman. With her elegant look, manners have not changed from the first time we have met. She raised her eyebrow. You haven't learned anything from when you were part of the Soul Society. She told him with a scowl. She pushed his chin up with her fan. I don't know why I have to be with you. She glared. You have always been pathetic. Urahara paled when she spoke. Benihime. Kazuki started. I have tried, he said with a small voice. She slapped him in the face with her fan. Kazuki's head in the direction it had been slapped. She was very angry with him. He kept his eyes from view and Benihime growled. Kazuki Urahara. She spat. I wish to know how I became to be your Zanpakuto spirit. You were the lazy, carefree, perverted, and childish. I deserve someone who is better than you. She stepped back, and started to pace. I, at one point, believed that you were capable. Now look at you. She looked disgusted. You have become weak. I thought you were a wise, bright, young man. Now I see that you can't do anything right. She scolded him. Urahara stayed quiet. You can't even speak. She stopped pacing. Benihime. Don't think I didn't try. She let a loud angry breath. Kazuki turned his head. She walked back over to him, with a dark look in her eyes. I tried to help. I have been trying to help. She slapped him again, this time with her hand. That is my point, she hissed. You always try. Fire burned in her eyes. You try and never do. You never do what you want. You only try. That is why I can't respect you. She was yelling at this point. Kazuki said nothing, and this made Benihime even angrier. You are a worthless, pathetic, useless, wretched, miserable piece of trash. I know, Urahara responded. This surprised Benihime. What you say is true. Whatever I do, I fail. As a captain I failed, and even now, with the least amount of responsibilities I still am a failure. He looked at the English woman with sad eyes. Benihime's anger subsided, but she still glared. It is true. Benihime agreed. I know that with every fiber of my being. She lifted her chin prideful. I would know that, because I have been with you every step away. She looked away. Now, my reputation will fall. I will be only a joke. All because of you. Yes. Kazuki nodded. I understand. I am thankful for you being here. Urahara completely ruined by Benihime's words. She now had no expression on her face, looking at the field with a bored look. Kazuki kept quiet. Benihime had always been disappointed with Urahara. He never did anything right. Urahara, I don't know why I just don't leave you. Benihime commented. Kazuki looked up at the Crimson Princess. You are nothing to me. She added with uncaring eyes. Looking into his eyes, she stifled a small, but forced laugh. If I left, I wouldn't have to deal with you. If I left I could find a different master, one who deserves my power. I understand. Urahara looked defeated. Benihime glanced at him for a minute with a crude frown. She snapped open her fan. Fanning herself with grace, she closed her eyes. There was silence, but thunder rung out. Benihime noticed this, and took the umbrella that was hooked around her wrist. She took it and opened it. That would be the easy way out. Benihime commented and opened the umbrella. I don't take easy pathways, that is the difference between you and I. She twirled the lace umbrella around and the rain began to fall. It would be unfair to the people around you as well. I don't wish to bring others down in your demise. She glanced at the broken man. I find you a sad man, Kazuki Urahara. She started to walk away from the Shinigami. Hopefully you can prove him to be a better man. Kakashi, she whispered on a finally part. Urahara stood alone in the rain. The rain is refreshing. Kazuki heard. Looking to his left he saw a man with silver hair, looking up into the sky, isn't it? He asked in a calm voice. Urahara had never seen this person before. The two stood silently. I guess I have always found the rain nice, even with all the things that happened when it did rain. He sighed, getting nothing out of the blonde Shinigami. And I thought I was quiet, he said with a hint of sarcasm. You were that man from my dreams? Urahara asked. He felt calm. He knew that this person meant no harm. The silver-haired man looked at him. Well, technically, I am you, the man said. Kazuki Urahara blinked at the information. You are a reincarnation of me, actually. He smiled. Urahara never thought of reincarnations. Sure, he heard of it, but never believed it to be true. Hiyori was right, reincarnations had been real. You can space out as long as you want, but you will miss a lot of information. The man said, getting Urahara's attention again. I am now you, but I was once known as Kakashi Hatake. He paused. One of Naruto's sensei. I was Naruto's sensei. Urahara sounded a little dumbfounded. Kakashi nodded. Maybe that's why he's so messed up, Kazuki stated. Kakashi chuckled a little, but Kazuki was dead serious. He could already tell Kakashi had a laid-back personality. Sometimes I ask that myself. Kakashi joked, but Kazuki sighed. Kakashi could tell he blamed himself. You know, I never thought I could be so close to death. He made the lame joke. Urahara raised his eyebrow. Shinigami are death gods, but I guess they can be signified as death, Kazuki said. Kakashi nodded. Being Naruto's sensei, he brought up the subject again. I can't believe I once was a teacher. Well, it was a pain. Kakashi recalled all the time he fought with his students. Especially Naruto, Konoha's #1 hyperactive knuckle-headed ninja. He smiled thinking of the kid, but it was worth the pain. Seeing my sensei's son grow up to be great. Urahara wondered what Kakashi's life was like. But now, I wonder how he could have come to this. Kakashi's head lowered a bit. Naruto. What was he like? I met him once but I never really got to know him. Urahara remembered how the Hollow called him Kakashi. He was surprised, and tried to explain his name was Kazuki, but Naruto just laughed. Kakashi looked at the curious Shinigami with a tired look. It was like trying to train a monkey. Kakashi explained, never-ending energy always wanting to do something. He was a bottomless pit. Naruto would run head first into a fight. Kakashi sighed exhausted from thinking about it. He smirked. I had to keep trying to teach him about being ninja, sometimes restraining him. He would get so mad, and then run off. Sounds like a lot of work, Urahara said, but then he thought about what he said. Kakashi must have had his hands full. Did you ever feel like giving up? Kazuki asked. Did you have to ask? Kakashi gave him a questioning look. Of course, at times I would feel like locking him in a room, or just leaving him and the team. He told Kazuki. I knew my sensei would never forgive me, if I did, but things changed. How so? I found Naruto training by himself one day. He was very ill. I told him to go home, but Naruto didn't listen. He told me he wanted to keep training Say he wanted to be able to protect everyone. Kakashi chuckled, smiling beneath the mask he wore. The entire village hated him, beating him when he was a child. He still wanted to shield them from danger. Urahara's eyes lowered hearing this. I was assigned to watch over him when he was younger, and I found him bleeding, crying, broken. Why would they do that to a child? Naruto held an saint. Ill holds a great demon as a prisoner in his body. That demon destroyed more than half of Konoha, killing many people. Kakashi hated going back to that day. His father sealed a demon in Naruto. In exchange his father was swallowed by the Shinigami, saving the village. Swallowed by the Shinigami. Urahara's eyes narrowed. Shinigami do not swallow people. Kazuki stated. Well, whatever it was, it consumed him. Kakashi said, shrugging. So anyways, Naruto was training to protect the village. Kakashi continued with the story. I couldn't understand why he would want to do that. I asked why he wanted to protect the village even when they didn't like him. He explained to Kazuki. Then he told me, nothing good comes from those who give up just because someone doesn't like him. Naruto said, he'd rather be known for protecting the ones who scorned him, than the demon. I see. Urahara wondered how a boy could be so caring about people. Kazuki then frowned. He was thinking of giving up a moment ago. Kakashi looked at Urahara with knowing eyes. The point is, Kakashi snapped Urahara out of his thoughts, you can't give up yet. Even if certain people won't listen, you need to keep striving. Prove yourself. Do not try, do. Kakashi said. Kazuki couldn't help smile. Besides, if you represent me, you need to do it right. Or I will have to take over. I get it, Urahara said. Lie. Chi showed through the clouds, landing on Urahara. I guess I'm going to wake up soon. He mumbled and gave a nod to Kakashi. Thank you, Kakashi. The ex-Anbu member waved once before Urahara disappeared. I guess you did get to him. Benihime said behind Kakashi. How strange. I thought I would have to leave in order for him to do anything. I think you are a bit too cruel. Kakashi stated. You wouldn't be the only one. She smiled darkly. Urahara woke up to see everyone huddled around him. At first, he wondered if they were going to kill him, until he saw Yoruichi smile. You finally woke up. He smiled back at his friend. Hiyori was glaring at him, and growled. Ever do that again, and I will kick your ass so hard. Hiyori was stopped by Shinji. She was worried about you. Shinji smiled, and Hiyori punched his head. Ichigo was glad that Urahara was okay. Hiyori and Yoruichi woke up about 15 minutes before Kazuki did. Hiyori grumbled, pink in the face. Urahara smiled to himself. It's good to see you are okay. Ururu said with a quiet voice. Who else is going to pay me? Jinta added. It's nice to see you guys too. Kazuki said with a little sarcasm. The group heard the shlee. Ding door open and they looked to see Tessai with the other Vizards. Yuryu and Sato were with them as well. Have any news? The barrier around the Soul Society has closed. Tessai announced. Let's go. Ichigo walked to the door. Urahara sighed, flicked the covers off, and stood up from the futon. Guess we get to see what the damage is. Hiyori smirked. Karen was sitting at home, bored as hell. She got back from school, finished her homework, and trying to find something to be entertained. She felt rather lazy today, so soccer was out. Nothing to do around here, he said to herself. She sighed when she thought of her brother. Ichigo hadn't been around for days. Karen was just as concerned over her brother as Yuzu. Sometimes she would space out in class, wondering if Ichigo was okay. It got her in trouble multiple times. Not that she really cared. Karen knew of her brother being a Shinigami. At times, she saw him fighting off hollows. Though this worried her, Ichigo came back with many injuries. Her brother was badly injured. Then he just disappeared, again, just after he recovered. Karen was frustrated by her brother's actions. She was incredibly worried. Why does he have to be so stupid? She said to herself. Brother. Yuzu walked into the kitchen with a sad look. Karen looked at her sister. Yuzu, is something wrong? I got in trouble at school today, Yuzu announced. Karen was surprised. Her sister was not one for getting into trouble, especially at school. Yuzu plopped down onto the chair next to Karen. I couldn't help it, Yuzu said, staring at the kitchen table. I was thinking about Ichigo and I couldn't think straight. Yuzu placed her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her hands. Her sister thinking about Ichigo didn't surprise Karen. Both of them wanted to know if their brother was okay. From the spiritual energy from the day, those strange-looking hollows arrived. She was a bit scared. Her brother ran off to fight, but she didn't want him to. Karen. Yuzu looked at her sister. Do you think Ichigo is okay? I really worried. Ichigo is fine, Karen told her sister, but she was really trying to convince herself. Karen was always telling herself her brother was fine. But what if he never came back? Ichigo is stubborn, he will come back. There is no way he wouldn't. Yuzu looked at her sister concerned. A few days ago, Karen felt a mass of spiritual energy. Worse than anything she had felt before. Then it disappeared, and then Ichigo disappeared. Karen didn't tell her sister, because Karen didn't understand what was going on herself. Yuzu knew Karen was hiding something from her. Karen, why don't you tell me everything? Yuzu asked. Karen wished her sister hadn't asked. Why do you keep things from me? Can't you just tell me? Yuzu wanted to know what was going on. She didn't like it, not knowing what was happening. Especially dealing with her brother Ichigo. Karen kept quiet. Yuzu hated it when she was treated like the baby. Just because she was nice, innocent, and kind. People thought she was stupid because of her sweet nature. Yuzu noticed things. Yuzu wanted to know what was going on. She didn't like being kept in the dark. Please tell me. I can't, Yuzu, Karen said to her sister. Yuzu looked at Karen wide-eyed. Because, I don't even know what is going on myself. Karen felt her sister hug her. Yuzu. Karen wished her sister wasn't so emotional. It made Karen want to cry with her sister, seeing her tears. Karen hated crying. I'm scared, for Ichigo, Yuzu stated with a few tears falling from her eyes. Karen sighed again, and closed her eyes. She let her sister hug her. Karen felt her eyes burn. Karen wanted to help her sister, but she couldn't. She would only get in the way. Why was she such a burden? Karen wished she could help her brother. Suddenly a headache started. Karen slowly raised her hands to her head. Was it some strong spiritual energy? No, this was different. Karen forced her eyes closed tightly. Yuzu noticed her sister acting different, and looked up. Karen, what's wrong? Yuzu's voice was muffled. Karen opened her eyes to see everything was blurry. Rin, I can help you. Who? Karen felt like she was falling. She felt her head hit something, and blacked out. Yuzu screamed a little as her sister fell from the chair, hitting her head against the counter, which wasn't too far from the table in the kitchen. There was a little blood coming from her head. Yuzu didn't know what to do. Ishin came running down from the second floor of the house. Yuzu jumped out of her chair. Dad, Yuzu yelled. Karen, she. Yuzu saw her father run over to his daughter lying on the floor. Ishin looked at Karen for a moment, and gently picked her up of the ground. She hit her head on the counter. Ishin took Karen to one of patient rooms. Yuzu followed her father. He placed Karen on the bed before taking a look at the wound on Karen's head. Yuzu, would you get me some rags? Ishin asked. Yuzu nodded and ran out of the room. Ishin could sense a strange spiritual energy from Karen. What is going on? He mumbled to himself. He could tell the injury was not serious, she would suffer a minor concussion. A few headaches, and a bit of fatigue. What worried Ishin was the fact that his daughter was emitting two different energies. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate on the other energy. It was of a girl. Concentrating more, he could tell he was being repelled by the other energy. He could tell the energy was not causing harm, so he opened his eyes. Yuzu ran back in and handed the two rags to her father. Thank you. Is she going to be okay? Yuzu asked. She will be fine. Ishin smiled at the girl. Karen found herself in an old field. It was a baseball field. The sky was blue, no clouds to be seen. She blinked, and saw a girl standing in front of her. She had a sweet smile. Her eye twinkled with a little bit of mischief. Her hair was tied into two buns. Karen had no idea who this person was. Karen then rubbed her head, it still hurt from what she hit. The girl standing before her sighed. I didn't mean to hurt you. Sorry about that. Karen didn't understand what was up with this girl. You must be confused, which makes sense. It must be painful to be forcefully brought to your inner world. She laughed a bit nervous. Man, I haven't changed much. Can you get to the point? I don't want to be rude, but I kind of want to know what is going on. Karen said. The girl crossed her arms and smirked. You said this is my inner world, but what do you mean you haven't changed? Karen didn't like how indirect this person was. The girl's eyebrow rose. Straight to the point. I like it. The girl nodded once. So, what I am about to tell you won't make any sense, but it's the truth. Karen crossed her own arms and looked at the girl skeptically. I was once known as Tenten. Now I am Karen Kurosaki. Karen's eyes widened. I am you. You are a reincarnation of me. Makes sense. Karen couldn't believe she was a reincarnation of this girl. Pretty strange, isn't it? Is that all you have to tell me? Karen asked, sensing there was more to it. There is more to this. Then I am just a reincarnation of you. Tenten nodded. Well, I am willing to help you. Tenten told her, though, you have to help me as well. Karen knew there was a catch to this. You see, I have a friend that is treading on dangerous ground. You haven't met him, but you will. He will be coming to Karakura town in a few days, so will our brother. Who is this friend? Karen asked. My friend. Do you remember that mass amount of spiritual energy? Karen nodded. That would be him. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. A hollow, but once great person, Tenten frowned. Karen LD sensed something happened to her friend. Naruto isn't the most stable person anymore, she sighed. What are you trying to say? Karen asked Tenten. I have to stop him. Oh, no, you couldn't even if you tried. Tenten said, waving her arms. Your brother is going to have to stop him. Karen's shoulders slumped. It's going to have to be like that. I know what it is like to have all the people close to you in danger, but you won't lose them. Like I did. So what is it you need me to do? I have no body of my own. Tenten said, I will need to use yours. I will help you protect our brother, and get through to my friend. Though I need you to find me a weapon, she said sheepishly. I know it doesn't sound like the most reasonable thing, but I have always fought with weapons. Tenten explained. Trust me, the battle to come will be very destructive. How do you know this? Karen asked with a little suspicion. I may not know Naruto the best, or Ichigo's enemies, but I have a rather large hunch. Tenten grabbed her arm idly. The war is going to break out here. It won't be pretty. I see. Karen frowned. So please, let me help you. You didn't have to ask twice. Karen told the older girl. I want to protect my brother. Tenten nodded and smiled. So I have to find a weapon. Anything else? Be ready. Tenten told her. This war will take a toll on your body. Okay, it's a deal then. You help me protect my brother. I lend you a physical body. Thank you. Tenten said. You won't regret this. One more reincarnation revealed. I bet none of you expected Karen to be a reincarnation of Tenten. Besides that, I was putting more of a family friendship theme in this chapter. Most of the Bleach manga, you never really get to see what Ichigo's sisters are thinking about when he is gone. Some family drama at the end. Wanted to go a bit more in depth with Kazuki. Urahara at some point has to feel a little down. He is one of my favorite Bleach characters as well. Yeah, I always thought Benihime would be a bit mean, but more if she wants to see Urahara become strong. More of criticism than constructive criticism. Her way of telling someone they are doing something wrong is to tear them apart. The Kakashi giving a pep talk. Making some lame jokes. Note: yes, out of the friends of who were mentioned in Chapter 4, Hinata and Choji are the only ones left. But there are others who will be reincarnations. Thank you, Sakurine Child, for the review. I'm glad you connect with the characters as well as the story. I guess writing tragedies comes natural. No, that I really have that bad of a life either. I guess I like to write sad things. I love to read people's thoughts on my writing. Sorry it took so long to add the new chapter. I've been caught up in school, homework, musicals, and life in general. It took me quite some time to type up this chapter. Hopefully it isn't too bad. Matthew 22,381, Review Provider, Blood Kitsune 11, Umbra 8191, ZXZ Fic Hunter, Hokage of Dragon, Shippuaryu. Sakurine Child, Klutzy Girl 97, Zaku Unit 2.0, and Winged Wolf Hainu. The group made into the Soul Society to find that many buildings were destroyed. Some partially, fully, some had no visible remains. It was quiet, the only sound here was the light wind passing by. Damn, this place was fucking creamed, Hiyori said, peering around the area for any signs of Shinigami that were living. Some bodies here and there, some of the bodies were missing limbs. I'm guessing the Espada weren't the only ones attacking, Hiyori mentioned. The group walked a little further. The sun was very bright, showing many details of the fight. Dried blood had sprayed onto the collapsed buildings, as well as ash. I can't believe this, Yoruichi said, her eyes showing great sadness. It looks like everything was destroyed. Yoruichi wondered if anyone had made it out alive. There was a certain emptiness to the air, with not very many buildings standing. Especially towards the gate. Urahara looked devastated. I let this happen, he said with a tired-sounding voice. Yoruichi laid a hand on his shoulder, offering a weak smile. We should probably look around. He aid, but Yuryu didn't seem too happy to agree. What if the Shinigami see you? Don't you guys have death warrants? Yuryu asked. Urahara shook his head. The Shinigami can't do anything under this state. Besides, I doubt they would want to cause trouble, they already have had enough of it. Shinji answered, if you don't want to get on their bad side, just play along if they bring us in. Shinji told the Quincy, they will eventually find us. Lisa stated, pushing up her glasses, Shinigami tend to keep hidden all in one place when attacked like this. Thinking there is power in groups. Ichigo was already wading through the rubble, making sure to avoid walking on any of the dead bodies. He was determined to make sure everyone was okay. He wondered if Toshiro, Rukia, Renji, and the others were okay. He moved faster, wanting to know everyone's fate. Slow down, Ichigo, Sato called. Ichigo stopped to see everyone else was behind him. It won't help us if you disappear on us. Chad was near the back of the group, patiently making his way through all the ruins. Ichigo didn't want to wait, but he listened. I wonder how many people suffered, Rose said, thinking about all the Shinigami that must have died. Shinji could estimate how many had died, but he rather not say it. More than 100, I can tell you that much, Hashigan said in a quiet demeanor. Rose's eyes fell. Lisa's face was kept in its stone quality. Shinji didn't feel like expanding on the subject. Stupid Shinigami, they can't even defend their own home. Hiyori frowned. It's sad they couldn't protect the Soul Society. Love added, reminds me of a plot line for a manga. There is always some lost battle. Whenever this happens, everyone is depressed, and unwilling to move forward. This isn't a damn manga. Kensai growled, the Soul Society will be fine. Unless they are all run by some pansies. He added, Kensai, I'm hungry. Mashiro whined and Kensai eye twitched. I want some rice cakes. She added, throwing her arms in the air. Do you have rice cakes? Maybe some jam. How could you be hungry? He snapped, Hashigan and Rose holding his arms, making sure he didn't kill the girl. What the hell is wrong with you? He yelled, trying to pull free. Mashiro only complained more. Could all of you just shut up? Shinji said in a serious tone. Mashiro stopped complaining. Kensai grew quiet and yanked his arms away from Hashigan and rose. They moved forward, in silence. Once through the worst part of the debris, they made it to the inner circle of the Soul Society. Taking a look around, they only saw more damage. No one is around. Where is everyone? Ichigo asked the group. Yoruichi gave Urahara a small glance. She looked rather unhappy, as well as Urahara. Are you not telling us something? They have been watching us the entire time. Yoruichi announced, her arms crossed. They are making sure we are not here to cause any more trouble. Her eyes shifted around the area. Hiding. Not sure what we are here for. Urahara sighed. I guess they see us as traitors. Traitors that would attack the Soul Society while it's weak. We aren't that pathetic. Shinji huffed, with a frown. Ichigo looked around, but couldn't see anything. We are in an illusion. Aren't we? Yes, we are. Yoruichi's eyes closed and she took in a deep breath. The air suddenly started to shift a little, and the illusion faded. Ichigo's eyes widened to see their group surrounded. He could see the Shinigami had their Zanpakuto out warily staring at them. Ah, Yamamoto, it's good to see you again. Urahara smiled. The aged elder stood calmly. His eyes set in a cold gaze on Kazuki. I didn't think I would get to ever see you again. Urahara Kazuki, Yamamoto said in a dark voice. What are you doing here? Yamamoto. Ichigo stepped out in front of Kazuki. They don't mean any harm. We came to help, he stated firmly, a little nervous on what may happen. Please, we don't want to fight. Ichigo Kurosaki, we couldn't attack even if we wanted to. Yamamoto said, the higher power wants you alive. The group grew shocked to hear that. Most of you are of interest of Naruto Uzumaki. We all know of his strange abilities. Who is it that wants us alive? Urahara asked. Why would they care if we were alive? That is not for me to say. Yamamoto motioned for the Shinigami to detain them. For now, you will be treated as prisoners. Until I hear word from this person. The Shinigami hesitantly moved closer. Hiyori growled. She didn't want to be treated like a prisoner, or touched by any of the Shinigami. Hiyori, Shinji said in a chilly voice. Hiyori looked at him. He shook his head. Hiyori growled and allowed the Shinigami to tie her wrists together. Kensai hated the idea as well, glaring at the Shinigami while they bound his wrists. Rose, Love, Lisa, and Hashigan looked like they didn't mind, but disliked being a prisoner. Mashiro smiled at the Shinigami, letting them bind her wrists with rope. Ah, the Soul Society never ceases to amaze me, even when I was a captain. Urahara allowed the Shinigami to detain him. Yoruichi did the same. Uryu and Sato sighed, letting the Shinigami take them in. Ichigo was the only one not detained. Ichigo, you are to come with me. Yamamoto walked to the giant tower in the middle of the Soul Society. Someone wishes to see you. Ichigo nodded, and looked back at the group. Don't worry about us. Shinji smiled at him. We will be fine. Come, Yamamoto commanded. Ichigo ran over to Yamamoto. When we see this person, treat him with respect. He is a great man. They did make it to the tower, and Yamamoto didn't explain anything more than treating this person with respect. They walked upstairs for what seemed like an hour. Yamamoto didn't take him to the top of the tower. Yamamoto led Ichigo down a hall to arrive in front of a large double door. Yamamoto opened the door for Ichigo, and allowed the team to walk in. You must go in alone. The elderly man said. Ichigo nodded. The door shut. Ichigo was alone. He walked through the darkness, not sure where he was going. He saw a small candle flickering on seemed to be a short table. Making his way to the candle, he saw a couple of tatami mats. Please sit, a voice said. The voice was gentle, calm, and warm. Ichigo sat on his knees, obeying the command. He looked around the dark room for any signs of another person. He felt no Ryutsu around. Do not be afraid. I merely like the darkness, it calms me. The voice echoed through the dark room. I want you to look at the flame of the candle. Tell me what you see. Ichigo looked into the small flickering flame. Staring for a couple of seconds, he blinked. Nothing was happening. What is this supposed to do? Ichigo asked the darkness of the room. Eyes not fraying from the flame. He received no answer. He felt a bit soothed by the tiny fire dancing from his breaths. He looked a little surprised seeing a face form from the flame. What the hell? The face was of Naruto. He looked rather sad. Eyes lowered to the floor, mouth in a firm line. His bangs covered part of his eyes. Naruto's eyes looked up to him timidly. The eyes then filled with malice. And a crooked grin grew on his face. The flame grew bigger, as it reached out to him. The face suddenly changed into his own reflection, but longer hair and bigger eyes, but not by much. What is this? Ichigo yelled as the fire was now a person. It's him. Ichigo's hollow rumbled in his head. Ichigo didn't quite understand what he meant by him. The strange altered version of himself let out a piercing laugh, eyes boring a hole into his head. It looked down at Ichigo as if he was inferior, with a wide smirk. King, that is the superior being of that kid. Ichigo's eyes grew. He was staring at Naruto's hollow. The hollow didn't even look like Naruto, it looked more like him. He couldn't understand how or why. We need to kill him. I don't like him. King, we need to kill him. What the hell? Why does he look at me? Ichigo asked himself. The hollow reached out further to Ichigo, as if it was trying to grab him. He fell onto his back trying to avoid the hand. He heard a whizzing of metal fly. And Ichigo saw that a kunai had flown through the fire. The hollow eyes narrowed, and the fire died down. Before the hollow completely disappeared, he glanced into the darkness with hatred in his eyes. The hollow soon disappeared, and the flame was back to being part of the small candle. Ichigo was shaking nervously. Those eyes. They were like his, but at the same time were Naruto's. What is going on? He whispered. So you do have a powerful connection to Naruto. I see. The voice said with interest. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. I guess my curiosity got to me. Ichigo wanted to know why this person was so interested in Naruto. I find it very strange that you have such a large influence on his hollow form. Ichigo growled, tired of the voice speaking randomly. What the hell was going on? Who are you? What was that? Why did the fire just turn into someone that looked like me? Ichigo yelled impatiently. The room filled with silence. Ichigo wondered if he was actually talking to anyone. The room was still, quiet, and air. The dark room suddenly filled with light from other candles that were lit at random. Ichigo looked around a little surprised by the light. And blinked a bit. He was stunned to look at the man not too far from him. Why it can't be. Ichigo shook his head. How did you? You must be confusing me with someone else. The person chuckled. He had a warm smile on his face. I'm not him. He walked to the table where the single candle was. He used his hand to cup around the flame before blowing it out. His garb consisted of the normal Shinigami outfit, but white robes, with a couple more layers. Fiery colors like orange, red, and yellow were on the white robes. The pattern was fall leaves blowing in the wind. It was a very detailed Shinigami robe. Ichigo noted he must have status. The Zanpakuto was on his right side. Yellow tassels wrapped around the hilt. I thought it was strange how we look alike. I know we have some connection. But I do not know why. He explained. He looked up into Ichigo's brown eyes. My name is Minato Namikaze. It's nice to finally meet you, Ichigo Kurosaki. He sat on the tatami mat. You look so much like Naruto. Ichigo looked a little confused. You could practically be his brother. Ichigo mentioned. Minato frowned and gave him a small sigh. You really don't know how you are connected to him. You look like family. Minato was not too sure about that. I didn't mean to offend you. Do not worry, but it doesn't mean we are family necessarily, if we look alike. Minato looked at his hands. I have always wanted to talk to him, but, with these circumstances, it's impossible. Minato bowed his head. You see, I was the one who allowed him to walk free. Around the Soul Society for those 30 years, sometimes I wonder if it was the right thing. His eyes saddened. You mean you have that type of power? Ichigo asked. Why wouldn't it be a good thing to let Naruto walk around freely? Ichigo couldn't believe this man was thinking that letting someone have freedom was a bad thing. There is more to it than you think. Minato told him. It was my selfish request that he was released. Naruto was never supposed to leave the prison. I was curious about him, why we looked alike. From what I heard of him, I have never met Naruto. I have only seen him twice. The reason I was so intrigued was because Naruto looked like me and talked of a different world. Minato explained to the substitute Shinigami. The Spirit King had taken me in. I am too from a different world. You were from a different world. Ichigo looked astounded by the information he was receiving. Is that even possible? I mean, Hitsugaya said that Naruto was from a different world, but I didn't quite understand. Ichigo said. There was a silent moment. Minato didn't look too sure himself. As I said, I was curious. Minato continued, so I asked the Yamamoto if he would allow my request. He told me because of the situation, I would have to ask the Spirit King. I asked the king, as selfish as my request was. Minato sighed, grabbing a hold of a piece of white garb in frustration. The Spirit King allowed it, but under the condition I was to not interfere with anything he did or people he met. He sounded a bit angry. I knew what was going to happen, and I wasn't allowed to do anything. He closed his eyes. You knew what was going to happen. Ichigo looked empty, his eyes blank. Why didn't you tell anyone? Ichigo yelled at Minato. Anger flared up in Ichigo. If Minato had told someone about this, Naruto wouldn't be in the hands of the Espada. Maybe Orihime wouldn't be captured. Ichigo growled, if only he had been stronger. Minato flinched under his harsh voice. Why didn't you do anything at least? Quote, Ichigo, I am not allowed to speak of future events. After I released Naruto, the Spirit King told me what was going to happen and told me I could not interfere with the events. Or I will know true despair. Minato finished. True despair. Ichigo repeated. Minato nodded. Ichigo was a bit lost. Minato was the one who set Naruto free. He doubted anyone else but he, Yamamoto, Minato. And the Spirit King knew any of this. Hitsugaya and the others would be so shocked to hear this. I know why you would regret releasing Naruto. It was because of my curiosity and selfishness. Minato lowered his head even further. I am very ashamed of what I did. Ichigo could tell that Minato cared about the Soul Society. But, Ichigo snapped Minato out of his depression. I am glad you let him out. Ichigo told him. Minato looked a little shocked that Ichigo said what he did. Naruto wouldn't have been able to meet everyone. I wouldn't have met him. Naruto has changed people. Even if he is gone, he still did something for everyone. Minato was wide-eyed and speechless. I may not know Naruto as well as everyone else, but I find the kid to be not much different than me. Ichigo sighed, thinking of how Naruto always compared himself to Naruto. I consider him a friend, and I want to help my friends. Minato smiled a small amount, and sighed before looking Ichigo in the eyes. Damn, you're too polite, Ichigo stated. Everyone is. Minato chuckled. I have a question. Minato looked Ichigo in the eye. Do you know why Naruto's hollow looked like me? Ichigo asked. Minato closed his eyes. You hold a piece of Naruto inside of you. Do you not? Minato asked. Ichigo nodded and Minato sat up straight. He does not belong to this world, neither do I. I was brought to this world. But I do not remember how. For some reason Naruto ended up here after he died. You having a piece of Naruto, he must have a piece of you. Most likely to keep balance. Unfortunately, he is a hollow, born from regret. Meaning when he died, many years before you were born, he had to give something from his world. In exchange take something of similar value. Ichigo knew the piece of Naruto he had was kind. That would mean Naruto would have to have. He holds a dark part of you, Ichigo. Assuming that his world doesn't have hollows, this hollow took form of you rather than Naruto. The fact Naruto molded his own darkness around the piece that he has of you gives him a small amount that looks similar to himself. Minato explained. Ichigo growled. So I am causing him all of this trouble. He dug his fingers into his hand. Was he really the reason why Naruto was so troubled? No, Ichigo, it is not your fault. Minato told him, pointing a finger. You cannot think so darkly of yourself. Naruto may have a dark piece of you, but it is Naruto's decision whether to allow it to manifest within him. Ichigo didn't look convinced. Kurosaki, don't make me have to knock some sense into you. Ichigo looked at the man who gave him a soft glare. Ichigo laughed at him. You could never be rude, can you? Ichigo asked the Naruto look-alike. I get what you mean, I just feel bad that his behavior is a result from me. He laughed a bit more. It's unfair. Ichigo wished this wasn't the case. Then he thought about the darkness that Naruto had. It was hard to believe that type of evil was once a part of Ichigo. He then thought of how he was supposed to be the reincarnation of Naruto. Life even after death has never been fair. Minato chuckled, bringing Ichigo out of his thought process. Ichigo couldn't help but feel like giving this man a hug. It was odd, and a little weird. Why would he want to hug this person? It was odd feeling, from deep within. He wanted to see this man as a father figure. Suddenly his body acted on impulse. Minato blinked from the sudden gesture. Ichigo was leaning over the table hugging a man he barely knew. He was horrified. Kurosaki,'s sorry. Ichigo quickly moving away. He couldn't look at Minato, he was too embarrassed. I don't know what happened. Ichigo was enveloped into a hug by Minato. Ichigo couldn't understand, but he felt calmed by this. It as if he had been waiting for this to happen, for years. Minato moved back after a few seconds. Don't worry about it, Minato said. Two more things about this conversation we had. I wanted you to come here to tell you that you need to save Naruto. You probably already have heard this many times, but I can't and I don't want him to suffer. Minato saw Ichigo nod with a smirk. Last. You cannot tell anyone of me. Why? Ichigo asked. The Spirit King does not want the Soul Society or Espada to know of my presence. It is best if I am not discovered. Minato gave Ichigo another small bow. Now you must go. Thanks, Ichigo said, getting up, giving him a sloppy bow, and ran to the door. He opened it with a mighty push with both his hands. Yamamoto let Ichigo run by, watching with a small smile. It seems this war isn't decided yet. Yamamoto. The old man heard Minato call from the room. He walked into the candle-lit room. I understand the current situation, as do you, Minato said to Yamamoto. Minato had a serious expression on his face. Yamamoto nodded and stood before the blonde-haired Shinigami. It was odd to see Minato without a smile, but he knew what Minato felt of the situation. I hope you know, Minato-sama, I already understand. Yamamoto cut off the Shinigami. I did not think you would disobey the Spirit King's orders. However, it will be difficult not having any more assistance in this matter. Your power would have been helpful. We all know Naruto is a handful, Yamamoto stated. Minato had his head bowed, ashamed that he could not help with this war. I understand orders. I would have done the same. That is all. You may leave. Minato nodded to the captain of the First Division. Yamamoto bowed before leaving. Namikaze was left alone in the room. He sighed once more and watched as one of the candle's flames blow out. He wished he could help with this, but he could not. The Spirit King told him he couldn't help, or he would know true despair. I believe in you, Kurosaki. What the hell is taking Ichigo so long? Hiyori yelled, sitting on the ground, hands still bound. It's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. Damn it, I want to move. Hiyori kicked her feet wildly. Damn Shinigami, calm down, Shinji said with an annoyed expression. Sometimes I wonder if you really are a scary old lady. Snaggle, a sandal hit his face. Ow, you are so mean, Hiyori. Shinji whined. Shut up, you dumbass, Hiyori shouted. The visored group was in a tent. All of them sitting on the concrete floor, waiting for someone to release them. Somehow, the group was surviving even in the same tent for 1 hour. Kensai nearly killed Mashiro again. Lisa and Hashigan were quiet the entire time. Love and Rose were having an argument about manga. Love apparently spoiled a part for Rose. Shinji desperately wanted to save his sanity and leave this madness, but he had to keep the group from killing each other. He also had the task of keeping Hiyori from attacking someone. Yoruichi, Kazuki, Yuryu, and Sato were placed in a different place. Would you all shut up? A bald man yelled from outside the tent. He entered the tent with anger written on his face. What the hell is with all of you? I have been listening to you guys fight for the past 30 minutes. I especially am tired of you, little girl. He growled. Hiyori gave him a look at clearly stated. I can't believe you just said that to me. Her eye twitched. What did you just say? Hiyori's eyes burned with hate. A creepy grin spread across her face. What the fuck did you just call me? You damn baldy, she yelled. The man's hands turned into fists. Shinji moved away from the scene, knowing there was no way to stop her now. Baldy, I will kill you. Sorry excuse for a girl. The bald man yelled at her, leaning into her face. She responded by launching her other sandal into his face. The force of the hit sent him to his back. Take that, baldy. She laughed at him. The Shinigami got to his feet and grabbed her by her red jacket, lifting her from the ground. What now? Did I hurt your feelings? She mocked him. Shut the hell up, little girl. He growled. I'll beat the hell. She kicked him in the crotch, making him drop her. She frowned at him and had a very large scowl. The man fell to his knees, then onto his face. Akaku. Kenpachi told us we can release the prisoners, Akaku. A man with the feathers protruding from his eyelashes. He looked into the tent, and saw Akaku sprawled on the ground. I told you not to pick a fight with anyone. The man said with a sigh. Can you just untie me? I hate sitting around. Hiyori yelled at the man. Featherface, are you even listening? The man twitched a bit hearing her call him Featherface. Featherface. You're brat. Yeah, so can I go now? Shinji was standing, his hands free from the rope. Shinigami today can't even tie rope correctly. He sighed. Walking over to Hiyori, he untied the rope around her wrists. The others had already freed themselves. They walked past the two guards. Shinigami watched them exit the tent. They became quiet. It had been many years since any of the Vizards had been in the Soul Society. Now they considered traitors, exiled from the place they once called home. Shinji ignored the glares that he received. Hiyori still had a scowl on her face. Lisa's eyes met with a few people, but glared. Love only looked straight ahead, as well as Hashigan. Rose kept his gaze on the ground. Kensai growled when anyone looked at him. Mashiro smiled, pretending nothing was happening. Seems that we aren't welcome here. He sighed. You can say that again. Hiyori snorted. Many tents were set up. This was probably where they kept the wounded. Many 4th Division members running around. Yoruichi, Sato, Yuryu, and Urahara were taken to a different part of camp. It was much more comfortable than where the Vizards had most likely been placed. Being escorted, Yoruichi saw Sui Feng wrapped in bandages, sleeping on a medical bed. Surprising the guard, Yoruichi ran to Sui Feng's side. The Shinigami yelled at her, but she didn't care. Yoruichi's apprentice lay quietly. You stupid girl, Yoruichi mumbled. A large man stood not too far away from Sui Feng either. He had a large purple collar. The guards tried to take Yoruichi away, but the man intervened. I can watch over from here, the man stated. They let Yoruichi go. Sui Feng knows you rather well. You are Yoruichi, right? The cat woman nodded. She looked back at her previous student. Sui Feng had bandages covering her torso and other wounded limbs. Yoruichi wondered what had happened. She hated to see her friend like this. What happened to her? Yoruichi asked. The man sighed. She knew it had to be bad. Sui Feng was a very strong captain. Sui Feng would not go down without a fight. The man was quiet for a moment, his eyes partly closed. It was that damn hollow, Naruto, he said, growling. Yoruichi's eyes grew wide. Sui Feng Taiko tried to stop him for leaving. She told me she only wanted her old sensei's back. The cat woman sighed. Naruto was Sui Feng's sensei as well. As much as Yoruichi wanted to hate Naruto, she couldn't. It didn't mean she wasn't angry. Naruto, that hollow that exceeds in ninja technique. Yoruichi looked up to the man. He nodded. I see. I guess I will to knock some sense into Sui Feng. She probably let her emotions carry too much during the fight, and that hollow. She glared sharply at the ground. I guess I will have to teach him a few things. You were once Sui Feng's mentor, am I correct? The purple-collared man asked. Yoruichi gave a small nod. I am her vice captain. Marekio Omeda, he told Yoruichi. Sui Feng cares about you deeply, but had another sensei as well. Naruto was also her sensei at one point. Quote, there is much you have to tell me then. Yoruichi said, I would like to know more about Naruto. If you know anything about him, please share. Yoruichi said to the rather large man. Her eye pleaded the man to tell her anything about Naruto. Suddenly, Yoruichi saw a Shinigami in the background. Her eyes locked on the one person. It was confusing on why she was so interested in him. Tattoos on his face, and looked like a punk, but for some reason she felt like she wanted to talk to him. He looked over in her direction and saw her staring. Yoruichi couldn't look away. Both pairs of eyes locked on each other. She felt as if she knew him. Naruto trained Sui Feng in ninja arts, though it was only for a year. The man snapped Yoruichi out of her thoughts. She looked at the man again. Whatever Naruto taught her, it made her stronger, but most the things he showed her, she could not do. Naruto mentioned things like ninjutsu, taijutsu, dujutsu, and genjutsu. He brought up chakra and many other things. It seemed pointless to me. What would chakra do? Anyways, he tried to teach things like walking on water, but it seemed impossible. It made me wonder how strong he really was. I don't think I have heard of doing any of those things. Yoruichi stated. She tried to think of what she learned in the past. Why did Naruto bring up chakra? What is it? Yoruichi asked the man. He closed his eyes and rubbed his chin with thumb. Yoruichi thought about it some more. She remembered reading something about chakra in an old book. It was part of the Hindu religion and among other things, but what Naruto was explaining couldn't be about religion. From what I remember, it was some spiritual energy, or something like that. He squinted a bit. Yoruichi sighed. He did these strange hand signs. Then something would happen. Yoruichi wished the man wasn't so vague. What would happen? Yoruichi asked, wanting a more direct answer. He could create clones of himself. Hundreds of them. Sui Feng Taiko managed to do something similar but not nearly as powerful. He stated, it took her about 3 months to just be able to make the big variation to use the technique. Though there were other abilities, but what? Yoruichi raised her eyebrow. Naruto showed her many techniques, but there was one technique in particular. The man shuddered a bit. Though he told Sui Feng she would never be able to use the technique, because it was much too complicated. I understand why. That much power and the after effects were dangerous. Yoruichi looked at him, wanting to find out more about this strange ability. I believe it was called Senin mode. Kazuki knew why Yoruichi ran off. It was obvious her student had suffered from the events that had happened recently. Sato and Yuryu ran into Rukia and Renji. Now Kazuki was left alone. He sighed, bored with the fact no one bothered to talk to him. He needed to make more friends. Ahara then saw a few of the captains walking over to him. Well, at least it's company. Kazuki said to himself. Kazuki Urahara. The captain with a pink kimono said with a smile. Kazuki remembered him from he was part of the Soul Society. Do you even remember me? It has been quite some time since you have been here. He said with a polite demeanor. Urahara thought for a second and smiled. Shunsui Kiraku. It's been a while. Kazuki said with a smile. You too. He said to the two others. If I remember, you're Byakuya Kuchiki. He said to the rather stoic-looking captain. Last time I saw you just a kid. Yoruichi talked often of you, Byakuya. Kazuki squinted at the final member. I don't think I've ever seen you. The blonde person didn't look very surprised. You are a vice captain, but obviously weren't part of the Gote 13 when I was still in the Soul Society. That is correct, the blonde said. I am Izuru Kira, vice captain of the 3rd Division. Urahara sighed. The captain of the 3rd Division left with Aizen. Jin was the captain that left, if Kazuki remembered correctly. Urahara felt bad for Izuru. So what brings you three here? I don't imagine just anything. Kazuki said. Maybe this has to do with Naruto. He seems to be the topic around here. Urahara looked at the 3 captains. I guess I was right. Kazuki smirked. So what makes you think I know anything about him? Considering you're the one that wanted to bring Ichigo back from Soul Society. There would have to be a reason for it. Byakuya stated. Urahara knew the Gote 13 weren't ones to fool around. Especially after this type of disaster. Kazuki didn't know any of their relations to Naruto. He wondered if he should really tell them anything. Izuru could tell that he was conflicted. We aren't here to cause more problems. We simply want to know more on what is going on. After all, we are the ones who nearly lost an entire society. Izuru explained to Urahara. Kazuki looked at all 3 of them, and sighed. All of them held no grudge. The truth is, I don't know much about Naruto. Or what is going on. All I really know is Naruto was after Ichigo. Kazuki said. My plan was to lure Naruto out with Ichigo. And then we would be able to discover what he was after. Of course nothing happens according to plan. Kazuki already knew that Aizen had gotten a hold of Naruto. So, Naruto has some connection to Ichigo. Shunsui said, looking over his shoulder. There Ichigo was talking to Yuryu, Rukia, and Sato. I guess we all have to hear from Ichigo later. Shunsui stated. For now, we have to recover from this attack. Shunsui sighed. Byakuya was still looking at Ichigo. Ichigo knows a lot more than everyone else. I can tell. Byakuya closed his eyes for a moment. Upon opening his eyes held a small amount of red in his usual gray eyes. No one noticed this. He blinked and the color disappeared. Izuru sensed another energy from Byakuya. Izuru felt the same thing happen with Renji and Rangaku. It was odd. Izuru wouldn't say anything, but he would have to investigate further. However, it had happened to himself as well, but Izuru didn't remember much from it. Kazuki Urahara. Yamamoto walked up to 4 of them. Kazuki didn't look very happy with the arrival. I am not here to condemn you. I merely wish to propose something to you. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto said, the council will be rather pleased to know that you are detained, but I will not allow them to do away with you. Urahara's eyebrow rose. I would like save you, but I need you to work with me. Unless you would like to die. What exactly are you proposing? Kazuki asked. I don't remember anything about you being very merciful. Urahara looked up at the old captain. It was true, that why? Yamamoto seldom ever wanted a criminal to work with him. Actually, it was unheard of. Yamamoto did whatever the path of justice led him. Urahara, I would not think about this too lightly. After all, why? Oh, you are deciding life and death for more than yourself. Yamamoto reminded him. Kazuki nodded. As you know, the council would be more than happy to have you executed, but what I propose is to place you in an order. Urahara couldn't believe that this was his proposition. There were very few orders made in the Soul Society. 2 orders, in the Soul Society history, had been made. These orders draft any of the enemies or prisoners into the war, as well gave them a chance to redeem themselves. It was considered a desperate measure. Urahara didn't like that fact that he would have to follow orders from Yamamoto and the council. You really want to call on a new order? That would only delay the council until this war was over, if this counted as a war. Kazuki said, how would that save us? The council doesn't care what happens to us. That, Kazuki, is better left off for if you agree. There is no point in telling you everything unless you agree. Yamamoto eyed the once captain. I have my ways, Kazuki Urahara. You can choose to believe me, or paint your own death. Though, there is the possibility that you will be executed even if you go with me, but it is better than the chances of survival without my help. Kazuki sighed, and closed his eyes for a moment. Some chance versus no chance. As much as Urahara didn't want to agree with Yamamoto, there was no way around it. They could fight their way out. But where would that get them? I guess I really don't have a choice. Urahara opened his eyes and looked at Yamamoto, so this is the beginning of a new order. Didn't I would be able to be part of one, now the 3rd order is being established. Shunsui took off his restraints. Kazuki rolled his wrists. Yoruichi walked over, her hands free as well. Urahara. Yoruichi said, Kazuki cool. Tell that she found out something about Naruto. He nodded, and she nodded back. Urahara gave her a look that told her they would have to relay the information later. She glanced around to see Yamamoto. They could a bit of tense air around them. Kazuki sensed a familiar presence. Ah, the Vizards are finally here. Urahara said. The captains turned around to see the ex-Shinigami. Lisa saw Shunsui and looked away. Well, it seems we all are pretty much here. He smiled. We are all here for a common reason. Other than being prisoners, all of us are connected to Naruto in some way and all of us know that Aizen is the enemy. The plan is to stop Aizen, as well as Naruto. Urahara looked to Yamamoto. There is no point in everyone fighting against each other. I think it is time to bring this exile to an end. Yamamoto stated. In regulation, I do not have this power alone. I need everyone's hand in this. He said. I will use all my power to try to prevent you from being executed for coming back to the Soul Society. Yamamoto explained to Urahara, Yoruichi, and the Vizards. Though I cannot guarantee that I will succeed. As much as we would like to live, Urahara said, even if we are to be executed, I guess we will have to do our best to stop Aizen. Kazuki smiled sadly. I have been hiding most my life. This place has always been my home. I will do what I can to protect it. Urahara knew they didn't have a choice in the matter. They were prisoners, and the new order was being established. Yoruichi looked at Kazuki with a smile. Even with my many failures, I believe we can save everyone. If we do this together. I agree. Yoruichi walked to Urahara's side. We can do this. The ex-captain of the 2nd Division smiled at Urahara. Shinji looked at his group with a raised eyebrow. Shinji didn't think everyone could be this sappy. The Vizards looked at one another, then Shinji and nodded. Hiyori growled a bit, but nodded as well. Shinji nodded, knowing his group agreed. Looks like we are in this. Shinji grinned. Yamamoto let out a sigh. Yuryu and Sato were the last and the two. We know what Ichigo would say. Sato smiled a bit. We also agree. Well, this is the new order. This is the first time Shinigami, a Quincy, humans, and Hollows have ever worked together, Yamamoto said. In my power I call on the third order. Yamamoto added, and the others nodded. We must do what we can to bring an end to this war as fast as possible. Ichigo found out that Hitsugaya had been mortally wounded. After his talk with Minato, he found the base camp. Rukia told him that Toshiro had been injured. He ran to find Retsu, where Shunsui left him to be taken care of. There had been rumors that he had died. Ichigo hoped that was not the case. Upon entering Retsu's tent, he saw a woman reading a list. Is Toshiro here? Ichigo asked the woman. She blinked and nodded, pointing to the back of the tent. He ran over to the covered section, and moved the drapes away. He saw a bed with an outline of a small body under a white sheet. He froze. Toshiro was dead. He couldn't believe it. He walked shocked over to the bed, and hesitantly moved to undercover Toshiro. He lifted the sheet to see open eyes. What the hell? He fell back. Toshiro painfully sat up. Ichigo, it seems that you have come back. Hitsugaya looked at the bandages around his midsection. Ichigo thought Toshiro was dead. And Hitsugaya gave him a small scowl. Did you think I was dead? Toshiro asked with a smirk. I don't give up that easily. Ichigo stood up, regaining his composure. I didn't think I would see you again. Truthfully speaking, Yuryu and Chad took me back to Karakura town right as the attack came. When we tried to go back there was some sort of barrier. Ichigo explained, the Soul Society looks like a wasteland. How big was the attack? The Espada and Hollows arrived. The numbers of Hollows seemed endless. Toshiro gripped the sheet with anger. They almost completely destroyed the Soul Society. It was worse than what Naruto did 50 years ago by far, and yet it was all because of him. Hitsugaya sighed. Don't tell me you're giving up. Ichigo shouted and saw Toshiro give him an ice-cold glare. Ichigo didn't want to offend him, but by the way he spoke it sounded as if he wanted to quit. Far from it. Toshiro looked away from Ichigo. A quiet moment entered the room. Toshiro looked back at Ichigo. I met him, he stated. Ichigo looked confused by who Toshiro was talking about. I met Sasuke. You met Sasuke? Yes. He saved me. Toshiro sighed. He was the one who told me not to give up. Hitsugaya had a broken look. I really owe him. He was the one who convinced me to move forward. Why is everyone's pasts awakening now? Ichigo asked, seeing a pattern. Do you think it has something to do with Naruto? It has to be, Toshiro said. Ichigo nodded and Toshiro looked into his eyes. Maybe Minato would be able to answer the question. The man did seem to know a lot. I have a question. What? Ichigo looked at Toshiro with questioning eyes. Why are you keeping things from everyone? Look, right now isn't the best time to start this. Ichigo told Toshiro. I would want to tell everyone at the same time, or this would only get annoying. Well, now would be the best time then. Ichigo turned to see Kazuki with several others. We are all ears. This chapter is complete. Yes, Minato is himself. No memories of anything, not even his own son. I was going to make him a reincarnation, but I found this more fitting. After all, he was eaten by that weird Shinigami thing. Why not? The Soul Society teams up with the Vizards, Kazuki, Yoruichi, Yuryu, Sato, and Ichigo to stop Aizen. This new order might save them from being put to death by the council, but no promises. Itachi starting to appear, maybe. And what about the others? And of course, some answers on why Naruto's hollow looks so much like Ichigo. And some answers in general. Until the next chapter. I'm here with the next chapter. It took forever just to finish this chapter. Sorry it took so long. I have been working in a musical, and it has been taking up most my time. Chapters will be taking up a few weeks to write, sorry. Not to mention the school work. Umbra 8191, Sildra 0, Lycows, Mark, Sindar, ZXZ Fick Hunter, Taniea, Arashi Cage Naruto, Geno Beast, Saccharine Child, Chutverslahout, 43. And Night Mistress 09X. Now you can read. Naruto had woken up to find Wunderweiss was holding Naruto's arm. He tried to move, but the boy had an iron grip. Naruto frowned, not being able to leave the room, or the bed. He realized he had slept without having nightmares for once in his life. Naruto smiled. He felt rested. Naruto liked having the feeling of being cared about. He wasn't so lonely. He looked over to Wunderweiss, to see the boy's eyes were open. Naruto felt a little awkward having the Arankar just staring at him. Morning, Naruto said with a sheepish smile. Wunderweiss let go of his arm and sat up from the bed. The Arankar got off the bed, and walked to the door. Bye, Naruto said, hearing the door shut. Naruto really didn't understand the kid completely, but he strangely understood. Naruto got up as well, and made his way to the bathroom. Taking a quick bath, and dressing himself, he left his palace. Naruto was going to have to find more to do now. Surely, he could go bother the other Espada members. Hopefully, he wouldn't have any more run-ins with Neutra. What should I do? He mumbled to himself, walking into the great hall, which there was nothing great about it. He saw Zale walking in the other direction. Naruto, Zale called, and Naruto froze. Somehow, Zale knew whenever Naruto was around. He turned around and gave Naruto a smile. It's good to see you again. Naruto shivered a little. Zale walked over to the hollow. I knew I would eventually find you. You always seem to wander around. Zale grinned. No matter how much Naruto tried, he was still looking at Orochimaru. I'm guessing you have nothing to do. Why don't you help me at the lab? He suggested. Naruto knew if he refused Zale, it would only make the situation worse. I don't have anything better to do, Naruto said with a forced smile. Zale's grin increased. Naruto followed the grinning pink-haired Espada, wondering what he was going to do today. It was very awkward walking in the silence of the hall. So, how have things been since I have left? Well, considering when you left more than 1/4 of Las Noches was destroyed, rather well. Zale looked at Naruto in the corner of his eye. Naruto glared at him a little. Oh, did I strike a nerve? He chuckled. I'm just teasing you. Naruto wasn't too sure that was the only reason. Las Noches has been dreadfully boring. He placed his hand dramatically on his forehead. My research has been wonderful though. I'm coming closer to my goal. That's good, Naruto said. Naruto knew very little of Zale's work, but he could tell he was up to no good. Naruto once walked in on something disturbing. Zale used one of his own Frakken for an experiment. This was before Aizen told he could no longer have any more Arankar go missing. Naruto didn't understand until he saw what he was doing. Zale had dissected the Arankar and was examining everything. The amount of blood everywhere was sickening. And then the dark smile Zale gave him. He shuddered. Are you all right? The 8th Espada asked, turning his head. If you are not feeling well I can give you a checkup, if you want. He grinned at Naruto. The hollow shook his head. I wouldn't want you to be unwell. Naruto then felt a headache come on. He mentally cursed. Those two were fighting again, but why did they have to choose now of all times? Naruto grimaced a little. Zale stopped, walked and turned to Naruto. You don't have to hide your pain. His grin disappeared, replaced with a frown. No really I'm fine. Just a headache. Naruto always used that excuse, but all the Espada knew what was really. Naruto didn't like people worrying over him, but usually no one even cared. Naruto remembered how they found out. It was the 3rd year of being a part of the Espada. Flashback. Naruto was having one of those horrible days. His head was pounding, the worst in a long time. A meeting was being called today, and all the Espada had to come. He hated meetings. Naruto always sat at the very end of the table, opposite of Aizen who was the head. He awkwardly sat listening to the meeting, receiving a glare from Neutra and Yami. Grimmjow gave him a sneer once. For Espada members, they weren't the most mature Arankar. The rest of the Espada just listened to whatever Aizen was talking about. Naruto couldn't concentrate because of his headache. Aizen noticed this and looked at him. Would you like to repeat what I just said? Aizen said in a calm voice, though he was entirely impatient with Naruto. Excuse me, Aizen-sama. But I don't know what you just said. Naruto clutched his head, trying to lessen the throbbing. Aizen's eyes narrowed. Noitra grinned at the misfortune that Aizen saw him. Yami snorted a bit. Coyote was just glad it looked like he was paying attention, he'd rather not get yelled at. Baragan and Ulquiorra just looked at him for a brief moment. Neliel sighed. I apologize. Aizen-sama. Naruto grimaced a bit. Aizen noticed Naruto's strange behavior. Is something bothering you? Aizen asked Naruto. The Hollow didn't want to bring up the constant fights that happened in his mind. It made him appear crazy. Or even more so. Naruto was going to shake his head, but Aizen saw through him. Lie to me and you will be punished. He gave him a stern warning. Naruto sighed, and was about to speak. Naruto felt like something snapped in his mind, which was not a good sign. He let out a glass-shattering scream, and held his head. Aizen's eyes widened. Stupid bastards. Naruto yelled, gripping his head so hard his nails dug into his skin. Naruto's hollow was acting up again, as well as the Kyuubi. Both of them were killing him. He stood up from the chair, and wanted to slam his head against the wall. The Espada watched as Naruto shrieked again. Aizen stood up from his chair, and walked over to Naruto. He wasn't fazed by the loud cries Naruto gave. Grimmjow covered his ears as well as Coyote and Yami. Noitra just kept grinning. Ulquiorra had the expressionless face, and watched. Baragan irritated at the noise. Neliel sadly watched from her seat. Naruto. Aizen. Grabbed the Hollow's head with one hand. Look into my eyes. He commanded. Naruto did so, and his arms fell to his sides. His eyes turned blank. Aizen closed his eyes for a few moments, and released Naruto's head. Naruto's eyes turned back, normal, and he blinked. You did not tell me about them. Aizen looked down. Naruto looked down ashamed. Who are you talking about? Neliel asked Aizen. Naruto sighed a bit, and hoped they wouldn't think he was crazy. It was true that he embodied more than one person, and he had no control over them. He kept the two locked away, but he couldn't do much else. Naruto forgot to mention, he has a demon living inside him, as well as an alternative hollow. Aizen said to the Espada members. His headaches are caused from the two fighting. Naruto hated the two others in his head. It seems number 0 is more messed up than I thought. Noitra snickered. Neliel gave him a glare, but he didn't notice. Weirder shit happened. Grimmjow mumbled. Naruto didn't understand their acceptance. Or rather, they did not care. It was the truth that the Espada did not care for Naruto that much, but that was life. It was better than being lied to. Next time you have this problem, I or Zale will deal with it. Aizen told him. Zale may not be a member of the Espada, but he is capable with things like this. He can deal with those two. Naruto nodded. Flashback end. Those two at it again. Zale asked the Hollow. Naruto didn't answer. Why do you choose a painful way of taking things rather than just tell me? Zale eyed Naruto. The blonde red Hollow didn't like when others became concerned over him. Not like he couldn't trust Zale, well, not completely. It was like that with everyone. Espada preyed on each other's misery. Zale was no different. Naruto found himself in some deep shit around the Mad Arankar. Zale was sadistic, and Naruto was in some cases the victim. Naruto. Zale gently took hold of Naruto's chin, and lifted it. Look into my eyes. Wah. Naruto's eyes turned blank. Zale's eyes changed from amber to a deep red. This type of technique would be dangerous on anyone but Naruto. The person invaded one's mind, and numbed the mind in a way that could send one into a coma. When used on Naruto, it would only cause the other two inhabitants to become paralyzed. This wouldn't work if the target is not close enough, or looking into his eyes. Zale blinked, and Naruto blinked as well. Did you? You should thank me. Zale said, instead of suffering I spared you the pain. You owe me a favor now. He grinned darkly. Naruto sighed. It would end up like this. Good, now off to my lab. The pink-haired Espada lead Naruto to his palace, which was a giant lab. Naruto remembered going here a few times. Something happened each time he went. First time, surprise tests. Second time, seeing the mutilation of one of Zale's Frakken. Third time, Zale, accidentally, put Naruto into his testing chambers where he put various monsters to fight. Fourth time, Naruto was stupid enough to visit, and ended up in an electric chair. This was his fifth time going. It was going to be something he would regret. Are you going to make me do this time? Naruto asked, dreading the very thought of what Zale might make him do this time. Zale stayed quiet, not a good sign. You going to put me in the electric chair again? Or is this the testing chambers? None of those. I simply wish to know you better. Zale said with a dark smile. Naruto didn't believe him. By getting to know Naruto better, it was probably testing on him to see how he was genetically different. Upon getting into the lab, Naruto saw the entire place was dark, humming of machines, bubbling of liquids, and strange beeping noise. I'll walked over to his chemistry table and examined the vials carefully, lifting each one into the air, near the light. How was the Soul Society? Not too dreadful. Naruto's brow rose. It was hell, Naruto stated. The Shinigami placed me in a dark cell for days. Then they wanted to put me in the dark underground city for all eternity. Naruto brooded. They are liars, and I hate them. Zale glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eye before looking back at the vial. But Zale placed the vial down before looking at Naruto. Some of them acted like they cared, and I felt happy. You are quite naive, Zale announced. Naruto frowned. You can't trust everyone. Zale told him. Naruto thought he understood what Zale meant. Zale was talking about something entirely different. He was talking about Aizen, but wouldn't go farther on that subject. Unless he wanted to end up dead. Though Zale wouldn't mind being killed, he could test regeneration technique. If it didn't work, well, that would be too bad. Maybe if he tested it on one of his Frakken. He had already done that, all of them ended up dead. To ensure the regeneration happened, he would need something to stabilize it. Naruto's blood would work just fine. The problem was, how was Zale going to get any? He chuckled to himself. Surely, he would find a way. I know I am naive, but I can't help it. Naruto stated, although I am a hollow, I still feel very human, having my memories unlike others. I feel like I can trust people. Naruto claimed. Zale sighed and shook his head. He looked at his Zanpakuto, and unsheathed it. Looking at the shining metal, he turned around and walked towards Naruto. Naruto felt unsteady suddenly. Zale grinned madly. You really trust people? He smiled darkly and brought the blade to Naruto's throat. Do you really trust me? After all, I love to test things out. He tilted his head to the side. Can you trust a man who wants to find a way to kill you? Who wants to harm you? Zale's eyes narrowed, a smile creeping on his lips. Surely, he could get blood this way. No, Naruto answered truthfully. Naruto looked at his reflection of himself on the Zanpakuto. I still don't trust anyone. But I like my family here. Naruto looked up into the Espada's eyes. You are my family, Naruto said. Despite wanting to experiment on me, I still think you as family. Why don't know why. Zale drew back his Zanpakuto and placed it back in his sheath. He had mixed feelings with the answer. You are incredibly foolish, Zale commented, believing in others, and not trusting them. Seeing someone who tries to kill you as family. You are surely messed up in the head. Zale went over to a machine and pressed a couple of buttons. I don't understand you, child. No one really does. Naruto laughed. Zale smirked and took out a syringe and needle. He knew that Naruto would try to resist, but that was the fun part of his research. Now, I would like to draw some of your blood. You wished to speak to me. Aizen looked at Ulquiorra with one brow raised. Usually Ulquiorra didn't bother Aizen. Aizen was the one that had to call for him. Ulquiorra was acting a bit different lately. Aizen noticed this the day he called for the retrieval. Ulquiorra looked either deep in thought or a bit frustrated with something. Aizen never understood Ulquiorra very much. He never really knew his Espada. They were just tools. He didn't have emotional ties to anyone or anything. Not like Aizen wanted any. Sure, he had what people called friends, but if they perished it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Hi, Aizen-sama. Ulquiorra nodded his head slightly. I was wondering what you were going to do with Naruto. Aizen was a bit surprised to hear this from Ulquiorra. I have my own theories. But I want to hear it from you. Aizen's eyes narrowed a small amount. He wasn't angry, but curious. Ulquiorra never questioned him, or spoke to him unless needed. Aizen then wondered what he was exactly going to do with Naruto. Surely, he had a great weapon. He had the upper edge in the game now. The question was, how was he going to use it? Naruto is a very powerful ally, and I will make good use of him. Aizen answered vaguely. Ulquiorra was not pleased, at all, with Aizen's answer. For some reason, Ulquiorra was concerned with what Aizen was planning to do with the hollow. The fourth Espada member wanted to know what was going to happen, but Aizen was one to keep things to himself. This was a smart thing to do. Why do you wish to know? This is unlike your usual behavior. Aizen said with his eyes narrowing. I am curious, what would someone like you do with such power? Ulquiorra said, not threatened by Aizen's gesture. Aizen was not thrilled by Ulquiorra's curiosity. The fourth Espada had a tendency to look for the answers if not given, which lead to problems. Ulquiorra always put his nose where it didn't belong, making Aizen wonder if he should get rid of him. However, Ulquiorra was incredibly loyal, unlike many of the others. Chia was the most loyal, but Ulquiorra saw a close second. Though Aizen knew not to trust his Espada, after all they were only tools. Naruto will be able to take care of any enemy I do not wish to deal with. He will be the one to destroy any army that stands in my way. Aizen explained a little less vaguely. If the Soul Society is to interfere, then Naruto will take care of them. I don't want to waste more time on the useless Shinigami. They have filled their role, he stated. Ulquiorra wondered what if Naruto did not want to do any of those things. Naruto did have the power to kill Aizen. The question was, did Aizen really acknowledge this? What if Naruto does not do what he is told? What if Naruto does not become your pawn? What if Naruto tries to defy you? Ulquiorra asked. He felt a bit conflicted asking the question. He felt as if he shouldn't have. This feeling of concern grew, when Aizen's face darkened. Aizen walked towards Ulquiorra. The fourth Espada looked at the Zanpakuto pointed at his chest. Aizen had a remorseless expression on his face. Then I would deal with the problem, just like anything else. Aizen smirked. Naruto would just be a little harder to deal with. Aizen sheathed his Zanpakuto and walked past Ulquiorra. But every problem is easily dealt with the right circumstances. Zen was talking about how Naruto trusted him. Aizen could easily manipulate this. Ulquiorra felt an odd burning feeling. It didn't hurt. The burning felt like it was more of adrenaline rushing through his body. Ulquiorra felt as he wanted to stab Aizen. Ulquiorra didn't run on impulse, which was good, or Aizen would have killed him. Ulquiorra would have to ask Naruto or Inoue what it was. Any more questions? No, Aizen-sama, Ulquiorra said. The Urankar bowed his head. I will leave now. Ulquiorra walked away from Aizen. Aizen watched as Ulquiorra left the room. Aizen would have to make sure to keep an eye on the fourth Espada. He wouldn't want him to tell Naruto anything unnecessary. Naruto had lost a little blood. It was enough for Zale in his research. Naruto had to ask himself why he had to call the Espada his family. It was rather stupid. The Espada had to be the most dysfunctional family in the world. If considered to be a family at all, maybe Naruto should have called everyone inmates. Las Noches looked more like a jail. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see if Zale followed him. Sometimes he wondered if Zale stalked him. It would make sense. Zale would bring up random things about Naruto. More disturbing than interesting. Naruto didn't know how Zale could know so much about him. For instance, Zale knew about his actual eye color, age of when he died, height in millimeters, inches, centimeters. Of when he died, even his current height. Naruto never told anyone these things. Except Toshiro, but Zale never spoke to Toshiro. Naruto then got the strange suspicion that whenever Zale numbed his mind that things from his past would come up. Zale had his ways of studying, and he discovered what he wanted to know. If it isn't Naruto-kun. Naruto stopped spacing out to see Jin. Naruto could sense Sai, and it bothered him. He missed everyone. Sai and Naruto may have fought, but Naruto considers Sai one of his precious friends. Naruto wished he could have saved everyone. Jin kept the grin on his face, but he could tell something was bothering him. Jin felt a little conflicted. In one hand, Jin was going to pester him, but in another hand, he wanted to tell him to cheer up. It was strange how he wanted to connect more this hollow he just met. He had better things to do. Finding a way to kill Aizen before he actually got to the Spirit King. It was proving more difficult the more power Aizen received. The fact Aizen got Naruto to join the Espada wasn't helping. Naruto seemed to be a very powerful person. Jin would have to be careful around him. I would appreciate it if you stopped grinning. It reminds me of someone from my past. Naruto said with a sharp tone. He really didn't want to face his past for the moment. Jin was a little surprised that Naruto told him to do that. Naruto told him his name was Sai, but now he told Jin to stop reminding him of that person. Though grinning was natural for Jin, his grin only increased and Naruto scowled. Oh, Jin would tease the boy for a bit. Does it remind you of Sai? Jin tilted his head a small amount. Naruto glared at Jin, and Jin was happy of the response. Naruto sighed agitated with Jin. Jin reminded him a lot of Sai. This only made him want to punch Jin in the face. Then Naruto remembered what Sai's one regret was not being able to him smile one last time. Naruto recalled the smile Sai gave him. Jin could tell Naruto was spacing out. Do you remember your regret? Naruto asked out loud. The hollow wished he hadn't asked. Jin raised his eyebrow. Naruto must have been thinking about Sai. Jin couldn't understand why he was so bipolar with the subject. Never mind, Naruto added. It was foolish for Naruto to think that Jin was Sai. They were two complete different people. When you died, you forgot everything about your past. Then again, Naruto didn't know that for sure. He died and became pale, unsure, and very confused. If you're talking about Sai, then I don't know what he would have regretted. Jin told him. Naruto walked past Jin. Naruto didn't want to deal with Jin for the moment. Someone not in the mood for a little teasing, Naruto kept quiet as he walked away. If I have anything to say to you, Jin, it would be you will not succeed in whatever you are planning. Naruto stated. Jin flinched a little, but didn't respond to the comment other than that. I'm sure that Aizen wouldn't be too happy with your plan either. Jin kept his usual grin on. Naruto soon disappeared from Jin's view. Jin would defiantly have to an eye on Naruto. Such a straw. Nge hollow. Jin shook his head before continuing his path to his room. He felt as if he should be talking to Naruto more often. It was odd. Naruto could sense a strong presence calling to him. He stopped and looked around. Why did it feel so familiar? Thinking about the energy more, he got an image of someone who died even before the war. He froze. It couldn't be. He ran, following the energy. Why was this person here? Why didn't he sense it before? Naruto could feel it was weak. He ran past the rather calm Coyote. What are you up to? Coyote asked himself. Coyote thought it was annoying that he felt as if he should follow. He sighed and walked in the direction where Naruto had run. Coyote had to choose today to leave his palace. Lilith had been nagging to stop being so lazy, so he went for a walk. It seemed that Naruto was running to the prison chambers where they held the Shinigami they caught. Naruto ran down the stairs and tried to open the door. Seeing he needed a key, he growled. Using a small amount of strength, he broke the handle and pushed open the door. Haku, Naruto said as he saw someone sitting in the darkness. The place smelled horrible, like there were rotting corpses. He was correct. There were corpses, but a person who was still alive sat in the corner. Fear emitted off the living person. Naruto walked towards the person. You're a Shinigami, Naruto said, as he was less than 2 feet away from the person. The Shinigami looked up and eyes widened. You're Naruto, the Shinigami gasped. Naruto was sickened to see another Shinigami. Why did it have a Shinigami that reminded him of Haku? The more Naruto looked at the Shinigami, the more he got angrier. This person didn't even look or act like Haku. Why did his life have to be so cruel to remind him of the people he once knew? Naruto compared to Haku, this reincarnation was pathetic. Why do these people keep coming back? You're all supposed to be dead, not haunting me. Naruto yelled. His head began to ache, only fueling the fire. He grinded his teeth together. All the reincarnations kept pulling back his memories, driving him insane. He wanted to kill all of them, so he would never have to face them. Out of rage, Naruto picked the Haku reincarnate by the throat. I'm sorry, the Shinigami whispered. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard the Shinigami speak those words. I didn't mean for this to happen, the Shinigami choked. Naruto didn't understand what he was talking about. Naruto always thought that pink-haired girl would end up being Haku, but he was wrong. This is my fault that you were captured, the boy said. Naruto smirked. I left the Soul Society on my own. The boy's eyes widened. Aizen showed me we're my true friends. The people that really care. Naruto told him. His grip on the Shinigami's throat only tightened. Hearing the boy cough, his smirk turned into a grin. For some reason he found satisfaction in strangling the kid, unlucky for him. Naruto pulled back his other free arm. Naruto would only have to deliver one regular punch to kill this Shinigami. His grin faltered a little. Instead of seeing the Shinigami's face, he saw Haku's face. His fist was shaking, eyes wide from seeing Haku. Naruto, said Haku with a small smile. Naruto growled and tried to move his fist, but it stayed in place, shaking like a leaf. This was just a trick of his mind. Haku wasn't there. It was the Shinigami. Then why couldn't he kill him? He couldn't remember why this was so familiar. His memories were disappearing. He growled and brought back his even further, trying to fight himself. Why was the world against whatever he did? It always loved to prove he couldn't do something, making him the freak, the crazy one. His limbs were numb, mind burned. His free arm fell to his side, and he dropped the Shinigami. The kid coughed a couple of times and scooted away from Naruto. The hollow growled and punched the wall, causing the wall to crumble under his fist. Damn it! Naruto yelled, eyes ablaze. I have all the power I need, and yet I can't use to destroy the past that haunts me. The Shinigami shivered watching Naruto. The hollow still saw the Shinigami as Haku. Naruto grabbed his hair with both his hands, and wanted to pull it out. He had the worst headache, but it wasn't the two fighting this time. Images of memories he forgot were flooding his mind too fast. It hurt, like hell. Naruto was the wall for support, the Shinigami, not understanding what was going on, only watched. Why the hell must I be the one to be haunted, cursed, hated? Naruto yelled. Naruto, Coyote said. Stark was standing near the doorway. He knew that this was going to be troublesome. Naruto released his head, not being able to identify the person who said his name, attacked Coyote. Coyote caught the punch with his hand. Lucky for him, Naruto was weak at the moment. Naruto's eyes told Coyote everything he needed to know. They were unfocused, wide, and shaky. Communicating Naruto was suffering from another attack of the mind, whether it be the two, or something else entirely. Naruto began to see whom he attacked. It was Coyote Stark, but the aura of Nagato lingered. This produced an image in Naruto's mind. The battle he had with the man, or his puppet. Then talking to Nagato for a brief moment. Naruto remembered Nagato. Even when Nagato destroyed his village, he sacrificed himself to bring it back. Naruto panted, as his mind began to settle. Sorry, Naruto said between breaths. He didn't know whom he was apologizing to, Coyote or Nagato. To Naruto it didn't matter anymore. He was beginning to give up trying to figure out if these people really were. Coyote saw the Shinigami sitting far away from the two. I keep seeing things, Naruto explained. Coyote sighed. Why did he have to take care of the hollow? Naruto's body was weak, trying to recall any memories he lost. To no avail, Naruto didn't remember anything that was lost. He closed his eyes for a moment. Then that moment turned into a minute. He opened his eyes as much as he could. His body still very fatigued from the sudden lapse. Kid, you really outdid yourself this time. Coyote mumbled. He could tell that the hollow was too tired to do anything on his own. Sighing, he picked up the hollow and carried him over his shoulder. Naruto couldn't argue with Coyote for the moment. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest? Coyote added. For now, Naruto didn't feel like it. Naruto felt like he was the weakest. Coyote looked at the Shinigami, who only watched. Strange that everyone I meet has a nickname. Even in these circumstances. Coyote walked out of the room with Naruto over his shoulder. Lillinette popped out randomly, as she always did. What the hell was that? Lynette asked, looking at Naruto and then back at the cell. Coyote shrugged a bit. Lillinet not very happy with the response, she scoffed and crossed her arms. Geesh, Naruto is even more whacked out than I originally thought. He is a lot different than he was 30-50 years ago. Lillinet observed that Naruto was actually still awake. He must have been drained of all energy with whatever he dealt with. What are we going to do about that Shinigami? Aizen doesn't seem like he's going to do anything, Lillinet asked her other half. Coyote kept quiet, still thinking about what happened. Hey, I'm talking here, she yelled. For one thing, we won't tell Aizen what happened. Coyote stated. Lillinet eyebrow rose. I don't know what he would do. If Aizen thinks Naruto can't kill the peep. That hold these strange nicknames. Coyote stopped, and Lillinet nodded. She understood what would happen. If Aizen found someone useless, he got rid of it. Not that Lillinet cared about Naruto. She thought of the times they chatted and bothered Coyote. It was fun, but she didn't care, or did she? We will keep this to ourselves. Yeah, I get it. Lillinet said, let's just hope that this doesn't happen often, or Naruto is going to end up in deep end. Yes, Coyote looked at the kid slung over his shoulder. Naruto was a wild card, and Aizen didn't care for wild cards. It was a little shocking that Aizen wanted Naruto back in the first place. Coyote remembered how Aizen told everyone what he thought of Naruto many years ago. Naruto, Aizen said with a frown, Naruto means nothing to me. He is a weapon that fights for me. If he doesn't fight for me, then he is trash, and all trash must be thrown away. Coyote sighed. He was sure Aizen thought that about everyone. RK had gone covered for Naruto more than once, lying to Aizen multiple times to cover for mistakes Naruto made in the past. Good thing Coyote had a good poker face. Naruto was an interesting person. Oyot really didn't like talking to many people, but Naruto it was different. When Naruto was more mature in the past, it wasn't so bad, but these days Naruto acted much more different. He seemed much more childish and dark. It bothered Coyote. Come on, we have to get Naruto back to his room. Lillinet nodded. Naruto became more aware of his surroundings. Sitting up from the bed, he realized it was his palace. He felt as he passed out, but he knew what happened. Coyote took him here. Naruto sighed. His limbs were still shaking a small amount. That's what I get for chasing people that are dead. Naruto reminded himself. He moved his legs over to the side of the bed. He wanted to forget the things of his past. It never ceased to come up and screw him over. He placed his face into the palms of his hand. Would it be like this forever? Seeing things that only wanted to take what little of his sanity was left. He frowned. Was there any way he could lessen his curse? It's pointless, Naruto told himself. While his memories may remind of his past, they were the only thing that truly belonged to Naruto these days. His memory was the only thing left for him. It haunted him, and hurt him as it faded. He was indecisive about everything. Would he rather have the memories linger, or make them vanish as quick as possible? Naruto sighed and dropped the subject, and tried to think of something else. Going through topics in his mind, he found one that interested him. Did he want to become an Arankar? Naruto brought his knees up to his chest, wrapped his arms around his leg, and laid his cheek on top of his knees. It was a good question. Would he, or would he not? Aizen asked him about it many years ago, but Naruto said no. Things were different now, and Naruto was in another circumstance. Taking in a deep breath, he thought about it. Naruto wondered what being an Arankar would be like, being more human. Yami told him it was better than being a hollow, though it was mainly about food. Sure, Arankar still devoured souls, but they could consume human food. Or so he heard. Naruto wanted to look more human. He already had human features, but he was pale. His eyes intimidating, and he had the appearance of a child. He longed to be what he used to be like. Blonde, blue-eyed, tan, and older. It was a pain in the ass to be treated like a kid. He smiled at the thought of looking like he once did. If he did want to be a Arankar, how would he do it? It required the Hollow's mask, and Naruto's was repressed heavily. He didn't know what would happen if he let the mask on. It was already bad enough that he went berserk from it once. Maybe it was different if it didn't force its way out. Naruto could barely control himself with the mask and Hollow restrained. Not to mention bringing up the Kyuubi. He growled a little. It wouldn't be easy. He would have to willingly let his mask complete, and then rip it off without going on an all-out rampage. Aizen told Naruto, he and the Espada would help him from destroying everything. Naruto didn't know what to do. He wanted to know what another one's thoughts were. He couldn't ask Grimmjow, because he really wasn't good at advice. Yami wouldn't help in the situation. Baragan would be annoyed on why he asked. Noitra would beat the hell out of him for no reason. Ulquiorra was most likely busy. Naruto didn't want to ask Zale. On account he would try to experiment on him. The newer members of the Espada, he didn't know. Coyote probably didn't want to talk to him. Lillinette was always with Coyote, and she didn't give advice at all. Naruto sighed. There was Tia. She was good at helping when she wanted to. Tia was generally nice. She didn't talk very often to Naruto, but when they did it was nice. She wasn't that bad to hang around either. But something prevented him from ever going to her. Her Fracken, Apache, Sung Sun, and Mila. They weren't as bad as Lolly and Mainoli. The three Fracken didn't like him very much. Naruto wondered if they were envious of him, because Tia said they were good friends. Whatever the reason, it prevented Naruto from visiting. They all had bad attitudes around him. He frowned, and then moved his legs over to the side of the bed. I can't believe I am doing this. Upon entering Tia's palace, he saw two things. 1. Apache was the only one of the three that was there, and 2. Tia was in the room. Apache couldn't bug him in Tia's presence. He was relieved. Apache gave him a sneer, but he ignored it. Tia glanced over at him. Naruto walked over to her. Tia, Naruto said, Third Espada gave him her full attention. I need someone else's opinion. He stated. She nodded, showing him he could proceed to what he wanted to know. I have been thinking. Aizen asked me many years ago if I wanted to become an Arankar. I want to know, should I? Tia looked at him for a moment. Naruto wondered what she would say. Oh, so the little hollow wants to know if he should become an Arankar. Apache mocked him. Naruto scowled at her, and Tia merely stayed quiet. Maybe Tia didn't want to talk to him. Maybe you get a little taller shrimp. She smirked and Tia sent a cold stare at Apache. The Fracken lowered her eyes and mumbled an apology. She glared at Naruto though. Come with me, Tia said. Naruto followed. Apache growled a little, and Naruto knew she was going to give him a hard time later. Tia led Naruto to her room. Down the blue-hued hallways, Naruto looked around. Tia's palace reminded him of the ocean, the way the walls were large fish tanks. The small hollows were fish and swam around. The water reflected on the walls, making you feel as if you in the water. Upon reaching her room, she opened the door and allowed Naruto in first. Tia tended to talk privately with Naruto. None of her Fracken dared to enter her room. Make yourself comfortable, she said with a quiet tone. Naruto sat himself down at one of the couches near the only female Espada. Naruto. I know, Tia. Naruto interrupted the woman. I really don't even know if it's possible for me to become an Arankar. Naruto looked at his pale hands, but his eyes gave Tia the impression of regret. Naruto looked at his pale skin and sighed. He wanted to become his old self. Looking into a mirror, he only saw failure. It was consuming him. Tia kept quiet and looked at Naruto. He was still staring at his hands. Being an Arankar, what would it bring you? Tia asked the hollow. Naruto didn't reply. Tia disliked seeing the hollow so uncertain. She noticed that whenever he saw himself, Naruto grew sad. I believe you should become an Arankar, Tia stated. Naruto looked away from his hands and at Tia. His mouth opened a small amount. He looked surprised. I believe it would be the best for you. There's the possibility that I would kill you. It requires using my mask. Naruto feared using the mask, but he really didn't understand why. The mask only made him more powerful. He killed whenever he wore it. Killing was fun, wasn't it? The mask wasn't that evil, was it? He shook his head. It really don't even know if I could let it form all the way without going crazy, and then I might, he paused, kill one of you. Do you think that any of us would die that easily? If Ulquiorra faced you alone, and survived, I believe that we will be fine. She told his with a cold voice. Naruto only nodded. Tia could tell that Naruto was still unsure. Do you think Aizen-sama would let that happen? Chie asked him. Aizen-sama is powerful. He would not allow you do something like that. She crossed her arms. Naruto sighed. It was true. Aizen wouldn't allow it at all. He was supposed to care about his espada. You do remember he saved my life, correct? Chie never let Naruto forget that. Chie cared for Aizen only because she felt indebted to him. Yes, I remember. Naruto nodded. You always bring that up. Naruto pondered for a moment. He felt the same way about Aizen, indebted. No one else really cared for him. Until Aizen came around and brought him back in. So you really think I should become an Arankar? Naruto questioned her. Chie gave him one silent nod. I'm still not sure. Why did you bring this up? Chie asked him, wanting to know more on his thought process. Of all times, I wanted to forget. Forget what, exactly? Forget everything. Naruto growled, standing from his seat. It's painful. Naruto shouted, feeling anger seep out. It's painful, remembering things, people, and places from your past. Then never being able to see them again. He clenched his hands into fists. I standing next to a glass wall. Only being able to watch. He felt his eyes sting. Chie only watched. Aren't hollows supposed to have no feelings at all? Aren't they supposed to not remember anything from their past? He paused and looked at his hands. Why do I have to be so different? He asked. Why was it always him that had to be the odd one out? The monster. The deceived. Why must he be cursed? The more power I have, it feels like the more I forget about everything, and I want to. He took a breath air, forget. If you feel so strongly about this, then why must you ask? Chie stood and walked over the hollow. She placed a hand on his shoulder. I don't understand why you are so different, but, she didn't know what it felt like to be hurt. If it hurts you so much, then I would advise you to become an Arankar. She stated. Naruto looked up into the woman's eyes. It looked like she cared. Another memory burned into his mind. The woman he talked to as an enemy. Konan, Nagato's friend and greatest ally. He wondered if Coyote ever saw Tia as a friend, but again, nothing in this world was like his. Okay, Naruto said. He had a childish expression and he looked back up to her. Would you come with me to tell Aizen? He asked the woman sheepishly. Chie was a bit amused by how he acted. She sighed and walked to the door. Naruto followed. When the two of them made it to the main entryway, he saw Apache, Mila, and Sun there. The three of them glared at him. Chie gave her Fracken a cold stare and they backed off. Aizen was walking the halls of Las Noches. He was rather happy that things were going smoothly. Though Ulquiorra's recent visit concerned him, he paid little attention to it. He had things to do, and plans to fulfill. He would need to get the spirit key soon, before the Soul Society could recuperate completely. Aizen knew for a fact that the Shinigami were stubborn. They wouldn't go down without a fight. Especially the Gote 13. His Pada managed to hurt 2 of the Gote 13, but there were 11 more. Aizen had the upper hand in this battle now. With the Soul Society in ruins due to a surprise attack, and the naive Hollow fighting for him, Aizen was ahead. Aizen knew not to be lounging for too long or the Shinigami would be back. They were a pain. Aizen wanted to send back another attack, but things weren't as simple as that. He had an army of Arankar. But the numbers weren't as great as the Shinigami. Maybe about 500 Arankar in his army, while there were over 700 Shinigami. Most of them were weak, but it was the same with his own army. The surprise attack may have disabled over 200 of the Shinigami, that brought them about even. Aizen knew that things were in his favor, but that was only for the moment. He would have to act soon. Aizen-sama, the leader of the Arankar, his head turned to see Tia and Naruto. It was odd to see 2 of his Espada members together by will. He assumed that they despised one another. Naruto walked closer to him. I have something to ask of you, Naruto said. Aizen's eyebrow rose and he turned to look at Naruto fully. Do you remember what you offered me so many years ago, about becoming an Arankar? Aizen felt a smile creeping onto his face. He never expected Naruto to want to become an Arankar. His day was getting better. Yes, I remember, Aizen stated. Would it be okay if I took up the offer even now? Naruto asked. Of course. Aizen paused for a moment. You do realize that this is a permanent choice? Yes, Naruto said. I will need your help in order to do this though, because of my condition. Naruto frowned. Do not worry about that. I will make sure your condition will not get out of hand. Thank you Aizen-sama. What are friends for? Aizen smiled at the hollow. Something he didn't do unless he needed to. Naruto bowed. Tia bowed her head as well. When will this take place exactly? Naruto asked. Today it will be inconvenient. Tomorrow, however, we will help with your transformation. Aizen told the young hollow. I will have the Espada help as well. Once again, thank you. My pleasure. Aizen smirked darkly. Konan Tia Nagato Coyote Haku Hanataro. Note. I know, at least some of you were suspecting Haku was going to be Yakiru. I thought it was too obvious, and well it wouldn't be as fun to write. I know Hanataro seems to be a really unlikely candidate, but I think it's more interesting this way. There will be a chat between the two, and there will be more connection when Haku meets back up with Zabuza. Yes, Naruto characters will meet up with other ones, like Kiba and Anko. Currently I am on several dramatic scenes with a few of them, but haven't been able to type lately. This chapter was longer than I thought it would be, but whatever. More for you to read. Hello, I'm finally back. I barely have any time to type anymore. This chapter took forever to type. Hopefully you will like it. I'm sorry this took so frickin' long. Ichigo looked at Urahara and then Toshiro. The tent felt cramped. Yuryu, Sato, Rukia, Shinji, Hiyori, Lisa, Love, Rose, Hashigan, Kensai, Mashiro, Urahara, Yoruichi, Shunsui, Jashiro, Izuru, Retsu and Byakuya were all in the medium-sized tent. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. The orange-haired Shinigami sighed and rubbed the back his neck. I'm guessing you want to know everything. Everyone nodded. Ichigo felt like he shouldn't tell them, but he knew they would be relentless until they got their answers. Ichigo knew that there would be some sort of effect of telling them. Urahara could tell. He was unsure about telling the group anything. Ichigo, we aren't going to tell the council. Urahara stated, giving a small grin. That is something that only hinder everyone. Most likely getting us in some deep trouble. Urahara crossed his arms. Hiyori growled. Yes, the council was very good at causing grief. Urahara wondered if the council should even be allowed to pull the ropes or anything. The last council wasn't as bad as the one now. Everyone was just paranoid. Real deep shit there. Hiyori frowned. What I want to know is why did Naruto come looking for you in the first place? Shinji said, looking at Ichigo expectantly. If you say you don't know, then you're lying. I know you have more knowledge on this than anyone else here. Shinji's eyes bore into Ichigo's. Ichigo knew this was going to happen at some point. So he sighed. Let me start from the beginning. Ichigo closed his eyes. First thing you know is that Naruto is from a different world. Different world. Everyone seemed to repeat Ichigo in their own manner. He felt a bit annoyed. No wonder Toshiro hated being interrupted. As in a literal different world? Renji asked. Ichigo knew it was a rather big concept. Ichigo had questions of his own. Why did Naruto end up here of all places? Though, asking himself questions would only add more to amount of confusion. Yes, the substitute Shinigami answered. He appeared in the Soul Society years ago. As you all know. Is there a reason why Naruto came to this world? Yuryu disrupted Ichigo, bringing up his previous thoughts. I don't know why Naruto came to this world. Ichigo confirmed with the group. This was the truth. It bothered him that Naruto just randomly came to this world. He felt as if there was something else that brought him here. Then it UGHT up the possibility that there was an entire different universe. It was humbling to say the least. The world that Ichigo lived in wasn't the only one. Clearing his mind, he began to explain. Now, the world where Naruto comes from. They most likely don't have hollows or Shinigami. When Naruto first appeared he had no idea what a hollow was. From what Naruto told me, they didn't have anything like that. He told me that he lived in a village of shinobi. Toshiro added. That would explain why he excels in the strange ninja technique. Yoruichi said, bringing her hand to her chin in a thought-filled manner. Then why did he turn into a hollow? Retsu asked, finding no connection between the worlds. If they don't exist in his own world, why would he be a hollow? Ichigo paused. Would he really want to explain that it was because of him? Izuru sensed Ichigo's discomfort. Ichigo, Izuru said, "What is the reason?" Ichigo felt like he couldn't tell them. Maybe it was guilt. It bothered him to know Naruto was dealing with darkness that truly belonged to Ichigo. It brought up the question, was it entirely Ichigo's fault that Naruto was corrupted by darkness? Others in the room felt his discomfort and began to wonder what exactly was the reason. You see, Ichigo took in a deep breath, as I said, he didn't belong to this world. When he came to this world, in order to keep balance, he took something of similar value and gave something of similar value. Since Naruto died in his world, and came with regret, Ichigo stopped, and took in another breath of air. He took in darkness, because of his regret, and gave away light. Quote, "It was your darkness he received, wasn't it?" Shunsui looked at Ichigo in the eye. He connected the dots. Most people thought Shunsui was an unobservant person. Shunsui just liked to enjoy his time, rather than be serious. He liked when other people were relaxed. Being serious all the time was stressful. The orange-haired teen looked like a scolded child. Shunsui saw the guilt in his eyes. Ichigo hated the fact that he caused someone else misery. Yes, Ichigo saw a couple of people's expressions. They looked a little shocked. Guilt rose in his chest, and swelled in his heart. I never wanted that to happen. I feel like it's all my damn fault he is the way he is now. He clenched his hands into fists. He kept his hardened gaze on the floor. He couldn't deal with the guilt of looking at his friends. People seemed to suffer around him. His life, someone was harmed by him, conscious or not. People found ways to twist their life around his own, his fear becoming others' fears, his hurt becoming others' hurt, and his pain becoming others' pain. It was too much. He didn't want others to have to share his burdens. They would only end up like Naruto, unsure, broken, and lost. Hearing the shuffling of feet, he flinched. Ichigo felt a hand slip onto his shoulder. He looked up slowly. Rukia had upset expression. "No one blames you," Rukia said with a quiet voice. Ichigo's eyes searched the room to see that no one had a judgmental look. His heart eased to see her words were true. Rukia smiled at him. Geez, such a nice guy under that tough exterior. Taking her hand, which was placed on his shoulder, she very lightly punched his arm in playful manner, but it was rather harsh. "Don't get too soft or you might melt like butter," she added with a small glare. "You would only make yourself a bigger idiot." Ichigo sighed, feeling a little more light-hearted. Rukia backed away to allow Ichigo more space. Ichigo was still gracious for his friends. Sometimes they were annoying, maybe a little stubborn, and stupid. He still cared for them. "So Naruto turned into a hollow because of the darkness?" Kensai asked. "No, exactly. It was Naruto's decision to go as far as he is, but I can't blame him," Ichigo stated. "I'm sure that's how everyone feels. After all, he has been manipulated." Jashiro frowned. It must have dealt a great amount of pain on him to be used like a puppet. Jashiro wished he had been more involved with Naruto. He could have helped prevent this. He snapped himself out of his negative thoughts. It wouldn't help in this situation. Iruka was counting on him. "In a way we are all to blame for letting this happen," Lisa brought up. "I guess." Hashigan began to speak. "You have more to tell Mr. Ichigo." Mashiro interrupted and looked at Ichigo with big eyes. The group looked at Ichigo. He hesitated and then nodded. "Because of the darkness from me, he has a darker self." Ichigo sensed shock around him. "I've seen and the darker self took form of me rather than Naruto." Ichigo remembered the energy that surrounded the hollow. It was thick and it made him feel ill. The killer intent was an extremely high level. If looks could kill, Ichigo would have been dead. The one thing that really bothered Ichigo was that it reached out to him, as if it knew him. "He's been dealing with the same problems as me. That isn't the only thing." Toshiro spoke from the bed he was sitting on. "He has a demon sealed inside of him." T2. Renji blinked surprised. "A demon in a hollow? That's harsh." "A demon?" Yuryu had his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "What type of demon is this? What exactly?" "It's the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Toshiro cut off the kunasi. Everyone looked blown away. Naruto has had it sealed inside of him for over 100 years. It's been his curse while living, and even now. Toshiro felt as if someone was staring at him. He looked to see Byakuya staring at him. It was odd. Byakuya didn't shift his gaze away from Toshiro. The captain's eyes connected. Something inside Toshiro wanted to go punch Byakuya, but he ignored the feeling. Kyuubi no Kitsune. I've read stories about the demon. But I never thought that it would be real. Sato remembered several books he read about the Kyuubi. He is from another world. I wonder what type world it is. Rose pondered. It almost sounds like there would be endless war. He lives with a demon in a hollow much like Ichigo's. This explains much about his character. Hashigan spoke. I would go insane having just dealing with the hollow, let alone a demon. Shinji frowned. Well, if you don't count Hiyori. Shut up, dickhead. Hiyori punched his head into the ground. She growled, and Shinji tried to stand up, but she kept her foot on his head. Ichigo looked at the two. Are you going to continue or just stand and stare? Ichigo blinked. Yeah. Ichigo paused. So like I said, Naruto is dealing with two others, and they appear to fight all the time. That's why he has so many headaches. Ichigo grew quiet. How was he supposed to tell people of Naruto's friends? From what he discovered and heard, most of the people he was with were reincarnations. It would be difficult to explain fully. I remember we had a discussion about these names. All of them given to people who Naruto picks out. It was odd, but not everyone has these names. Love said, almost like he was reading Ichigo's mind. Is this relevant? Ichigo nodded his head. Naruto gives names to those who remind him of people he once knew. Ichigo remembered how memories of someone else flashed through his mind when he tried to help Yukitake. They were like family to him. Thoughts whirled in his head. Family. So wait, certain people remind him of friends he cared about. Kensai looked at Shinji, Hiyori, Yoruichi, and Urahara. Specifically, he looked at Shinji. His friends must have been messed up. He shook his head. Konkuro. That's what Naruto called me. Shinji said. I don't even know who he is. Yet I felt like I have met him. The time I became unconscious, I heard a voice. Same here. That lady wouldn't stop bitchin' to me about Naruto. Hiyori snorted and rolled her eyes. Tsunade must have been some sort of nagging motherly figure. Shinji resisted the urge to laugh. How could Hiyori remind someone of a motherly figure? Dwelling on the thought, he came to a conclusion. Naruto had one hell of a scary motherly figure in his life. He often called me Jiraiya. Shunsui smiled a bit, and Hiyori felt a little unnerved when he announced this. I felt as if she should be beating the shit out of him for something. She ignored the feeling, crossing her arms and shifted her gaze to the floor. Sasuke Uchiha. Toshiro looked at the people around him. I met him. If you were given a name, then most likely these people will meet you. He told me to keep moving on. That is what happened to me as well. Byakuya added, specifically not stating who it was in relation to. Toshiro became even more suspicious of him. Kakashi. The guy told me not to give up. Urahara closed his eyes for a brief second. I had doubt about myself. So these people randomly show up whenever you guys feel like giving up. Izuru said, I hear this voice, but I haven't doubted myself. Well, maybe they appear when they want to. Mashiro added her 2 cents in. The tea doesn't make any sense. Uryu folded his arms. Well, one thing is for sure. They don't want us to give up on Naruto. Yoruichi stated. They all became quiet. Ichigo wondered how so many people could have come from a different world. What was the cause? Excuse me. A Shinigami came in, interrupting the meeting. All of them turned to see a rather small and young girl. Yamamoto Saotaicho would like to see you all. She stated. The members of the Gote 13 side. It is of great importance. She added with a little flush of embarrassment. Everyone began to empty the crowded tent. Ichigo saw that only Toshiro and Byakuya were left. Byakuya gave him a look telling him to leave. Ichigo nodded. For some reason he felt that it had to do with the people Naruto knew. Is there something the matter, Byakuya? You have been staring at me the entire they were talking. Toshiro felt something deep within him stir. He gave Byakuya a weary look, feeling that he wasn't actually there. What? I'm not here to talk with you. Byakuya said in a toneless voice. I know you are there. What are you? Toshiro was cut off and he felt the presence of someone else other than Byakuya. It was similar to Sasuke's, but different at the same time. Toshiro gave a dark look to Byakuya. Who are you? He asked. I'm not here to kill you. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. Simply here to talk. Brother. What? Toshiro then felt Sasuke's presence come out. Toshiro closed his eyes. I need to talk to him. Toshiro blinked and was surrounded by darkness. Itachi. Sasuke said with a quiet voice. He could hear Toshiro's thoughts echo through his mind. Toshiro's eyes opened, but were completely different. Instead of the blue that were usually, they were more like coal black mixed with red. Sasuke, it has been quite some time since I last saw you, Itachi stated with a little bit of regret. It was quiet, neither brother spoke. The area had an awkward air. Sasuke broke the silence. I apologize, Sasuke said quickly. What happened? He stopped, bearing the images in his mind. I didn't. Brother, what happened was my doing. Everything I did had a purpose. Itachi spoke in a monotone manner. Sasuke gave a weak glare to his brother. Everything you did had a purpose. Sasuke repeated with anger. That purpose ruined your life. Mine did not matter at the time. Really, to me it did. It became silent. Sasuke curled his hands into fists and fumed to himself. Itachi did not say anything. Sasuke felt the pain and the guilt of killing his brother reappearing. Why? That's all I want to know. Why did you let me kill you? Itachi did not speak. Tell me. It was my only choice. That or let the Konoha go into another war. Itachi answered. Why didn't you just let it happen? Sasuke asked. Everyone wouldn't be dead and you. You know I couldn't do that. Why not? Because it would be selfish. What you did was selfish. To me it ruined my life. Quote. I really wanted to kill you, and Sasuke. Then I discovered the truth. Sasuke shook his head. Then I realized, I just killed my brother. You really just wanted to protect me. You know how much I hated myself for that. I wanted to hate me, not yourself. There was a small pause in tense conversation. You didn't plan for it, did you? Plan for what? Itachi asked with a little guilt in his voice. Sasuke took a deep breath. For me to forgive you. Sasuke said, looking his brother in the eye. To say the least, Itachi was surprised. When Madara told me what really happened, I forgave you. Then directed my hate to Konoha. I wanted to destroy it. You didn't get to. No. That baka, Naruto, saved the day. Sasuke had a bit of humor in his voice. A small smile graced his lips. It was odd. Sasuke hadn't smiled since the day he died. You want to save him. Of course, he gave me a second chance. Does he really deserve it? Did I? Sasuke asked with a hint of anger, but it faded. Itachi understood his brother's words. I think everyone does, maybe even Madara, and you. Itachi was grateful that his brother changed. He didn't know Naruto that well. Other than not giving up on saving his brother and fighting against and with Naruto, Itachi thought Naruto had gone too deep in the darkness to be saved. To tell the truth, I don't care what happens to Naruto. Itachi stated. I believe he needs to be stopped. Itachi. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. But, from what I have seen from this person's eyes and memories, Itachi looked at his hands. He wasn't Itachi anymore but reincarnated into Byakuya. I have seen him. He helped Byakuya. Naruto helped him. Sasuke could tell Itachi was as upset as himself. They no longer existed as people, just ghosts from the past, another world. So you will help. I am helping, but you are more important to me, brother. Itachi looked back to Sasuke. I lost my family a long time ago. I will not lose what I have left, again. His eyes flashed into a red, then faded to a silver color. Sasuke smiled a small amount. For once, he managed to make something of the shattered pieces of his life. Even though he wasn't Sasuke anymore, he made amends with his brother. Byakuya Taiko. The girl came back, both turned to see her at the entrance. You are needed. Hi. Itachi waved her off. She bowed and ran back out. He gave his brother one last look. Sasuke smiled at his brother for the first time in ages. Oni-san, you have to go. Sasuke said, maybe next time we could practice fighting. Your skills must be rusty after 100 plus years. He said, reminiscing on the old days. Itachi walked over to Sasuke. Itachi lightly flicked his forehead. Sasuke blinked with a little surprise. Just like the old days, Sasuke remembered. Later, Itachi said before walking to the exit. Sasuke closed his eyes. So, Itachi was your brother? Toshiro asked. Who is now? Byakuya. Toshiro found it a bit strange that Byakuya and himself were once related. Yes, but that was the past. I'm glad you two finally spoke. Toshiro said with a blank face. Next time don't just take over my body randomly. He gave a small glare. Sure. Sasuke smirked. Toshiro was back in his own body. It was a comforting thought he had family in his last life even though the relations no longer existed. He sighed reflecting back on Sasuke's answer. That wasn't very reassuring answer. He only wished that Sasuke didn't randomly take over again. It was strange being locked in his own mind. What do you mean? Ichigo growled. We are not permitted to let you go Hueco Mundo. Captain Yamamoto said with a calm voice. The council will not allow it. That even means you Ichigo, even though you are not a Shinigami. The council will have you detained if you try anything. What about Naruto, Inoue, and aren't there Shinigami missing? Ichigo's eyes narrowed sharply, his hand instinctively balling into fists. Some of the Shinigami came from my division. Retsu added with a little frustration. Hanataro is part of my division and is just as important as the rest of my division. Ichigo felt even more determined to help. He didn't know Hanataro was captured. We have lost many Shinigami already, the council doesn't want to lose even more to the mess we already have. The old man retorted, I am not the one making the rules. This is your entire commanding force, you don't even have a say in what happens. Ichigo challenged Yamamoto. I would be careful what you say boy. Yamamoto warned. His eyes held an irritated look. The Gote 13 did not look too thrilled with the council's decision. We must be careful from what we do from now on. He gave Ichigo one last look before walking away. Don't get into too much trouble, Ichigo. It almost seemed like a suggestion. Ichigo hid his smile. The old man knew he wouldn't just wait around. Ichigo never did. The last council wasn't nearly as bad as this one. Jashiro sighed and shook his head. Why do you think Aizen killed them all? Shunsui stated, this is strategic move. Now the new council is just paranoid. Everyone knew that the new council was all too afraid of the enemy. After the last council was murdered, their constant paranoia got the Shinigami wanting to just kill the council themselves. Of course, no one would ever do that, but it sounded like a good idea. Then again, not everyone on the council feared Aizen. Some of them actually did their job. Bunch of pansies. Hiyori grumbled. Well, maybe it was a good thing we left the Soul Society. I wouldn't want to completely caught up in this mess. Shinji added. What are you talking about? You've been caught up in their mess from the very beginning. Urahara reminded. Why? Oh, you are visored because of events from the Soul Society, are you not? Yeah. Don't remind me. Shinji frowned. He never liked the Soul Society much after the events that transformed his life. Shinji no. Ticked Ichigo gave Kazuki a look and Urahara nodded. Shinji could tell that something was going to happen. He deliberately looked the other way. You better not get yourself in trouble. He muttered, I might be obliged to save you. Let me guess. Urahara started, you want me to get you to Hueco Mundo? Kazuki smirked a little seeing that Ichigo didn't respond. Did I get it right? They were walking to a secluded area. I have to go save Inoue. Ichigo stated with firm stubborn look. He wasn't going to wait for someone to give him orders. Typical Ichigo. This council wasn't going to do anything about it. Ichigo had a sad look reflect in his eyes. I have to stop Naruto. You know going alone won't get you there very fast. Kazuki crossed his arms, one hand reaching up to rub his chin. Doing this alone. I don't want anyone else getting hurt. Ichigo cut off Kazuki. If I do this alone, then I only have to deal with the consequences. Well, that's too bad. Ichigo's eyes widened in surprise. You aren't going alone. Uryu pushed the glasses up the bridge of his nose. Don't try to convince us otherwise. Chad added. Ichigo sighed and shook his head. It would be pointless, wouldn't it? Ichigo grinned. Kazuki took out his sword. Well, Urahara looked past all three of them. We have a straggler. All three of them laid their eyes on the limping captain. Toshiro Hitsugaya. Don't mean to be unappreciative, but you won't be able to fight. I'm going, Toshiro announced, whether you let me or not. This is my fault. I'm the one who was to started it. He paused and took a breath. And if I have to finish it, he placed his hand on the sling holding his Zanpakuto. His eyes were weary thinking of it. Ichigo knew very well what he meant. Toshiro's hand gripped the sling harshly. Even if this against my orders, I am obliged to end what I started. He restated. Orders. Chad repeated. The entire Soul Society is under lockdown. If I am to leave, I am considered to be violating the rule and able to go under immediate punishment. In this case, most likely house arrest. Toshiro explained. The council decided that it would be best to keep everyone at the Soul Society, fearing another attack. Toshiro, you were in no condition to fight. Yuryu pointed out, you will only slow us down. Then I will run to keep up. Toshiro's stubborn attitude came off as an irritated and cold. I am not a child. I know what I am doing. He stood straight. I will do what I want. Ichigo could tell that the captain was determined to go. Toshiro's eyes explained everything to Ichigo. The small captain didn't want to be left behind feeling he was part of the problem originally. He didn't want to be seen as incapable of fending for himself or what he believed. There was sadness, anger, and hurt beneath his cold unemotional eyes. Ichigo saw it for a brief moment, having had a discussion with Toshiro not too long ago. Even if you think me inadequate to fight, I say let him come with us. Ichigo saw Yuryu react with surprised look. Toshiro seemed quite bewildered as well. Chad kept quiet. He understood Ichigo. You can't be serious. Yuryu knew Ichigo was serious. He just thought of this as a waste time. He's injured. He couldn't possibly fight or keep up. Yuryu received a glare from the small captain. Yuryu saw Ichigo's eyes, knowing it was pointless to argue. Ichigo was stubborn when it came to decisions. He didn't change his mind. It could be helpful and disastrous at the same time. You guys are coming, why not Toshiro? Ichigo told Yuryu, I wanted to do this alone. But that isn't going to happen. Yuryu scoffed, not approving of Ichigo's decision. If I can't hold you back, then why can you hold Toshiro back? Yuryu crossed his arms, acknowledging his point, but disagreed entirely. He stayed quiet for a moment. I'm not going to babysit. Yuryu declared, if you get yourself in trouble, you won't have to. Toshiro affirmed with an icy and sharp tone. Hitsugaya glared at Yuryu, who only sent back his own glare. Ichigo rolled his eyes. He knew the two of them would be difficult to deal with. Is that all? Any more people want to volunteer to Hawako Mundo? Urahara asked with a grin. The four of them looked to Kazuki. Well, then here we go. Garganta. He used his sword to cut through the dimension. A black line appeared and expanded. Yuryu and Chad were the first to enter. Toshiro walked as quickly as he could and got in. Ichigo nodded to Urahara. Thanks, Ichigo said before going through Garganta. Yep. Kazuki then looked to his left with a small glare. He felt someone watching them. Their spiritual energy was rather small, but he could still sense it, unlike the others. He used his eyes to search around the area. Look, I know you are there, Kazuki declared. The others might have not sensed you, but I do. He didn't receive a response. He heard footsteps and a person came into sight. Whoever it is was hiding behind a piece of rubble. You are more intelligent than you appear, the person said. The voice was more of a loud whisper. Maybe the person didn't want Kazuki to recognize who they are. A large cloak hid anything that would help distinguish the person. The cloak was old and tattered, but still held on to its purpose. I'll just take that as a compliment. Urahara's eyebrow raised. I've never seen you around here before. Who are you? He was suspicious of this person. He had a right to be. Naruto gone. The Espada planning their next move. Hollows had just torn the Soul Society apart, and now this pay. RSON appears in a cloak and wants to go after Ichigo. It does not matter. I must go to Hawako Mundo. For what reason? A light breeze came through the two. The cloak blew softly as they stood in debris. That is my own business. The person walked over to the Garganta. Kazuki kept a wary eye on him. His hand held a tighter grip on his Zanpakuto. The person stopped in front of the dimension tier. In a swift movement, Urahara swept his sword upwards. The person's reaction was slow. It tore through the cloak's hood and what he saw shocked him. The person stood a moment then charged at Kazuki. Urahara was ready to fight. However, Garganta began to close. The person stopped and gave one glance at Kazuki. Urahara watched the stranger quickly jump into the dimension tear before it closed. Itsu, Eldent. Kazuki shook his head and noticed something on his hand. It was yellow. In sudden realization, he swore. An electric pulse went through his body. He collapsed on the ground. Damn, I should have been more careful. He lay on the dirt unable to move. How am I supposed to get up? Hello, anyone there? He called. Hearing nothing, he sighed. Shouldn't have walked so far away from camp. Toshiro-kun. Momo yelled into the tent. She suddenly blushed. What if he is sleeping? She said to herself. She walked into the medical tent. She carried a small flower, as a sign to get well. She slowly moved in. Upon seeing the bed, she was greeted with an empty room. Her eyes widened. The bed's blankets were wrinkled and tossed aside, a sign that he had left in a hurry. She looked around the room hastily. He wasn't there. She began to panic. Where could he have run off to? She ran out of the tent, trying to find the only woman who knew where Toshiro was when Momo did not. Rangaku Matsumoto. Looking around the temporary camp, she spotted the orange-haired woman standing next to some Shinigami from the 10th Regiment. Momo ran over and Rangaku gave her a small smile. Momo-chan, what are? Rangaku. Momo shouted. Matsumoto recognized her panic. He's gone. Rangaku was silent for a moment. Then she understood completely. Rangaku nodded and said her goodbyes to the people she was talking to. She couldn't believe what Toshiro was doing. Automatically knowing what he was up to. I don't know where he could have gone. Momo felt tears well up in her eyes. I know what he's doing. Matsumoto's face was serious. Her eyes were stony and intimidating. She walked over one of the messenger boys wandering around. He looked bored, eager to do something. Matsumoto Momo followed unsure what to do. Oi, she waved a hand at the messenger. He nodded and ran over. What is it, Matsumoto Fukutecho? He asked politely. I need to report Hitsugaya Taiko's absence to Yamamoto Saotaicho. He has done something foolish. Rangaku sighed. The boy nodded eagerly ready to relay the information. Rangaku was hesitant but she knew it had to be done. Hitsugaya Taiko has gone off to fight Naruto. The boy blinked a little amazed by how direct she was. Rangaku, after all, did hold a reputation for being an unserious woman. Everyone had a story about her and Sake was always involved. Quote, are you just going to keep standing there? Her eyebrow raised. Hi, I'm off. The boy jumped and ran. He was pretty quick on his feet, for not more than a few moments later he was out of sight. Momo closed her eyes, upset with Toshiro running off to fight Naruto. In his condition, Momo really cared about Toshiro. If he died, Momo would blame herself. Rangaku hugged the girl sensing her need for comfort. Momo hugged the woman tightly. You better know what you're doing out there, Toshiro. If you don't come back, I'll find you and kick your sorry ass. She mumbled to herself, an empty threat. Her anger subsided and eyes became soft. She knew that she could never forgive herself if the captain ever died. It would be Rangaku's fault. She didn't do her duty, she slacked off, and now her captain left. She sighed and whispered a quiet prayer. Be safe. Aizen frowned and he sighed. So they have already come. He closed his eyes. Such thorns in my side. Aizen shook his head. He thought of what he should do. Sending Naruto would be a bad idea, only recently deciding to become an Arankar. The process would be much more difficult to deal with. Yet he couldn't expend too many of his soldiers. They were necessary for the survival against Shinigami. His Espada were needed for Naruto's transition into an Arankar. However, he was absolute that Naruto would make sure he didn't kill anyone without Aizen's consent. Naruto was incredibly trusting, his greatest fault. It worked to Aizen's advantage. Naruto was the easiest to manipulate. A puppet in Aizen's hand, making his job much more simple. Aizen thought for a moment and came upon a decision. Jin. Yes, Aizen-sama. Jin replied. Make sure Runuganga greets our guests. I have other matters to take care of. He sat in his throne with a small smirk. Of course. Jin gave a slow nod. Things are about to get interesting. Hopefully I will be able to finish the next chapter within a month. Cross your fingers. Hey, I decided Oh, update today for the first time in what feels like a century. Instead of giving an excuse, I'm just going to let you read. Ichigo wondered what building they were in. The dark looming walls were not inviting. Aizen didn't have a taste for bright colors. Ichigo saw Yuryu and Chad had already found two Arankar. Well, seems like we are expected. Ichigo took out his Zanpakuto, but Yuryu threw his arm out. Ichigo, we'll deal with these two. Chad said first. They aren't worth your time. Yuryu said. Toshiro's eyes narrowed at the two Arankar. Ichigo stopped Toshiro from drawing out his weapon. Hitsugaya gave Ichigo an annoyed look. I can take care of myself. Toshiro spat. I don't need. He winced in pain and held his side, his injuries still healing. Ichigo was not convinced by his tough act. He knew that Hitsugaya had a lot of pride. The 10th captain had to prove his worth through hard work. Being one of the youngest captains of the Gote 13, he was most likely compared to a child. I'm not treating you like a child. Ichigo stated to the short captain. I'm only letting Yuryu and Chad fight. They are getting a little antsy. Toshiro and Ichigo stayed on the sidelines as the two finished off the Arankar. It was almost sad how quickly the two Arankar fell. Ishida fought with much grace and speed. Chad's strength diminished his enemy in a split second. The building began to collapse. It was surprising such a stable structure was breaking. Ichigo, Ishida, Chad, and Toshiro made a break for it. Running through the long hall, the small group tried to escape. Ichigo looked CK every so often to see if Toshiro was keeping up. Despite what Yuryu said, he glanced back as well. Toshiro fell a little behind, but kept up remarkably well for his injuries. He had a straight face and half ran half limped. His determination was expected. He had a large amount of pride, but was humble where it was due. All of them dodged the collapsing walls. Chad slowed down a little just in case Toshiro got into trouble. They saw the light at the end of the hallway. Everyone sprinted the rest of the way out. Upon arrival to Hueco Mundo, they noticed three things. It was a seemingly endless desert, it was day. And they automatically saw their destination. A gigantic palace in the middle of the desert. It was very indiscreet place. Ichigo wondered if it was to be a secret base. Yuryu, Chad, Ichigo, and Toshiro blinked in the harsh sunlight. Eyes adjusting to light, they stood for a while. All of them felt the blistering heat of the desert. Especially Toshiro, who had hated the heat more than anyone else. The group stood for a moment after their eyes adjusted, taking in their surroundings. Endless sand, strange trees and Aizen's base were the only things they saw. It gave Ichigo a feeling of solitude. Toshiro wrapped his arm around his injured side. He winced only when no one seemed to notice. He knew he couldn't show weakness. It was bad enough he caused this mess in the first place. He felt something wet against his skin. He knew it was blood. He must have reopened the wound while running. He glanced at everyone, seeing if anyone noticed. He looked at his hand, moving it. Slightly he saw that the blood seeped through the bandages. A small growing red stain grew on his uniform. He pulled his Captain Howery over the red area. He regained back his steel composure. Gripping the green sash for a moment before walked ahead of everyone. If we keep idling around, we will not get anywhere. He had a straight posture. It seems you are healthier than I originally thought. Yuryu eyed Toshiro. He was suspicious of his sudden movement. Yuryu knew that Toshiro was still healing from his injuries. Despite what Toshiro said earlier, Yuryu knew that he would have to make sure that Toshiro didn't get himself killed. Toshiro, that is Hitsugaya Taiko to you, Ishida. Toshiro lead the way for group. Yuryu's eyes narrowed, annoyed with Toshiro's attitude. That goes for you too, Kurosaki. Ichigo sighed. Toshiro was trying to be the cold captain everyone knew him as in the Soul Society. Hitsugaya turned his head and looked at everyone. Are we just going to stand around? Toshiro asked. No. Chad answered for everyone and started to walk. Yuryu was the last to follow. The group of four walked through the sands. It was silent between everyone. Toshiro unconscious. Why griped the star-shaped clip holding his green sash together? It was almost like a good luck charm, but it was not. Whenever he felt nervous, he grabbed clip. It was odd. Toshiro grabbed his arm and pulled it away from the star clip. It reminded him of what a child would do. He twitched remembering how he got it. Hey, Shiro-chan. Toshiro flinched hearing his name called. The young hollow had grown accustomed to calling him that name. Unfortunately, it was unbearably embarrassing. Naruto loved to constantly tease him about his name. Hitsugaya ignored Naruto, hoping the hollow would find something else to do. Shiro-chan. Toshiro pretended to be busy. They went to the market today. Naruto's behavior this morning got on Toshiro's nerves, so he came up with the idea of going to the market outside of the Shinigami's fort, where the common people lived. Toshiro then explained most souls sent to the Soul Society did not all become Shinigami, only a select few. Toshiro. Hitsugaya blinked. Naruto really must have wanted his attention. He turned his head to Naruto who was right behind him. Look at this, Naruto said. He held out a star-shaped clip. Toshiro's brows knitted together. It reminds me of your Zanpakuto, he stated, comparing it to the end of the hilt. Naruto grinned a little, and it would go great in your hair. Toshiro growled and smacked Naruto on the head. Naruto rubbed his head with both of his hands, dropping the clip. Naruto laughed despite his pain. Dobi, Hitsugaya yelled. Everyone in the marketplace looked at the two. Toshiro's face flushed. This is none of your business, he stated with a cold glare at everyone who was staring. He regained composure and people got back to what they were doing. Toshiro looked back at Naruto with a glare. Hey, you got to admit, it was funny. You, with a clip in your hair. Naruto chuckled lightly. Hitsugaya frowned. Did Naruto laugh at him because he looked like a kid? How childish he appeared. Toshiro felt a little bit of bitterness creep into his heart. He sighed. It was old news that people only thought he was a kid. Why did it hurt now? He remembered earlier this morning some of the Shinigami talking about him, calling him a child, prideful, and arrogant, the words that stuck to him like glue. They joked about him constantly. Was Naruto no different? Hey, Naruto shouted. Toshiro looked at Naruto with icy eyes. I was only kidding. There was a pause, and an intense aura surrounding them. Toshiro. Naruto crossed his arms. Naruto knew that Toshiro was upset about what he said. He automatically knew why. You know, if I thought of you as a child, I would never treated you as an equal, Naruto said with a serious voice. Toshiro turned away from Naruto. The blonde hollow sighed and shook his head. You aren't the only one that people underestimate, Naruto confessed. Still silence between them. When I lived in Konoha, everyone said I would never become a ninja. You know what I told them? What? Toshiro asked quietly. I will be the best damn shinobi they ever saw. Naruto gave a wide smile. And you know what happened? Toshiro turned his head ever so slightly. I was proclaimed the savior of the world, protector of Konoha, and the greatest shinobi that ever lived. Toshiro looked at Naruto. That kid, everyone hated who they thought was stupid, childish, and a demon, rose up and became the greatest shinobi that the world had ever seen. Toshiro's eyes fell a little, reflecting on his words. Naruto told him stories of his past. Hitsugaya never realized, to the full extent, that in some ways they were similar. Both Naruto and Toshiro were seen as children, nothing more. He found it strange that a hollow could teach him life lessons. Naruto stepped forward and heard a small crunch. Both pairs of eyes went to the now broken clip. Toshiro looked up to see a woman giving them a murderous look. Naruto gave him a sheepish grin. Well, Toshiro said, picking up the star-shaped clip. With an empty expression. Naruto grew nervous. I'm sorry, ma'am, Toshiro said and walked over to the vendor. It appears my friend broke one of your merchandise. Hitsugaya would forgive him this once. How much does this cost? 10,000 yen. The woman replied with a cold tone. Toshiro turned slowly to Naruto, with an air look. Naruto. Hitsugaya growled. You idiot. Why the hell did you show me a clip that is 10,000 yen? Naruto smiled at Toshiro, before quickly walking away. Don, you run away. The woman grabbed Toshiro's arm, her eyes blazing with anger. You have to pay. After he paid, Toshiro found Naruto not too far away. I don't know what I am going to do with this, Toshiro sighed. This is your entire fault. He grumbled to Naruto. I'm sure we can find something you can use this for. Naruto snatched the clip. Toshiro glared at him but stayed quiet. One of the sides of the star broke off, and it could not clip onto anything anymore. Naruto frowned. Flimsy for a 10,000 yen clip. Naruto knew he would have to fix it. Hitsugaya went on a rant why he shouldn't touch things that don't belong to him. When Toshiro wasn't looking, Naruto sped off to the blacksmith's. It wasn't long before Toshiro noticed his disappearance. For a while, Toshiro couldn't find Naruto. When Naruto didn't want to be found, he wasn't found. That was the most annoying thing about Naruto, besides his teasing. After 3 hours of searching, he saw Naruto chopping wood at the blacksmith's. He had no idea why he was chopping wood. Naruto, I hope you know I have been looking for hours. To only find you at the blacksmith's, chopping wood. He promised to fix the clip if I helped him with this. He lifted the axe onto his shoulder. After all, you never give me money. Naruto gave him a small frown. Of course the frown turned into a sly grin. We both know why. Toshiro started, but an elderly man stepped out of his workshop. Hitsugaya wondered why Naruto was so keen on fixing the clip. Is there a reason why you want to have the clip fixed? Toshiro asked dryly. You spent 10,000 yen on it. Naruto stated, besides we can find some use for it. Taking the expensive clip from the old man. He nodded to the guy. Taking it, he walked over to Toshiro and smiled. He held it out. Just don't put it in your hair. He laughed. You are such a strange hollow. Toshiro shook his head, but accepted the clip. What in the world was he going to do with the clip in the first place? He was in his room feeling a bit cold, which was odd for him, picked up a scarf made by Ba-chan. He was about to wrap it around his neck, but he stopped. Thinking about how his zanpakuto nearly dragged across the ground every time it was around his waist, he thought of an idea. He took his scarf and wrapped it around his zanpakuto before putting it over one shoulder and wrapping it around his torso. He took the clip and clipping it on. He walked over to the mirror and admired the new look. Well, at least the clip wasn't a total waste of money. Toshiro smiled a little. It doesn't look too bad. For some reason he knew that he would never hear the end of this from Naruto. That idiot. He smirked. Yet Toshiro could never call Naruto a hollow now, not after learning more about him. Toshiro saw Naruto as a Shinigami, a friend. As Naruto said, Toshiro saw him as an equal, a brother. Two completely different people, and yet, have so much in common. It didn't seem possible. A hollow and Shinigami, friends. It was what Toshiro was trained to kill. Naruto was not supposed to be human, not even emotionally. Hitsugaya wondered how it was even possible to get along. Their personalities contrasted greatly. He sighed. I won't let you destroy yourself. So that hollow loving son of a bitch left with Ichigo, A council member crossed his arms. His face held disgust. I can't tell you I'm surprised. His eye narrowed dangerously at Yamamoto. The old captain of the Soul Society nodded. I didn't expect anything less from that captain. He is only a child. What are we going to do about this? Kurosaki, Ishida, and Yasutora have nothing to do with the Soul Society. However, Hitsugaya Taiko has gone against orders. With the knowledge that Hitsugaya Taiko was the watchman over Naruto, then I believe he has chosen a side, with Aizen. That is not true, Matsumoto yelled. Yamamoto held out his arm telling her to stay put. The orange-haired woman growled. Hitsugaya Taiko is honorable and would only do this because he found it necessary for the Soul Society's well-being. That is enough, Matsumoto Fukutecho, Yamamoto stated. She wanted to beat the hell out of the council member accusing her captain, but she stayed put, preventing any more unnecessary drama. If I may speak on the behalf of the Shinigami, Yamamoto said with a grand composure. The head council member nodded. I wish to send some of the Shinigami to Hawako Mundo. What is your reasoning? A council member asked skeptically. I think that this could give us a hand in the war, as well as detaining the possible traitor, Hitsugaya Taiko. Yamamoto said. Matsumoto gave the wise man a surprised look. Her mouth open in disbelief. Yamamoto Sautaicho. You can't. Quiet Matsumoto Fukutecho. Yamamoto warned. As I was saying, if we were to send Shinigami, it would give us two advantages. 1. The Aizen would not strike the Soul Society knowing that Shinigami invaded Hawako Mundo. Yamamoto took a small breath, and 2, in the process we could possibly cripple Aizen's forces. We could possibly apprehend Hitsugaya Taiko before causing any more harm. The council became silent for once. Many council members looked at each other for any sign of agreement or disagreement. Your proposition is most intriguing. The head of the council broke the silence. Matsumoto's hands balled into fists. What was Yamamoto thinking? We will consider this. You are dismissed. The council member made a single sweeping motion with his hand. Yamamoto bowed, but Matsumoto stormed out. Walking swiftly past the guards, Yamamoto walked slowly after the vice captain. Matsumoto Fukutecho, Yamamoto said with disdain. She kept walking. When I call your name, I expect you to turn. He said with a strict voice. It wasn't quite yelling, but his voice demanded respect. She stopped and turned a dark glare in her eyes. I can't believe you would ever. Yamamoto held up his hand commanding her to stop. I do not believe Hitsugaya Taiko is a traitor, Yamamoto stated. Matsumoto looked confused. However, to get the council to act, I needed to convince them that the Gote 13 is to be trusted. They fear us as much as Aizen, Yamamoto explained in a collected manner. Matsumoto closed her eyes, guilty for thinking that Yamamoto was that blind. You must understand that I have to appeal to two different groups. The Gote 13 and the Soul Society. If I do something that is outrageous, I am doing it for a reason. He paused. It's for the good of our people. Matsumoto looked up at the old captain. Who would you send? Rangaku asked. That would have to be discussed with the council, but on my own preferences. It would be people who know Ichigo. They would work with Ichigo, but of course, not under my knowledge. The man had a small twinkle in his eye. Rangaku understood. Just then yelling was heard. Sui Feng Taiko. A medical Shinigami yelled at the stubborn captain. She grabbed the captain's arm trying to stop her. You are in no condition to be walking. I will do as I wish. She pushed the Shinigami off her arm, sending the girl to the ground and stormed to Yamamoto. Her eyes held a deep rage, arms tense, and the aura around her was intense. People backed away from her as she stormed over. She was heavily bandaged, her arm in a cast. She walked with an obvious limp. Sui Feng tried hard to look perfectly fine, but it did not work. Yamamoto Saotaicho, she nearly yelled. I heard of the news. As well as the others. Yamamoto replied. So that bastard Hitsugaya ran to Hawako Mundo. Same with that excuse of a Shinigami, Kurosaki. Matsumoto gave her a hard glare. But the short ninja captain ignored her. What are you planning to do? She stared directly into his eyes, challenging him, a disrespectful thing to do. Matsumoto gave him a look protesting Yamamoto to tell Sui Feng anything. If the council approves, I will send Shinigami to Hawako Mundo. I expected much. Sui Feng scoffed, placing a hand on her hip. If they do agree, I'm going. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed. Even without your damn consent. She yelled, placing a finger in his face. Sui Feng. Yamamoto dismissed her status. I believe I am the commander of the Gote 13. I will decide who goes and who does not. Sui Feng bubbled with anger. And I know you will not being going. Sui Feng growled, her face turning red. I don't give a damn about your consent. She yelled. You are an old, weak, senile man. Who is too foolish to do anything right. Yamamoto straightened his back, growing angry from her words. If you knew how to run anything right, you would have at least been able to stop Aizen from attacking us in the first place. She nearly screamed. Suddenly the world became heavy, the Ryutsu became thick, almost crushing. Sui Feng dropped to her knees in an instant. Matsumoto moved away before the effects could reach her. Sui Feng quivered for a second, feeling the power leak from the old man. I believe you must calm yourself before talking to me. You are embarrassing yourself and your division. He stated with a concerning calmness. Do not think that I weak. I am the commander of the Gote 13 for a reason, and you are the captain of the 2nd Division. You should not underestimate me or anyone else for that matter. Even yourself. His eyes narrowed down at the kneeling captain. The other Shinigami watched with frightened looks. Matsumoto shook her head in pity. Sui Feng's vice captain walked warily over. Think about your actions. The Ryutsu lightened dramatically. Sui Feng could breathe again. She took a few shuddering breaths for attempting to move. The Shinigami in the area watched for a moment before the commander walked away. They returned to their business and began to gossip about what happened. Sui Feng got up slowly. Sui Feng Taiko. Marekio Omaeda reached to see if she was okay. Don't touch me, she said darkly. Matsumoto watched warily before deciding to leave the second division captain to deal with own problems. The vice captain watched the petite captain stare at the ground with emotionless eyes. She began to wander in a random direction, anger still remnant. "Omeda, go bother someone else," she ordered. The vice captain sighed before walking off. He knew that Sui Feng didn't recognize him as a Shinigami, just a low-life guard. Little known to her, Hiyori watched from a distance. Hiyori growled, for some reason she wanted to knock some sense into the captain. "Wait, our time will come." A voice sounded. Hiyori rolled her eyes. "Shut up, old hag." Sui Feng walked to the area where she first met Naruto, and strange enough, where she trained with Yoruichi. The tree she had always leaned against had grown a lot since then. She placed her hand on the trunk. So many memories, so many good times, and in a snap, both disappeared like her two teachers. She felt so weak now. Sui Feng collapsed next to the tree and her body shook. She looked at her hands. Why had Naruto and Yoruichi abandoned her? The captain thought of all the reasons. She was weak, stubborn, and had anger issues. Maybe they hated her. Sui Feng knew that Naruto hated her. She tried to keep him at the Soul Society. Didn't he know she looked up to him? What was left of her heart broke when he left her. Sui Feng pitied herself. She began to weep and tears rolled down her face. Why did they leave her alone? Everything seemed to grow dark, like she just fell asleep. Sui Feng was suddenly blinded by a harsh light. She threw her arms in front of her eyes, and closed her eyes tightly. Then the light disappeared to see a strange place. A giant sakura tree stood on a hill. It was raining, and the sky was gray. Sui Feng blinked a few more times, trying to adjust her eyes to the light. The sakura tree had no petals, it was barren. She shivered, feeling the cold drops of rain against her skin. Sui Feng had no idea what she was doing here, how she got here, or even where she was. It was odd. The tree looked so lonely on the hill by itself in the rain. For an odd reason Sui Feng felt as she should climb towards the tree. The hill was pretty steep. She walked toward it and began to walk up it. For a while it seemed simple, but the more she moved up the hill she realized she wasn't getting any closer. It was odd and she looked back. She was still at the foot of the hill. Lightning etched across the sky. Sui Feng had a confused look written on his face. She thought she climbed up the hill. Looking back up to the tree she tried to walk up the hill again. Seeing the tree didn't get any closer. Seeing that she wasn't getting anywhere she grew angry. She ran towards it but still nothing. What the hell is this? She yelled, and growled. Sui Feng stopped trying and turned around about to give up. She saw that there was some type of darkness was creeping towards the hill. The plane the hill was on was slowly being eaten away. "Move, Sui Feng." Two voices called. She swung around immediately knowing whose voices they were. Her eyes grew wide. Naruto and Yoruichi stood at the top of the hill. They stood with calm postures next to the tree. Sui Feng couldn't believe her eyes. The very people she had been yearning to see again were right at the top of the hill. She hesitated for a moment before trying to run up the hill again. Sui Feng ran as hard as she could. Seeing that she was not getting anywhere she tried jumping up the hill. The hill seemed to stretch as she did. The sakura tree, along with Naruto and Yoruichi, got farther away. She felt like giving up, growing tired. Turning she saw the darkness was moving even faster to the hill. "Keep moving. Don't give up." Sui Feng started to run again. This time she was going somewhere, but the hill grew bigger. She saw her goal get her farther and farther away. The darkness reached the bottom of the hill and crept upward. Sui Feng gave the tree a tired look. She felt like giving up. She walked slowly up the hill to find she was not even a quarter away from the bottom of the hill. The darkness moved slowly now, but only got closer. This made Sui Feng worried. What happened when the darkness reached her? Would she disappear? Taking another look at top hill she debated on what she should do. Go. Sui Feng sighed and began to run up the hill. "We don't even know why we trained you in the first place," Naruto said, his eyes a certain dullness. She shook his head at the captain. "So weak. You couldn't even put a scratch on me. I don't why I bothered with training you, Sui Feng," Yoruichi added. Sui Feng stopped in her tracks. She panted, and her body shuddered. The captain didn't know what to do. Tear formed in her eyes. Her teachers gave up on her. Why did she even bother to try to make it to the top? She stopped and guilt-filled her chest as she though about her teachers. The darkness was 2 feet away. You were such a useless girl. You never did anything right. I wonder how you, of all people, became captain. Sui Feng felt tears roll down her cheeks. Just give up. Why did she even try? From the darkness, hands reached out and began to pull her slowly under. It was like quicksand. I don't even know why. Why am I so weak? She looked at her hands. What are you doing? The random voice yelled at her. Don't stop. The voice told her. Sui Feng allowed herself to be dragged into the pool of blackness. So this is it. You're giving up? The voice asked, and the 2nd Division captain ignored the voice. So you were just going to allow yourself to be swallowed by the darkness? Sui Feng looked back up at the tree. You were pathetic. Pitying yourself. You make me sick. Why are you not doing anything? You have 2 legs. Get up and move. I can't. I just can't, Sui Feng cried. Do not underestimate yourself. The voice yelled. Sui Feng looked back up at the tree. Naruto and Yoruichi watched as she sunk into the blackness. She was now knee-deep in it. You only have the power to move yourself. Pitying yourself will get you nowhere. Now get up and move. Sui Feng looked down at the darkness. She saw herself. An exact copy of herself, in fact multiple copies of herself, were dragging Sui Feng down in the utter darkness. Sui Feng looked back up to the top of hill. She knew how pathetic she was acting. Go. Make it to the top of the hill. The small captain became determined. Yoruichi always told her to never underestimate yourself. Yamamoto Saotaicho told Sui Feng not to either. Yoruichi would never tell her to give up. Sui Feng felt a new determination. Go. You don't need to tell me twice. Sui Feng struggled to get out of the black pool. It was like mud. It began to try to pull her down even faster. The copies of herself struggled to keep her from moving. Let go of me, bitch. She jumped out of the darkness and sprinted up the hill. The darkness sped up as well. It kept up with her. Sui Feng growled and sprinted even faster. She was moving up the hill slowly but surely. You can do it. The voice cheered. Sui Feng was almost at the top. Then she felt something grab her leg. A copy of herself began to drag her to the darkness. This time it was much stronger. She fought with the pool of pity. I will not give up. Sui Feng yelled. Not until the day I die. Sui Feng kept fighting with the pool. She was fighting a losing battle. I will never give up. That's the spirit. Suddenly, a person Sui Feng never had seen before punched the clone of Sui Feng. The clone had a stunned look. Then the person let off a bright flash. The clone of Sui Feng screamed and the darkness melted away. Sui Feng felt a hand pull her the rest of the way up, and there, Sui Feng stood on top of the hill. Yoruichi and Naruto faded away as well. The rain stopped and the sun shined through. The sun hit the tree and blossoms began to grow. The expansive plain was viewable from every direction. Flowers sprouted from the tall grass, and a breeze blew by. The grass swayed like the waves of the ocean. Sui Feng awed by the view from the top of the hill. It's amazing, is it not? Her rescuer said. Sui Feng got a good look of the girl. Girl was the wrong term to use. She was a beautiful woman. She had medium-length hair that reached her shoulders. It was as pink as the cherries blossoms of the sakura tree. She also wore a strange headband on her head with some symbol. Her eyes were a warm spring green. They showed her knowledge, kindness, and wisdom. Her lips were naturally a light pink. Sui Feng wondered if this was her Zanpakuto spirit, but she knew this was not. The woman smiled gently at her. The outfit she wore was mostly red, white, and pink. She wore one-piece dress that was red with white trim. The one piece exposed her thighs, but the shorts covered her upper thigh. Fishnet tights covered her legs. There was a small collar on her one piece. However, fishnetting covered her neck. Black fingerless gloves covered her hands. White bandages covered both knees. A kunai pouch on her leg and a small pack wrapped around her waist. She looked elegant but dangerous. My name is Sakura, the woman stated, her eyes shining in the sunlight. Sui Feng found it fitting. Sakura smiled at her. I'm glad you didn't give up. Sui Feng didn't know what to say. I'm sorry, she apologized. I know it must be bizarre not knowing who I am. I will explain. Sui Feng nodded, waiting for what she was going to say. I am you, she started off. Sui Feng looked confused. Well, to make it more understandable, you are my reincarnation. So, I'm your reincarnation. Is that why Naruto called me Sakura? Sui Feng asked. Sakura's eyes dulled for a moment. She looked upset. Yes, Sakura replied. So, everyone who has these names. Yes, glad you piece everything together. Sakura said with a small amount of sarcasm. Look, I helped you. Now I need you to help me with something. It is of the greatest importance. Sakura stated, you need to save Naruto. Get him out of Aizen's hands, and protect him from the council. Then get him as far away from. I won't. Sui Feng interrupted Sakura. The pink-haired beauty gave her a surprised look. All I care is getting him back. Sui Feng had a serious face. Her eyes showed her determination. I don't care if you think it's better for him to be away from the Soul Society. He's my sensei, and a criminal. Don't be an idiot. Sakura was infuriated. You are being selfish. So be it. Sui Feng spat. You don't run my life. If anything, you are dead. She turned swiftly away from the woman. The pink-haired woman looked shocked at first, but it turned to a strangely calm face. Sui Feng could tell Sakura was angry and upset. So you were just going to leave? Let Naruto suffer, let him turn into a monster. Sakura yelled. You call him your sensei? You are nothing but a selfish, idiotic child, Sakura said with a cold stare. Sui Feng growled when Sakura called her a child. Of all people, why did I have to be reincarnated into someone as treacherous as you? Why does it even matter to you? Sui Feng spun around. You left him. Left him for someone who betrayed you and your village. Sui Feng hissed. Sakura's back straightened and her eyes softened. The green orbs were downcasted, full of an emotion Sui Feng couldn't place. Sakura's eyes closed and slowly opened again. Sui Feng remembered of how Naruto told her of the girl he once loved named Sakura. Naruto explained that Sakura never loved him like he loved her, but he moved on to someone else. Because, you remind me of myself, Sakura said somberly. Sui Feng's body seemed to grow relaxed. Her shoulders became limp and mind became numb. I used to think like you do. She spoke softly, eyes dimming. It's something I regretted all of my life. Being so selfish, hurting others. Her eyes jumped to Sui Feng. You cannot be as I once was. But the Soul Society. Sui Feng tried to reason with Sakura. He is a criminal, a monster. My sensei, the further she thought of her words the more she tried to reason with herself. Was she a bigger monster than Naruto was? She caused this entire war. It was her fault. He was with Aizen now. Naruto was becoming the monster that Tashiro and the others tried to prevent. I never meant for this to happen. You cannot undo what is done, Sakura stated with a heavy voice. However, the future is not set in stone. Sakura walked over and placed a hand on the young woman's shoulder. Sui Feng, you have the ability to help Naruto, but you have to want to help him. A large gust of wind blew by both of the women. Sui Feng squinted and Sakura began to fade into petals in the wind. She smiled softly. I will be here to help you, and so will Tsunade. She completely disappeared, her words whispering in the wind. The wind blew harder until she felt like the wind was carrying her further away from the Sakura blossom tree. Sui Feng felt at peace for a moment. Everything soon faded to black. I will always be there. For the first time in a long time, Sui Feng believed. Sui Feng's eyes opened to the familiar training grounds. She was resting against the old tree that so many memories danced around. She blinked at the harsh light of the sun. Holding her arm above her eyes, blocking the sun, she felt her cheeks were wet, the foreign feeling of tears. Maybe Sakura would be the first mentor to ever stay with her. She sighed. She truly believed in the woman's words. She heard the sound of feet padding against the ground. Sui Feng blinked, looking in the direction in which the sound was coming from. The figure was short and the person's hair was unruly. It stuck out from both sides of the person's head. Staring isn't going to win ya any favors. The figure snorted. It was obviously a girl, but one she had never met. Get up, she told her. Sui Feng glared but did as the girl told her. You're one of the criminals, Sui Feng stated. The blonde, short, extremely bad-tempered and foul-mouthed girl was once a Shinigami. If Sui Feng remembered correctly, it was none other than Hiyori Surugaki, previously the Fukutecho of the 12th Division. Hiyori rolled her eyes and mumbled something inaudible. What are you doing here? I'm here to help you, Hiyori stated, even if I think you are a bitch. The old hag is worse than you in my opinion. The blonde added bluntly. Sui Feng would have started yelling at her. But she knew that she deserved it. She grimaced at how true Hiyori's words were. You know, you should be grateful. You've been given a second chance without penalty, the girl said with a little bitterness. Others haven't been so lucky. I never wanted to. It's my entire fault, isn't it? Sui Feng said in despair, tears reappearing. Hiyori pulled back her arm and gave a swift and brutal punch to the ninja's face. Sui Feng flew backwards at the mere power from the strike. She tumbled back until she could recover from the shock and regain her composure. She brought her hand to wipe the blood from her now split lip. The blonde stood more than 50 feet away with an upset look. She glared at Hiyori. You are now subject to save me the Shinigami bullshit and your tears. Sakura didn't waste her time to bring you out of your self-pity for no fucking reason. She growled, crossing her arms. Sui Feng's eyes narrowed, but she did not attack Hiyori. Her eyes flashed with some recognition. Like there was a small amount of compassion. You owe everyone that much. What do you want? Sui Feng asked, standing from her crouched position. It's not what I want. More of what the old hag, Tsunade, wants. Hiyori walked over to the ninja. There was something off about Hiyori as she walked over. You must understand, you are the reincarnation of Sakura, therefore you will be necessary to bring him back. Hiyori's voice was different. Patience and strength was evident, as well as a wisdom earned from living for many years. I need to help you. Sui Feng understood she was no longer talking to Hiyori but to Tsunade. This is no longer an argument, but war. The question is, are you willing to fight? Sui Feng gave a single nod. I hope you know what you are doing, old hag. Hiyori commented. Always, the ninja said. Tsunade had a small smirk. Hey, Ichigo yelled, do you guys see that? He pointed towards the distance. Everyone looked the direction he was staring off to. Surely enough, there seemed to be a little girl running from 3 hollows. Hitsugaya watched, and knew there was something off about this. Why is a little girl in Hueco Mundo? Ichigo asked. It didn't matter to Ichigo how she got there, but the hollows that were chasing her. He ran unsheathing his Zanpakuto. The rest of the group ran to aid Ichigo. Seeing the girl running from the hollows made him think of his sisters. The hollows seemed confused as Ichigo ran towards him with a weapon. With a small war cry he swung his sword effortlessly. The hollows managed to dodge his attack. The 3 hollows were shaking in terror. One on the verge of tears. Ichigo couldn't believe how strange these hollows were. Stop, the green-haired girl yelled. Stop being so mean to them. She had a pouting face. Ichigo turned and looked at her with knitted eyebrows. She looked perfectly human. He blinked. She had a mask. A large crack resided on it. She was an Irankar. Don't be a meanie, ya big bully. She pointed at him. The rest of Ichigo's party caught up and were battle ready. Ichigo. Toshiro saw the girl and his eyes narrowed. So she is an Irankar. Should have known. Yuryu pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Ya, don't have ta. Be so mean. The Irankar with the large mask said. He trembled and hid behind his hands. The purple Irankar hid behind the one with a large mask, shaking in his boots. Then a giant worm-like hollow cried. It was a pathetic display, to be honest. Almost to be considered comedic. We were just playing a game. The purple Irankar stated. A game, Chad repeated. Eternal Pursuit. The lanky Irankar answered, throwing his arms out. Eternal Pursuit. Toshiro shook his head. Why of all things, are you playing tag? It's not tag, it is Eternal Pursuit. The Irankar with spots corrected, standing on his 2 feet. Then why are you playing Eternal Pursuit? Toshiro growled a little. What is the point? It's fun, Ni-chan. The girl told him. Toshiro twitched a little. Yuryu smirked in amusement. You should play with us sometime. She smiled at him. I will only tell you once, I am not a child. Do not call me Ni-chan. My name is Toshiro Hitsugaya. You refer me as Hitsugaya Taiko. The white-haired captain said in a sharp manner. He gave her an icy stare, and I will not play tag. Eternal pursuit, the purple Arankar interrupted. Eternal pursuit with you, Toshiro growled. He got more agitated by the minute. His took deep breaths trying to calm himself. Ni-chan, she squealed unhappy with his answer. Why are you so grumpy? My name is not Ni-chan. I'm not grumpy, I am irritated. Why are you irated, Ni-chan? Irritated, not irated. Didn't I just tell you not to call me Ni-chan? Toshiro glared. Yeah, you did, Ni-chan. Then why are you calling me Ni-chan? 'Cause your name is too long. Hisugaya Taichu, it is Hisugaya Taicho. Yeah, what you said. That name sounds so funny, it doesn't fit. Ni-chan is easier to say. It is not a choice. He snapped. You're so mean, Grumpy-chan. Toshiro really wanted to strangle her. Ichigo stepped between him and the small Arankar. Twos. Hiro just crossed his arms and grumbled to himself. Who are ya guys anyways? The polka-dotted Arankar asked. Not very often do we come across anyone out here in Hueco Mundo, sides a couple of hollows, the lanky Arankar explained. Well, Toshiro and I are Shinigami. Ichigo started. Toshiro gave Ichigo a glare for not adding Taiko at the end of his name. The four Arankar tensed without the others noticing. The Arankar huddled in a small circle. Ichigo, Sato, Toshiro, and Yuryu raised a brow. They could not hear the Arankar talk, but they were plotting something. The polka-dotted Arankar gave them a quick look before turning back to his own group. They all gave a quick nod before turning back to Ichigo's group. We decided we are going to include you, the lanky Arankar stated. Toshiro didn't like the sound of that. Suddenly he heard his Zanpakuto be withdrawn from its sheath. He turned sharply to see the little girl Arankar run off with both his and Ichigo's Zanpakuto. In our game of eternal tag. You brat, Toshiro growled, running after the green-haired Arankar, come back here. Ichigo ran after the girl as well. The polka-dotted and lanky Arankar followed close behind the girl. Sato and Yuryu were being chased by the large centipede-like Arankar. Ichigo could feel something was off. They weren't alone. Toshiro must have noticed it by now. Toshiro could feel another energy moving closer to the group. Aizen has been expecting us, both Toshiro and Ichigo thought. Well, that ends this chapter. Hope it was okay. I should be updating before October ends. It's a big span of time, I know. But I have a life, well, kind of. Until next time. Has no name. I'm not going to be continuing this story. First, there are too many plot holes and characters are way too OC. Second, this story was very poorly written. I cannot continue to write the story because of how poorly it was written. To be honest, when I tried to reread this story, I found myself shaking my head and cringing. Third, when I wrote this story, I was going through a tough time in my life. A lot of people complained that the story had too many whiny, pathetic characters, especially Naruto, and they are correct. I no longer have that state of mind, so I can't continue it. Fourth, I don't have time. Instead of giving people the false hope that this story will continue, I'm just going to end it here. Thank you everyone for reviewing, following, adding this to your favorites, and, most importantly, reading. Even when the story didn't deserve the time to do so. Thanks. Has no name.